Let me see. Can I burn them in my house? Can I start a plastic fire in my house? I don't see. Is it illegal to do that? I know it's not good for you, but is it illegal to do that? Yes, you can start a fire in your house with your building regulations. I have to do it. I still have to. I know. I have an old barrel that we took it out of the woods. There's a junkyard. We stole it out of a junkyard. I still have it. We just put them in those and light them up. No. I actually, yeah, I'd still do it because there's a dead patch of grass in the middle of my yard. I could do it. No, yeah. I have to start. I have to figure out how to do IRL stream and do that. You should shred them. Oh, that'd be a good idea. I could find like different ways to destroy them. Either way, I think we're gonna do that. Like I'm gonna maybe order these in like a few days. That's maybe not the right way. She's got a whole these things real quick. She got a whole box. You got a whole box.
You have arrived safely in West Virginia.
That's a whole lot. Oh my god.
Now, we unbox one of these things on our Patreon podcast just to get a sense of what it was like, and even though we're not particularly emotionally invested in the outcome, it was still pretty fun. That's good. We got Peepo. Peepo, the Monsters Classics series, sells for $56 on eBay. So we may be getting a almost double our investment on it.
It's listed for $56. That's all. It's not selling for $56. It's listed.
As if we successfully sell it.
The unboxing experience has been designed to be something special and exciting for people. And unlike a lottery ticket, you actually have something to show for it at the end, regardless of whether you have something to show for lottery tickets at the end, too.
Just gonna make a suicide joke. Let's not.
The one that you wanted. But imagine if you were really invested in a particular outfit. You have an idea of a particular toy that you're excited about. Suddenly, this unboxing experience can be like a highlight of your week or month or year. Even
We're going back. We're going back. It's up. It's going to be the same one twice, right? It's going to be fine.
I didn't say that.
And this stuff is popping up everywhere. We found an article for the 25.
Okay, that's funny though. Right? Yeah, that's really, really funny. You see GameStop PSA graded partnership? I did see that. Yeah, she mad.
I best line box gifts that you could buy it. I didn't even know that there was that many blind boxes out there. And it turns out that there is a lot of different blind boxes. Like,
wait, what? So I have to figure out which ones to buy? Well, I should probably buy 3 different styles. I should buy 10 of 3, right? I should buy like the basic one, and then the more expensive one, and then I should find the most expensive one. I should buy 10 of those. Baby cactus blind boxes, and capybara, little pig. Wait, there's a lot more.
Blind boxes and unicorns, and then like the further we went along in this, I sort of realized that blind box is just one word for it. But there's also other words for this, right? Like mystery boxes are the same thing, but sort of catered to a more male audience. Maybe we found one.
Yeah, but that's also like, I mean, I think all of these are silly. I do. I think they're all silly. I do the same thing with like my PO box stuff, but like that's like a community thing. And it's like, is this one a bomb? Let's find out. And so anyway, yeah, garbage. It's so silly. And how much is this? $800 mystery box? The only mystery is why the fuck you buy it.
For the UFC, of all things, the basic idea is to sell people a collection of products or a single product that is exclusive in some way because you don't find it.
But that smell is worse.
Trump says he ended friendship with Epstein because he stole people that worked for me. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Audio of this? Yeah, please. So, okay, wait. As long as we're doing our daily, like, here's an update on Trump gaffing over the Epstein business, right? The other day, and it's literally every day with this guy, man. It's every goddamn day. Here's him the other day. Remember? I'm so goddamn smart. Remember how I said that it eats at Trump that he can't own this? That every other miserable, wretched, evil thing Trump has done, he gets to go, what are you gonna do? Ah? And then everyone goes, yeah, we love vice, we love immorality, we hate Jesus Christ, we love the Antichrist. But with this one in particular, like he can't do it. Like it frustrates him that he can't go, everyone was there. The same way he's in the past said, well, everyone, effectively cheats their taxes or whatever. You have to play audio to play audio. Do you know that? The audio has to be playing for the audio to play.
That was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard, and many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. Yeah.
Phenomenal, really. The privilege of going to Rape Island, child rape island. I mean, of course he'd talk like this because he's frustrated he can't take ownership of it. Keep in mind, Epstein's Island was where, like, the NYC socialites went. This was like a top-of-the-line affair, right? In terms of wealth and power. Like, it's not like anyone was getting invited to Little St. James. So, of course, in his head, he wants to preserve the prestige of getting to go because he went many, many times, even as he disavows it. I mean, his brain's soup, but God, please let him do one big slip-up. It's so close. He's done like 50 big slip-ups, man. The only big slip-up he hasn't done is just get in front of a camera and just say all of it,
Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes. In the spa. Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, young. And other people would come and go, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, you're taking our people, whether it's spa or not spa. I don't want to take your people. And it's fine, and then after a long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Incredible. It's not even gaps, dude. He just says it openly. It's been known for a long time that Elaine and Epstein were girls. I don't know if they're necessarily underage. It wasn't all underage, but took girls from Mar-a-Lago, right? Which, kind of lends additional credence to the belief that, well, the fact that Trump and Epstein were close friends, because Mar-a-Lago's been running a long time. Anyway, the fact that Trump would frame this as like, yeah, I had a problem with Epstein. He kept coaching my underage girls. Young, whatever you prefer. The interviewer asked, were these young girls? And Trump said, I don't want to say. What are you going to... Incredible.
Persons that include Virginia.
I think she worked in the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. No whatsoever.
Phenomenal. Like unrivaled. Generational talent. And the reporter just came out and said, somebody in the reporter went up to him and said, you're a very powerful man, you're very respected, you're very loved your whole life. Everyone back in the 80s, kids, you probably were too, right? I genuinely think there's a 50-50 you would say yes, and I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to exaggerate. I honestly think that if you pitched him the right tone, like the right, you gave him the right tee-up, I honestly think that he would buy it. Or he would bite it. You know? Why they post this audio on the White House page? Because this is part of a larger conversation with press. It's, engaged on Air Force One. It was all getting reported by other sources as well, so they just want to have their own source of the audio. They're probably worried about stuff getting selectively edited, so if they post the full, unedited log, they can, challenge any deceptive editing. That being said, I mean, it's Trump, right? You know, only so much you can do with this one. I feel, yeah, it is honestly crazy that nobody in the White House is wrangling Trump. Like, it's surprising they're not doing what Biden did. Like, Biden was like sheltered by his staff. Why is there nobody following Trump around and doing like, no, we got him here. Don't talk to those people. They can't wrangle him. They're too afraid to. Maybe, genuinely, yeah. He's a belligerent, arrogant, egotistical old man who loves the spotlight. It's possible they just can't get him away. Like Biden's never been much of a public, performer, right? It's probably easy to convince him to just chill and lie low and root for a bit. But Biden was also probably to a large extent aware of his decline, even though he probably thought of it in his head as like, oh, I'm just slowing down a little come old. Trump is probably in complete denial about it, right? Like, there's no way, like, there's no way that Trump thinks that he has lost any mental acuity in his head. He's probably as sharp as he was 40 years ago. The Azalea Banks argument. Didn't Azalea Banks have a crash out where she basically just, like, defended him extensively, like, very explicitly? It's not really much door. I don't know. Funny shit from Trump, though. I tell you, if any journalist pitched him a question the way I suggested they pitch it, I really, truly think there's a decent shot they will do it. Trump says he ended friendship without speaking with his whole I can forgive the child sex trafficking, but the underage spa employee coaching I will not tolerate. But then Trump goes ahead and outflanks the Democrats. Trump disagrees with what really leaders claim that there is no starvation in Gaza. So here you go. I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. I don't know. So there you go, folks. That's your trade-off. Okay, you get non-pedophilic Democrats who are reflexively defensive of Israel, or Trump, who is pedophilic but only reflexively defensive 70% of the time. Incredible stuff. In my opinion, Trump's a narcissist, not a psychopath, so I think he doesn't actually enjoy seeing starving children. I think that's probably true, yeah. I don't think that Trump actually enjoys bad things, like, in a sadistic way. I think that he's just extremely megalomaniacal and narcissistic, so if he does bad things, it's always okay. But he does seem to have a somewhat identifiable moral compass, as long as it doesn't relate to him or anything involving loyalty. If it involves him or loyalty to him, that's his only moral prerogative. If it doesn't involve those two things, he might have more. Remember when the Republican primary candidate who, didn't stand a chance of hell, the woman who hemmed and hawed about some lost cause bullshit? Nikki Haley, thank you. They got Trump in front of a camera and he was like, come on, the South started the war for slavery. That's bullshit. Miller is a perverse psychopath. Yeah, Miller is undeniably a psychopath, 100%, yeah. You see that clip of him? Was that real? That video clip of him when he was like 17 talking about how torture is based in Red Pill? He was talking about how torture is based in Red Pill before anyone used words like based in Red Pill. Motherfucker might have found it cold, for all we know. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, no, he was talking with sort of like a wanton, lethal hatred for life and goodness. But before the internet normalized that behavior. Oh, hell. Washed up and says Hamlin Ottawa. I say a lot of like folksy southern stuff, despite being a Californian. Hamlin Ottawa might not be southern, but it's definitely folksy. You see fellow over there? Right there? Hello. Jeff Moore. You can see. Yeah, it's really like the lizard. Yeah, I mean, it's like a lava lamp stuff, right?
This guy brings people on to talk about their financial struggles. You guys ready to hear it? Here we go.
There's $22,000 coming from Are going to do an IRS tax refund? It's because of the child tax credit? Yeah, because you have children. How many kids do you have? I have 30. So you got such a big refund rate, you spent it all on a trip. You make like $35,000 a year. So when I got the child tax credit, the $2,000 refund, I decided to do something fun.
What do you think? What do you think it's fair? Spending on vacation makes sense.
Not when I have that.
Okay, why did you?
I'm just going to do something fun.
I said the next See, a girl like this would have been perfectly happy to talk with her videos, digging potatoes out of the dirt pile. She would have led a happy, normal life. Everything would have been okay. But now, things have gotten more complicated. The world has gotten more involved. And you're in this situation right now.
Because I don't usually have the money to go
You don't
out
have
and
to.
do much of anything,
I went
so yeah, I went a little crazy.
I went a little crazy. Jeez, guys. And I like Caleb because Caleb allows you to see how tens of millions of Americans live. If you look past all the theatrics, you get an unfiltered look at how the system works and how utterly disgusting it is. Yep, there it is. And so there's another one too. And so, what's going on? Remember this person votes and has ideas? Well, I mean, I don't know about has ideas, but like she just wanted that money at exactly at 2%. No, she's not at 2%. She's definitely not. But this is the kind of person that I keep trying to tell y'all about these people is that they're just really stupid. They're stupid. And anybody who's been to a public school knows this, but nobody wants to talk about it. The fact is that there's a lot of people out there in the world that are so fucking retarded that you're not going to teach them after the job for digging potatoes out of the ground goes away. You're not going to go and retrain them to be a rocket scientist, okay? It's either digging potatoes out of the ground or making butter. That's it. Those are the only two options. They're not going to do anything. Exactly. You can't fucking figure this out. You teach finance and statistics in schools, guys. Have you ever tried to teach finance and statistics to a cat? No, right? Because the cat's not going to understand. Well, I've got really bad news for you. About, I'd say somewhere around 10 to 20% of the population. I've got really bad. Yeah.
Maybe you should pay your employees more too, then.
We paid pretty well.
I mean, I know someone's here working on their birthday.
Is it someone's birthday today?
You don't even know your own employees.
I don't know. Birthday? It's Colton's birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
This is the kind of person that gets a job at an office in an HR department and makes everything more fucking clear. This is what they do. Yep.
Congratulations. Adults work on their birthday. I'm going to cry.
I work on a nonprofit, and at least they give us our birthdays off.
If he wanted to request it, he could. That's
I wouldn't have
his
to request it.
choice. Okay, if they want to treat you like children, they can.
How's it treating my children? It's more of a...
Birthday. Who gives up? Yeah, one every
It's
single
just
year.
called care. You know, well, I guess you don't understand.
You're right.
Dude, see, this is the way they honor man. As I said, there's two types of people. I've said it over and over and over. How many videos need to play until people realize where the real problem is?
I'm forcing them to have
Yeah.
a week off in, 2.5 weeks? So I guess that's my
But maybe you
carry.
need to.
And I'm losing revenue for that because we're not uploading that week.
I mean, that's totally fine.
Yeah, because you work at a nonprofit. I know that you think that's fine. Sure, yeah. Wow, the girl on financial audit works at a nonprofit wearing a Bulbasaur boo thinks that it's not a big deal, does not make any money.
And these fucking earrings. I swear to God, if in 1,000 years we don't look back at this the same way that people look at National Geographic with like those people in Africa with those big discs in their mouth, I'm going to lose my mind. Please, please let it age like that.
At least you still have the ability to lose a week.
Well,
Instead of 5 hours a week, it's a struggle.
It's a struggle. Yeah, I wonder why that is.
$9,200 a month net. That's fair. People like the high income. Here we go. That's good. Why the f*** are you on this show? Why are you here? What's your I was starting to talk about him.
It's in my van.
It's this thing.
And we needed fix our spending, otherwise I have told her that.
And she's got Pokemon in her shirt too.
I have told her that it's almost like the end of the age of books. That's the thing that we're trying to determine how it's best kind of fix us with death. And
Yeah.
I was listening to it and trying to be like, hey, like, man, it's fine, I've got money for this, I've just taken a bunch of boxes coming in, boo-boos come out of that,
Get boo-boos. Like kids going there ordering bullshit off of Amazon. Yeah. It's a trend. It's a trend. I don't make apologies. Because my generation, that these people are about money, I probably could have gone to high school. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Colombians. You have a Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask tattoo on. You're wearing a Pokemon vest, and you have a doll as a necklace, and you are a 30-year-old woman. Look, I understand that, like, I look like kind of an idiot, too. You're No, you're not responsible for millennial retardation, bro. I know that. What's a labubu?
Trend that's gonna die. It's the Stanley. It's gonna die.
What is a labubu?
Gonna die. It's boo-boos. What the fuck is wrong with you?
boo-boos come out of them, boo-boos come in, no boo-boos come out of them.
Let's get boo-boos.
What's a labubu? Is this like a thing? This is why terrorists hate us. This is the reason. This is the reason. You want to see why ISIS? Why is it that you have, these groups? This is it. I don't know what the fuck. Has the Labubu obsession grown too far? What?
We gotta get our heads out of this place. This is nuts. Yeah, we have some.
What the fuck? What? So. We've got to bring back slavery fast. We got to do something about this.
Tax our existing debt, and we
grocery chain is closing multiple locations, and neighbors are protesting
the loss of a Milwaukee Pick and Save.
The business, it's closing several locations. And Bill Preciano joining us live with a closer look at the community backlash now. It's been pretty strong discussion today.
This is just heartbreaking that this is happening to our community again, over and over again. Like, this is not fair.
Over and over again, this has been happening.
What are you gonna do? Like, this is the only big grocery store in the community.
In June,
Why do they all keep
announced
closing?
to close 5 Pick and Save grocery stores in the Milwaukee area.
5 stores in Milwaukee.
Glendale, South Milwaukee, and Oak Creek.
These places are all shut
Have
down.
to leave their house, go all the way over yonder to go make some groceries when it could be one right here in the community.
Tisha Bully White says her family is feeling the toll. She feels the closure will force them to shop at more expensive corner stores and price them out altogether.
I do believe and stand with the people behind me that food is a right, and we should have.
Well, it's not a right if so many people enter these grocery stores and take things without paying that the stores can't stay open.
Just a healthy food.
State Senator Dora Drake was present
Oh,
at
State
the
Senator, there we go.
She says she's working with local leaders to find the solution.
We can work together.
As stores officially
How
close,
about arrest the
families
criminals?
are now left wondering where to go next.
Affordable food for our community, food for our families, food period. How are we going to survive?
How are they going to survive? Well, I did a little digging, and apparently the retailer is being accused of racism. This article says there are hundreds of grocery outlets in the Milwaukee region, and the complaint is not that these stores are gone. It's just that the people in the affected neighborhoods don't want to drive a few miles to the next location. What do we want? Justice.
It
Uh-oh.
was the last day for the Pick and Save right near 35th and North. One of 5 grocery stores the parent company Kroger is closing in the Milwaukee area. Organizers of today's
It's
protest
done.
say
It's not
the
gonna
loss
reopen.
is just another blow to the Metcalf Park neighborhood.
We're thinking about all the closures that's happening.
All
so
the
this is one
closures.
store to close. Walgreens is closing as well.
Oh, Walgreens.
We have clinics closing, so now we have to go
Clinics.
way outside of our immediate area.
Everything's leaving.
We need to live a whole and full, thriving life.
Now, here's a look at the
Wow.
5 locations that are
Look at that.
being closed in Milwaukee, Glendale,
That's
South
crazy.
Milwaukee, and Oak Creek. Pick and Save is offering resources to affected customers at the Metcalf Park and Silver
Okay.
Spring locations. Those resources include free prescription deliveries for the rest of the year and a free 30-day grocery delivery trial.
Okay, so they'll bring you the food. But apparently Walgreens is pulling out of this neighborhood as well.
Wisconsin are closing their doors.
Now, those include the stores at 76th Street on
locations
Milwaukee's
gone.
north side and on Memorial Drive in Racine. Meanwhile, a third location in downtown
Oh, yeah, the
Milwaukee
third.
is changing operations. As 12 News' Zoe Henry reports, customers, they're getting pretty frustrated.
Wow.
As customers come in to make their final purchases inside the Walgreens at 76th Street, they're handed these brochures telling them where the nearest Walgreens or pharmacy is, as the pharmacy here closed July 1st, and the rest of the store is closing July 28th.
Wow.
Some customers we spoke with are disappointed.
I come here all the time, and I'm kind of disabled, and can't get around too well. And
But you know who's not disabled? The criminals. Yet they're disabling these businesses by reducing their ability to make a profit. In New York, we got stores like this shutting down all the time. Even though the items on the shelf cost double what they should, stores can't jack up their prices to the level needed to stay open. So what do? They shut down.
store after another.
The pharmacy in
Yeah, they're all shut
is set
down.
to close as well July 21st. The rest of the store will remain open. Walgreens says customers who fill prescriptions at these locations will automatically be transferred to a nearby store. The nearest Walgreens to the location at 76th Street, about a mile and a half away.
A mile and a half.
In Good Hope. These are
It's not that
few
bad.
of the latest stores to close in the Milwaukee area, leaving residents looking for an alternative.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. We need Walgreens around here.
Right, and you also need to lock up your criminals. This is the problem with decriminalizing theft or just failing to arrest criminals. If you put the bad guys in jail, bad things don't happen. And listen to how some of these neighbors view these closures. Listen to this. Try to guess who these neighbors vote for.
Food that this community has access to.
I think the solution would be to
move towards a food system that doesn't rely on these big grocery chains for our daily needs.
Like communism's a couple blocks away from this pick and save. It's where she gets everything she needs to feed her family.
It's leaving us high and dry. It's leaving us with no resources, no food, no access.
Well, we just read an article about how there is food nearby. People just may not want to drive to it. But what about this idea of state-run grocery stores? That's what they think they need here because all the privately run places are gone.
Voice for everyone. We're following up on.
Oh, look at those empty shelves.
About deteriorating conditions at the Sunfresh grocery
Deteriorating.
Linwood Shopping Center on Prospect.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I watch people walk in and walk out.
There's nothing there.
It's clear that Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the first section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce.
Can't stock it.
The coolers and shelves around the store look the same way.
It looks like it's closed.
So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food?
A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
There was a store was on life support. I can tell you today, right now.
This is a new low.
I'll say.
People like Pat Clark who've watched the store go through its ups and downs.
30 days ago, hell, we looked like a grocery store again.
You know something? Communism doesn't feed people, but it does starve them. That's what we're looking at right here.
City-owned Linwood Shopping Center, a nonprofit, operates the grocery store. Public and private investments are in the millions of dollars for the center. The nonprofit didn't respond to a request for comment. I did ask the mayor's office if the city had plans to step in and consider additional funding. The office responded, the city will work closely with store ownership and all neighborhood stakeholders to support the long-term viability.
That means raising taxes.
Normal revenues from customers and area.
Where's the money? I'm asking where the money is.
This indicates the future of the store.
Come here. Look what's going on.
They also say a lot about how much patience people have left.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't teach people about how communism fails in school. They end up experiencing that failure for themselves in real life, just like New York City is about to experience in real life.
For mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani, for cheaper groceries from city-run stores,
Not
it's
gonna
getting
work.
some backlash. There have been protests from both bodega owners and the head of the Gristedes grocery chain who says he'll close or sell his business if Mamdani's elected. News 4 Charles Watson explains this proposal.
We're not going anywhere.
Members of the United Bodegas of America and John Catsimatidis, the billionaire owner of the Gristedes and chain markets, giving Democratic mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani a piece of their mind.
How are you going to try to come in and disrupt our lives? It's not going to happen.
Furious at Mamdani's proposal to open up a network of 5 city-owned
They're not going to stay open. They're going to be empty.
Mamdani says they would instead focus on affordability over profit and would leverage the lack of overhead costs like rent or property tax to pass on savings to shoppers.
These stores in New York City, if this gentleman gets elected and rolls them out, they're going to look just like that store in Kansas City, Missouri. They're going to be empty. Communism doesn't feed people. And I don't think these private stores are going to have to go anywhere. But I do understand why they're upset. In the short run, many might close. You can't compete with free.
It's less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets without any guarantee of cheaper prices.
Catsimatidis, a Republican who's supporting the election campaign, compares Mamdani to socialist and communist authoritarians like Hugo Chavez and Fidel Castro.
Oh, yeah, they know how to feed people, don't they? The Castros.
And employees, but when asked to explain how, he struggles to give specifics.
Can you speak more specifically to how they will harm your stores and others in New York City?
Let me tell you something. We have fully unionized store operations. I've been running this company for 54 years. That's a long time. So, will it harm our stores? Absolutely will harm our stores.
Government owns.
So they're mad at this billionaire grocery chain owner for not giving specifics. But the day a city-run grocery store opens in New York, the line is going to be out the door, and no customers are going to go to a place where things cost fair market prices. So in the short run, until the
New Yorkers go into these city-run stores, clear them out like this store in Missouri, there won't be any business in places that actually have things to sell. But once the shelves are empty, then the business will come back.
Entirely new in this country. They've had their fair share of struggles, including competition with big box stores like Walmart.
Yeah.
It can often utilize its large distribution chain to lower prices.
The subsidies given to people to shop at private supermarkets, food pantries that are funded by the city. There's a whole range of ways in which the city is involved in providing food to people.
Devin Cohen, director of CUNY's Urban Food Policy Institute, says it can be successful here because the city already pours millions of dollars into subsidizing groceries through partnerships, for example, with food pantries or private vendors who operate on city property.
Yeah,
He
food
says it's
pantry's not a
absurd to
grocery
think
store.
both can operate in the same space.
The notion that public and private food retail can coexist is just not true. It already does.
In Murray Hill, Charles Watson.
Sort of. It already does, but we've never had a city-run grocery store.
Do you feel safe in this city? Do you feel safe in this city?
No way. When you see the people using drugs in the street, and who's gonna be safe? Like, that person is not gonna save.
Passed away in April 2022 from Blaze Xanax.
Is New Dawn provides safe supply? Yes.
Safe supply. Oh, yes. It's a truck. Safe supply.
From reporting from our nation's capital, the city of Ottawa, a city which all Canadians should take pride in and should want to visit. The situation, however, is pretty bad. Ottawa, like cities and towns all across Canada, is being decimated by record levels of homelessness and an opioid overdose crisis, the signs of which you can see all over the city. In 2023, Ottawa saw 188 people die from confirmed drug overdoses. In 2024, that number reached record levels, with 244 overdose deaths. First, let's address the homelessness situation in Ottawa, one that has reached record levels in recent years. The City of Ottawa's 2024 assessment on homelessness found that if additional funding isn't put into building homes, shelters, and transitional housing, homelessness in Ottawa could increase by 58% over the next decade. There could also be an additional 133,000 people at risk of experiencing homelessness during that time period. The city also has broken down homelessness by demographic, and it's an interesting stat to consider when addressing the City of Ottawa's numerous problems. Indigenous Canadians in Ottawa are disproportionately homeless. They accounted for 19% of people in the 2024 point-in-time count, despite making up only 2.6% of the city's population. Another interesting angle here about homelessness in Ottawa is that 42% of the total homeless population also identified as an immigrant, refugee, or a refugee claimant due to a, quote, substantial influx of newcomers, asylum seekers, and refugee claimants in 2023. Now, it's arguably even worse when you look at the opioid overdose situation in this city. According to Ottawa Public Health, we have seen a significant increase in the harms of fatal and non-fatal overdoses since the start of the pandemic, and unfortunately rates have remained elevated. And the data backs this up. The most recent data from Ottawa Public Health regarding confirmed opioid overdose deaths shows that leading up to 2024, in the third quarter of 2024, the latest data that we have, these numbers have not decreased. The peak quarter was the first quarter of 2023 in Ottawa. I'm standing here in Ottawa's busiest tourist district, the Byward Market. You would think that it being the nation's capital and this being the major tourist hub of our nation's capital, it would be thriving with tourists, a safe place for young children and families to come enjoy their time here in the nation's capital. But that just isn't the case. So today I'm here to investigate what has happened to our nation's capital, to our once proud nation's capital. How the situation with homelessness and addiction has gotten so bad here. To speak to residents, maybe to speak to people using the services to get clean, using services to recover, to see if they're willing to talk. And we'll also be speaking to experts on the front lines of this crisis, trying to do what they can to fix Ottawa and the people that are struggling here. So we're walking along King Edward, and this is an example, I think, of what many Ottawa residents are so concerned about and frustrated about, which is the visible signs of open drug use. Pipes, needles, outside of what appears to be a former church, and potentially is now a shelter facility. It's just not a cleanly situation. And it's sad to see this. It's sad to see this and so many other examples in our nation's capital. You see these white plastic, what appear to be bullets that's in the limestone, that has been administered, it appears twice, to someone who has overdosed, who's experiencing an overdose, to revive them, keep them alive. That's a visible sign of the crisis in the city. We're now walking to Rideau Center, along Rideau Street, literally just a stone's throw away from the center block, from Parliament Hill, the crown jewel of Canadian democracy. And again, you can just see the visible signs of homelessness and addiction affecting this city. Now, few recent changes to provincial legislation have tried to address the safe supply crisis and the homelessness and addiction crisis by the provincial government. The first was a decision to restrict safe consumption sites. That is basically a place where an addict, someone struggling with substance use, can bring their hard drugs drugs, they're dangerous drugs, and inject the drugs in a specific site, in a safe consumption site. The decision was to ban those sites from operating within 200 meters of a school, a child facility, or a daycare. The second decision by the provincial government was to shut down any safe supply programs that receive provincial funding. So that doesn't mean that safe supply doesn't exist. In fact, there are safe supply facilities all over the city, but no program that receives money from the provincial government can offer hydromorphone tablets for people suffering from opioid addiction, Dilaudid pills. This is a potent heroin alternative, a pharmaceutical heroin alternative, which is more potent than heroin. The idea with these pills is, people are going to receive these pills, and that's going to deal with their urges to take opioids. But the problem with Dilaudid, the problem with safe supply is diversion. When people who are addicted to drugs go to facilities, receive hydromorphone, take the pills they get for free, paid for by the taxpayer, and then sell them on the street, sell them to youth in many cases. And that eventually gets them hooked on opioids. You can see how it's a self-fulfilling problem that just keeps compounding. The provincial government in Ontario has decided to put a stop to that. The Alberta government also has decided to put a stop to that. And in British Columbia, they recently abolished their Ministry of Mental Health because they are now also taking a different path. The tide is shifting on safe supply, not just in Ottawa, but across the country, because the results have shown us that it has been a drastic failure. That's at least what the data shows us. But we'll be speaking later to Rob Boyd, the CEO of Ottawa Inner City Health, a facility that has been providing safe supply to addicts. I want to get his side of the story. I want to learn why he believes safe supply is important. Is important in Ottawa, and the counter-argument to what we're seeing across the political spectrum, from politicians and activists
who say this program is not working?
Well, I think that, with addictions in general, with opioids in particular, but specifically with a toxic drug crisis, you need to embed your recovery strategy with any harm reduction. You just absolutely have to. This is a very complex, the substance use and substance use disorder are very complex kind of psychosocial issues that take a lot of time for people to recover. So there's not really an awful lot of one and done type treatment services out there. So you have to have harm reduction strategies embedded within all the stuff that you do. And there's from our perspective, there's no distinction between treatment and recovery and harm reduction. Well, that's the same process. And that, getting people into treatment is a very good harm reduction strategy for those who choose to do so. So I think that there's this false dichotomy that has been created in the political narrative between treatment and recovery and harm reduction that do not set that stage in the same way. Right? You really need to think about how challenging it is to change the behavior, particularly those who are experiencing significant behavior recovery. A lot of people might think about, what's popular on TV shows like Intervention, or if you just watch shows about people who go into treatment and kind of turn their lives around, and those things can and do happen, but it's because they have a lot of other assets that are supporting recovery. So they've got a pet, they've got a job, they've got some education, they've got things to use if they change their relationship with substances. For people, for the most part, who we work with, they don't have those things. And so there's really nothing to compete with the drug use. So again, we go back to saying, well, let's create some things, things happening for people, and that to us is treatment. That to if we put people in housing, that's treatment. We get them doing something for time, recreation, occupation, some more. That is treatment, because these are things that we all take for granted, and these are things that we know are actually protected in terms of developing substance use disorders. So we're starting from a much lower perspective. So we've seen time and time again in programs that people do respond to this, but over time they'll develop this sense of belonging, very consistent, that people never give up on over a number of years in terms of the character. That is kind of
one of the largest criticisms that we have seen from towards safer supply facilities and clinics is that there's not enough being done to prevent diversion of hydromorphone or Dilaudid. And obviously that is a big issue because it's been addressed in the media in many instances. What is your organization doing to prevent diversion of safer supply?
So we have one of the advantages of Ottawa Inner City Health is that all of our programs are 24/7 programs. So we have eyes on people all the time, and so we get to know them. We get to know how it is that they're doing, and also so it's actually much easier for us to see that something is different, or witness or to identify that the happening within the program. So it somewhat depends on the circumstance. We get a sense that somebody is taking this medication, that they are selling it, and it's something that's going outside of the community, potentially with the regular population. That would be a reason for discharge from our safer supply program. If the motivation for diversion is that it's a friend of theirs who is dope sick, and so they want to share their medication with them, we might want to consider, can we get
Boy, we've got to the video you folks have been waiting a while for. I did something like over 3,000 pages of research for these 2 videos on Jewish civilization, so please have some gratitude. I've been trying to make a list of the most accomplished ethnicities in history. I don't really want to rank them, since I don't think that's how reality really works. You can't really enumerate reality, and once you try, you lose touch with the living, beautiful spirit that is human life and existence. However, on my list, I have the Anglo-Saxons, Chinese, Italians, Greeks, Germans, and the Jews, just to name a handful. handful of obvious choices, as well as the other ethnicity I didn't name there. Once you combine them with their ethnic diasporas, Anglo-Saxons, Germans, and Italians each have over 100 million people around the world today. The Greeks used to rule the known world, and hell, there's over 1 billion Chinese today. That being said, when you're looking at the Jews, you're seeing a population that's only a little bit more than 15 million people today around the world. For a frame of reference, my home state of Pennsylvania has 13 million people. There's a joke that Finland could hypothetically not exist, since the standard deviation for population numbers the UN uses due to places like Africa or Asia is large enough that statistically, as a sort of joke, the entire population of Finland is beneath that number. It's the same thing with the Jews. If an alien were to look at this, they'd be in complete shock. How could this tiny group of people spread around the world and break the world over multiple times again and again? However, for the inhabitants of this earth, the effect of the Jews on world history is so obvious that only a fool or an Oriental who's never heard of the God of Abraham could say they never knew it. What happened here? The history of the Jews, once you get into the details, is even more absurd. This tiny population in the Middle East 4,000 years ago, an era in which almost no one is still alive today, is still important and powerful, dominating many of the major industries of the greatest superpower. This small people indirectly made the 3 largest religions in the world, for Marxism, Christianity, and Islam. In many fields, Jews are one tribesmen, while comprising vastly less than even 1% of the population. The Jews have been battered around the world in nearly every continent. What happened? Historians today like to see the world as operating under reason and probability, in which, almost like statistical models, changes occur gradually over time for incentive structures. The fact that this 4,000-year-old desert trunk still exists and is thriving is a middle finger to the idea that the world is reasonable or practical. As I like to say, it just happens, and then we have to rationalize later why it makes sense. By the way, before I get started, I know this is a controversial topic in both directions. The Jews are seeking controversy on both the part of their lesser enemies. In research of this, I read books from both pro-Semitic and anti-Semitic, at every perspective in the search of truth. I continue to stand by the law of chill values, but I refuse to care about anything less than Christian. I think the modern debate is stupid, envious, and predatory. Thus, I refuse to give an inch, and just say what I believe to be factually true. Psych! Let's get started. I spend a lot of time researching online, and I access a variety of websites which store my data. But thankfully, I am protected with inside of full of data, which you would guarantee. There's no reason to not. Part 1. Abraham's people. I mentioned this in the other video. One of the coolest facts we've discovered recently is that class in the wide range of Mr. Trump who claimed his descent. We have effectively proved the existence of Abraham, the biblical father of both the Jews and Arabs, given they share an ancestor in that place. This leads to an acronym of developed, or TALG. The ancients weren't gods. When I say this, it speaks to the trend we keep on finding that ancient myths that we used to not take seriously, as we gather more evidence, are consistently more accurate than we originally thought. Easy examples of this are Troy and the biblical flood, and I talk about this more in the text wall in front of me. According to the Jewish tradition, they started out in an area around modern Iraq, where Abraham was fleeing moral corruption of the Mesopotamian city-state of Ur around 2000 BC. This shows an opening two different points of Jewish history. The first being that the Jews were sort of scattered with people along the edges of the Fertile Crescent civilization. The second is that the Jews were reacting to the collapsing socioeconomic institutions through the end of the civilizational cycle 1. There had already been pre-established civilizations for thousands of years in a territory stretching in an arc from Egypt to the bottom of Iraq called the Fertile Crescent. According to biblical myth, the Jews started in Iraq, following the edge of the desert to reach modern Israel and the frontiers of Egypt, where we have the first records of the people who could be the Jews, or the KUer of Egyptian returns. Jews existed in this weird place between barbarism and civilization, social class, and ethnicity or a religion. There are two groups in America which I think are useful props for the first being the Mormons, and the latter being the Desert Trash. Oftentimes, you'll find areas considered climate with a lot of comparable cultural traits, even if they don't have much else in common. So it's not super strange to draw parallels in the desert climate of the American West. The Mormons are an American religious group originally seeded from the Yankee diaspora in places like Vermont and upstate New York and Ohio. They were founded during the Second Great Awakening in the early 19th century and migrated west, populating the area around Utah and the neighboring states where they formed a sort of distinct ethnic identity. The Mormon Church acted as a centrally planned theocracy which strategically populated the American West on purpose. The similarities between the Jews and Mormons are that they both unified into very strong degrees of in-group cooperation by holding strange religious beliefs. The Mormons were known for a very distinct theology, practicing polygamy at the start, being ruled by a central church theocratic hierarchy, banning alcohol and ritual prescriptions. The Mormons are known for being simultaneously very strange, being seen as a cult by many Americans, but also admired by other Americans for their moral character between having very high social trust, birth rates, social cooperation, and good values. The Jews were seen in a very similar way by the neighboring Middle Eastern groups. A funny element to this is that because the Bible has colored so much of our history from the ancient Middle East history and total, it would be as if 1,000 to 4,000 years in the future, the only main narrative people would study modern American history through the history of the Mormons. And that's just one of the ironic things that you'll see over history, a few different places and times. And it's hard to see this now, given we live in a world where Jewish religion won on such a global scale, but in the ancient world of kings and gods, the Jews were seen as strange, as we would see the Mormons today. The Jews were the most religious people of the ancient world, even in time periods like Greco-Roman classical dominance, in which secularism was very powerful, and the Jews even had one of the highest birth rates. In some ways, the religiosity combined with militarism during that Hellenistic time period is reminiscent of Islamic radicals like the Taliban today. On top of this, the Jews had lots of ritual prescriptions, which over the course of Jewish history became completely encumbering in every single aspect of life. For its entire history, the Jews were a theocracy where the religious ruling class constantly made religion more complex and artistic. There was a very long time when you could practice monotheism the same in a world dominated by polytheism. On top of this, the dietary restrictions like pork consumption, denial of other gods, circumcision, never sexual liberty, among others, were seen as very strange. This was seen as trying too hard by every other ancient people, in the same way that moderns look at the Mormons or Islamic religious fundamentalists, thinking, why did they have to do all of those weird things? However, this was partly by design, in the same way the Mormons were purposely trying to isolate from the broader American society by moving across the great American desert to Utah. Jews were doing all of these ritual restrictions as a sort of shit, or in terms of dating discourse, with girls purposely selected for the testimonies in order to establish insanely high individual moderation and sense of community. If you were willing to sacrifice this much for the religion, it meant you cared and could be trusted. Part of the reason for this is that Israel was stuck in the middle of the map. I literally calculated it, and the Levant is the region that has faced the most invasions over world history. The Jews were a teeny group, surrounded by greater powers on all sides, whether the Egyptians, Persians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, or Romans. Thus, the Jews started to look at different strategies for survival, which were more subtle. In other terms, under the constant pressure of constant external threats, the Jews turned to religion partly to hold their community together under the threat of constant foreign conquest. At the very same time, religion was a way of sort of hacking the game that was placed on extra hard mode against their consent. One of the Jews' most admirable traits is an insane level of introspection on the part of an ancient society. When you look at the ancient world, you see an era in which the Assyrians bragging about publicly torturing their enemies for state propaganda being relatively normal, or where every great power tried to glorify their own power as much as possible, normally to ridiculous, improbable degrees. The Jews have an incredibly strong educational tradition, which stems from this priest class's emphasis on introspection and wisdom. As I said before, the Jews were a theocracy for almost all of their history, and for much of it a hereditary rabbi ruling class which practiced polygamy. What this did was create a cultural and genetic selection pressure for high verbal intelligence and analysis abilities, which is why the Jews are per capita the highest achieving demographic in the world intellectually. It's part of the reason why Jews can make up 40% of Nobel Prize winners in physics or economics, while being 0.1% of the total population. The Jews are literally the only group, besides Northwest Europeans, which have generated innovation in the modern world. Meanwhile, with the Jews, they used religion as a sort of playthrough system in which they could corroborate millennia of evidence to see what would and would not work. The Old Testament is a historic record of the Jewish nation from roughly 2000 BC to 400 BC, in which the Jews wrote about what did and did not work for them as a nation. Part of the reason the Bible has become the most important book in history is that the Jews faced nearly every single thing a nation can face, since it was written over such a long time period. The Jews faced conquering local population, being in turn conquered by foreigners, empire, being slaves, decadence, barbarism, golden age, and dark ages. What the Jews consistently found was that in each situation, loyalty to God was the trait that worked. For atheists, this makes sense if you contextualize God as the objective laws of the universe. Thus, by following God, they were following universal positive principles. The reason the Jews have survived so long while practically everyone else from that era of history has fallen apart since is partly that the Jews have a very strong inbuilt introspective mechanism that allows them to adjust after failure. Failure has made the Jews stronger over history, which is the marker of a healthy nation. Healthy nations use struggle to improve, and weak nations are destroyed by struggle. The second reason the Jews survived was their incredibly high in-group cohesion. These shared history, rituals, specific customs, and the like that the Jews had gave them a very strong sense of identity. The Jews made themselves strange on purpose, purposely isolating themselves and pushing away outsiders in a way to create a large enough gulf between Jew and Gentile so that the Jews would always stick together when times got tough. With the tradition of Jewish prophets, you're seeing the Jewish priest class speaking out against the forces of entropy that had killed the other Asian civilizations. This included debt slavery, rising inequality, family breakdown, private quarrels, moral degeneracy, pagan gods, and weakness. The Ten Commandments is an incredibly advanced behavioral psychological understanding, and we don't realize it since this breakthrough occurred 3,000 years ago. The Jews, although they were a primitive desert herder people, were centuries to millennia more advanced mentally than the neighboring peoples. This was since the Jews had formed to avoid the failings of the neighboring older civilizations. The Jews were created in the rubble of the Bronze Age collapse. This was a time period in the 12th century BC in which a majority of civilization in the world collapsed in a 20-year period. This was due to a series of complex factors relating to the barbarian invasions, plague, climate change, military technological advancement, social structures, and other stuff. Watch my wonderful second podcast, History 102, if you're interested in hearing more about the Bronze Age collapse or early Jewish history. Fun fact, the Philistines in the Bible were the sea people which destroyed much of the civilization in the eastern Mediterranean during the Bronze Age collapse. The sea peoples were also heavily ethnically intermixed with the Greeks, and thus it's not unimaginable that Goliath's grandfather fought at Troy. It's also funny that the term Philistine has become synonymous with someone who is aesthetically or artistically tasteless. Like highly Americans, the Philistines controlled the wealthy coastal cities of the Levant, while the Jews were mostly literate hill tribes. The Philistines saw the Jews as savages. The second population of the American West carrying the Jews are the desert trash. I apologize if this is offensive, but we're part of this group. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I don't know this stuff since redneck is a term of pride. When I was driving from California to Texas, I kept running into this demographic of people I had no idea existed. Since back home, every social group is practically centuries old. The desert trash are people in trailer parks out in the desert, or kind of low-class people who are really into guns or aliens in places like Arizona, Nevada, California, and I see cities like Florida which have their own areas. They have their own subculture which is highly libertarian, but also degenerate. The desert trash are often interested as if we talk to them. They'll have weird hobbies, have all of the history, and normally have stories. The desert trash end up in the urban culture of America. It's becoming too inhospitable for human procreation. Seriously? The desert trash people tend to not be stupid in many cases, but rather people who handle 8 to 7 work schedule, loneliness, and soullessness, so they snapped and moved out. The society and abstinence gets thicker. If the desert trash form their own distinct subculture, that over the course of centuries perhaps repopulates the American West if something goes really bad. These are the sorts of things that are happening in the Bronze Age as the old civilizations decayed and collapsed. The first potential records for people who could be the Jews is from the Egyptian records, who wrote about a people called the KUer, who were a social class of bandits on the edge of Egypt who existed as a sort of subjugated nation. Egypt at this point was a multicultural society in which the lower Nile Delta was filled with dozens of somewhat assimilated, conquered, or immigrant peoples. The KUer were a sort of Semitic desert trash population which accumulated people who didn't fit in the Bronze Age aristocratic extractive social structure. Over time, they formed as a distinct ethnic identity, and then my guess is that Moses took the helm, establishing a very strange religion to unify this population that didn't have much else. Abraham fled Uruk due to the idol worship there, and I think that's symbolic of how the Middle East had been taken over by a bureaucratic, sclerotic, and unimaginative religion, which stifled any innovation or progress. Lots of temples actively pushed prostitution for religious reasons. The priests held enormous wealth, keeping a lot of the population as slaves. Every action required a magical bribe for the priests to keep evil spirits away, and creativity or innovation was impossible under a mess of religious regulations. This was the greatest reason the old civilizations in Egypt and Mesopotamia went into decline to later be conquered by the Persians and the Greeks. Although the Jews did get pretty autistic on religion later on, they were careful that it wasn't enough to genuinely stifle their national character vitality. The thing the Jews were able to do is to take up the advanced religious ideas these older civilizations had developed but were incapable of putting into action. The Jews were a desert herder people from the fringes of Egypt who had none of the hang-ups that the older temple societies had. There's been a long-standing battle in the Middle East between the farmers and herders. The farmers have established urban societies that were more cultured, urbane, veteran, and peaceful. Christianity became a religion of the city people. Then with the herders who were more tough,
patriarchal, taboo-oriented, and monotheistic. Judaism, followed by Islam, were manifestations of this. In the long term, the culture of the herders won out, and when you read the Bible, a lot of what they were doing is a herder people who had recently settled into an urban society who were trying to avoid the degeneracy they saw in previous or other urban societies. One of the facts which took me a lot of time to figure out what the difference between the ones I did is that in the same way you hear about Mesopotamian or Egyptian or Hittite Persian civilization, there was a Syrian Aramaic civilization that stretched across the entire Levant and included the Canaanites and Phoenicians, and it's why Aramaic was the language a lot of the Bible was spoken in or written initially, where Christ spoke Aramaic. And this Aramaic Syrian culture was quite important to the ancient world. It became the dominant language of both Assyria and the Persian Empire, I believe. And the Jews were a fringe group from the Aramaic civilization, or the Syrian civilization, where they were on the edges of the Arabian desert, having a lot of nomadic cultural influences. And in this fringe tradition, they established a equilibrium elements from the older Syrian civilization, which was both part and also incredibly distinct from said Syrian civilization. And so when the Jews conquered the Canaanites, they were an iteration of the same civilization as the Canaanites, who had an enormous religious breakthrough, which they succeeded at forcing upon the Canaanites. Judaism became a sponge for lots of other religious ideas in that region, in that era. Monotheism was originally an Egyptian religious concept in which Egypt went through a brief period of government-forced monotheism before sliding back to the worship of the old gods. If Moses grew up in the court of Egypt, as the Bible suggests, and keep in mind the Pharaoh of Egypt probably had thousands of harem girls, so it makes sense that Moses incorporated a failed concept in Egypt. On top of this, the idea of God and the devil fighting each other, or a is from Persian Zoroaster. A concept of hell, and a lot of the later theological concepts about reaching heaven and metaphysical stuff stem from Greece. And most of the myths from Genesis have very strong parallels with Mesopotamian mythology. Jewish monotheism formed gradually over the course of thousands of years. In that, in the first chapters of the Bible, which were written around 2,000 years before the birth of Christ, while modern Judaism reached its current form around 500 BC with the Axial Age. Keep in mind, at the very same time, around the world in 500 BC, you saw Socrates, Buddha, Confucius, and Lao Tzu living times that over time, the Jews gradually replaced their pagan gods in worship of local spirits called balls, until they only venerated one. Part 2, God's chosen people. In the other video, I spoke about a concept I invented called the master key, which is another term for a skeleton key, where the master key is once you study a complex topic enough, and you can simplify the soul of that topic into a single sentence, which can explain incredible complexity about it. The master key for the Jews is that they believe they are God's chosen people. Without understanding that, none of the Jews' actions will make sense. The Greek genre of tragedy is predicated upon the idea that for the great, their greatest strength is also their downfall. This is foundational to Aristotle's entire philosophy, and you can see it play out with the Jews as well. That their greatest strengths and their greatest issues come from their belief they are God's chosen people. The Jews have historically believed themselves to be superior to other peoples. The problem with this is that it was true enough, and that the Jews were gradually able to expand in whether economics, family life, community, religion, science, and philosophy, that it fed into the Jews' delusions, while killing other Jews murderous acts. If the Albanians said they were God's chosen people, we just say that was adorable with contempt mixed in,
But when a population says their God's chosen people, and then their claiming religion becomes world conquering, with now a majority of the world's population following the Jewish God, it gets more arguable. The will of God is a dangerous and chaotic thing. God is a reflection of all things, and thus the ability to draw from it is both incredibly powerful and dangerous. I think that a lot of the ritual prescriptions in obsessive ideas of Jewish culture come from having some desire for psychological stability with the knowledge that they are this eternal reaction for divine inspiration in the world. One of the things the Jews have a tendency to do is call the bluff on civilizational cycles. To explain this, I have a system-based thought somewhere in which we can explain that the third age, much like Lord of the Rings, with each age lasting a little bit over 2,000 years. The first cycle, that we know of at least, started with the rise of the river valley civilization in 3000 BC and ended with the Bronze Age around the 12th century. The second cycle, which formed out of the rubble of that dark age, involved the Indian, Chinese, Greco-Roman, Persian, Jewish, and Phoenician civilizations. These are the Axial Age civilizations, concentrated around 40 degrees north, and they fell apart with the collapse around the time of the fall of Rome, or the Han Dynasty. Finally, the third cycle is the West, Orthodox, Islam, Japan, and Southeast Asian civilization, in which they formed in the Dark Ages, while they'll probably get wiped out by mouse utopia or nuclear war or genetically engineered diseases. I don't know, man. In the end of the first cycle, Judaism formed as a reaction to the degeneracy of the Bronze Age world, as we spoke about before. In the second cycle, the Jews formed Christianity as a reaction to the issues of the decaying classical civilization. People might be triggered by me saying this, but the Jews invented Christianity because it's obviously true. Christ was ethnically Jewish, as were all the apostles, and they worshipped the Jewish God through a Jewish religious structure. Christ saw himself as repairing Judaism to return it to its old roots, which had been forgotten. The majority of the Jewish community rejected Christianity, but Christianity is an extension of Judaism in one form or another. Watch the video I made explaining early Christianity or classical civilization if you're interested, but Christianity was a rejection of the brutality of the Greco-Roman classical civilization. At the same time, Christianity is theologically as indebted to the Greeks as it is to Judaism, since so much of Christianity is from Greek philosophic or religious concepts. The biggest demographic for developing Christianity were Greek-speaking diaspora Jews. In a society in which 1/4 of the population were slaves, without legal rights, where men were slaughtered in the gladiatorial games for entertainment, and where Rome held the world under its boot, Christianity stood for universal love, a society based off morality and not extraction. Christianity ultimately destroyed the classical world, replacing it, so the Romans were right to fear the Christians and see them as dangerous radicals. There were a huge amount of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, and Muhammad was a merchant, so he dealt with a lot of Jews. And if you look at the theological structure of Islam, it's closer to Judaism than it is to Christianity, since they were both developed by Semitic herder peoples. And there was a lot of cross-mixing between Jews and Muslims in the first few centuries because they had mutual respect for the others. So, on top of this, as Islam worships Yahweh, or the God of Abraham, out of the three largest religions in the world, Islam, Christianity, and Marxism, they all ultimately stem from Judaism. Meanwhile, for the third cycle, the one which is operating today, the Jews invented Marxism, which is to our society what Christianity was to the classical world, although I'm not insinuating that Marxism and Christianity are equally virtuous. The Jews have a tendency of making cultural movements greater than they themselves, which later turn on them, which was true for both Christianity and communism. Then it became taboo to say that the Jews developed them. However, Marxism was developed by an ethnic Jew from a family of rabbis. Marxism was made by a Jew, but leftism as a whole was not, since most of modern leftism stems back to France at the time of the French Revolution. However, Jews were also vastly disproportionately communist, especially in certain contexts like the Russian Revolution, postmodernism, or mid-20th century American leftism. Communism stemmed from how the vast depersonalization, urbanization, feminization, and loss of religion caused by the Industrial Revolution created these enormous dissatisfied populations which could be easily manipulated to destroy society. Communism, much like the early Christians, weren't seen as being religions at the time period they formed, but rather atheism, since they're formulated so differently to the previously understood religions. But both communism and Christianity really are religions. At the same time, communism, like early Christianity, acted as a force of social anarchy, poking in the pain point of the older society. I've also said this before, but I want to point it out again, is that you can't draw a one-to-one relationship between the Jews and communism or the left in the same way you can't for Christians either. In the same way the Christians became mostly non-Jewish fairly quickly and then persecuted the Jews, the communists did the same. Stalin horrifically oppressed the Jews and was about to genocide them before he died. The modern left is horrifically anti-Semitic now, regularly justifying genociding the Jews. I find it crazy that when I went to school, we had years of anti-Holocaust programming, and now those very same people, or leftists, are now actively supporting the Intifada. It's just the mental disjoint. But back on topic, at the same time, the Jews are incredibly overrepresented in literally everything, not just left-wing politics. The Jews are like other groups, but more. I like to joke it's a struggle to find anyone who's neither Jewish nor gay on the far right today. The degree of wisdom Judaism selected for, as well as their distance from other cultures, provides a degree of objectivity through which the Jews could analyze other societies in order to have the ability to create these enormous sociological breakthroughs. I don't think it's a coincidence that the intellectual innovations which broke down the high modernist, Victorian, mechanistic, rational model of the world were Jewish. Freud showed a subconscious psychology motivated by sex, while Einstein showed a universe where space and time were the same, which could get ripped up. Both of them demonstrate a mental flexibility you could see from their ancestors wielding the Kabbalic mysticism rather than the Northwest European philosophy, which had become highly mechanical. Part of the reason the Nazis, an entire lifetime of German philosophy, hated the Jews was that the Germans realized that the only actual competitors for the direction of the future of thought or intellectualism against the Nordic peoples were the Jews. On the highest level of practically religious abstract thought, which determines your entire worldview, you had either Nordic or Jewish thinkers in the 19th and 20th centuries. There's a certain dualistic irony that after the Nazis killed the Jews in the Holocaust, Nordic philosophy and vitality died as much as the Jews did. The Greeks and Romans had a similar feeling in the ancient world with the Jews. However, there are several cognitive traits you see in Jewish philosophy due to believing they are God's chosen people. One is messianism, which leads to delusion. In the centuries after classical civilization's rule, the Jewish religious leadership were constantly embroiled in religious experiences that the current world was about to end. They had these prophecies that a new Messiah would arise and result in the Jews conquering the Roman Empire, which was true, just not how they thought. However, this resulted in the Jews launching hopeless revolts against far greater colonial empires, which the Jews had zero chance of ever winning, except when it worked out under the Seleucids. This was since they believed if they followed God, he would grant them victory. This is the origin of why Jews face so many depredations under foreign conquerors, including multiple mass expulsions out of Israel, including under the Babylonians and Romans. Past a certain threshold, the foreign conquerors just got tired of the Fifth Revolt and genocided the Jews. I'm Irish, and so I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff, since we also have a thing for hopeless revolts against foreign conquerors. However, it made the Jews seen as incredibly intolerable and practically insane at the time. On top of this, the Jewish belief that they were God's chosen people, with their God being the one true God, was intolerable for foreign conquerors. The Romans were incredibly tolerant as ancient empires went, while the Jews and Christians were practically the only religions the Romans persecuted, since the Romans could tolerate anything except those who could not tolerate the Roman gods. Judaism is possibly the most feminine of the major world religions, in that its emphasis on submission to an irrational God, it follows lots of ritual prescriptions, and it values family and community above all else. On top of this, the idea that if you follow the religious rules, things will work out, not prizing independence or strength as much as other cultures. When you look at Jewish history, they normally utilize feminine, indirect evolutionary strategies to survive, since they've been so physically threatened for their history that they play into feminine strategies which were developed in order to counterbalance women's physical weakness versus men. Once you get further into the world the Jews indirectly made, that of the huge monotheistic religions, you see a similar dichotomy. In an era in which every major religion waged religious wars, the Jews were just too easy a target. They were wealthy, couldn't militarily defend themselves, were spread out all over, were universally disliked, had high in-group loyalty, have actively made themselves different from other cultures, are an easy outgroup to scapegoat, and were quite openly arrogant about stating their superiority. The brutal answer for why the Jews have faced so much discrimination in so many lands has been there's historically been every reason to hurt the Jews and very few not to. Over the course of centuries, cultures default back onto anti-Semitism when times get tough. Part of me muses for literary purposes if Abraham in the Arabian desert 4,000 years ago saw some semblance of the future of his people when he signed that contract with God. I wonder if he stared into the future, knowing his people, by saying they were God's chosen people, would open themselves up to a world of hurt. That this would create a cycle in which the Jews would face suffering, it would bind them closer to God and their community, only to be batted onwards for the cycle to restart. In this musing, perhaps God makes these knots or consistent patterns of behavior which he can reliably use to reach certain ends. Depth and spirituality stem from suffering, in that suffering is the burning away of weakness, which allows one to reach the divine. Perhaps the deal is something like that the Jews, by putting themselves in such a vulnerable position, ended up in an incentive in which they faced enormous suffering. Perhaps said suffering also allowed the Jews to tap into enormous spiritual depths, which made them a vessel for religious breakthroughs. Part 3. The Ghetto. I'm not really part of the whole leftism is Judaism argument, which, as I explained in my video on the anthropology of the left, you see a wide variety of different groups, also pivotal in the left's development, between the French Calvinists, bureaucracy, and women. However, the Jews are still disproportionate, and even more so in certain subsections of leftism, such as postmodernism. Most American Jews are now more culturally leftist than Jewish, since Jews, for the most part, have assimilated into the urban monoculture, which is experiencing cultural and demographic collapse now. I think this is a useful way to look at an interesting anthropological analysis of diaspora Judaism. What does this show about how the Jews lived that gives them this modern political preference? In the period after the Roman expulsion, in which Jews were forced out of Palestine, they then scattered across the whole world. There were Jewish populations hugging the Mediterranean basin, alongside many in Iraq or even further east. Later on, they migrated to Europe and America. If you're more interested, watch the previous video I released on the different Jewish diasporas. I've read enough histories of the Jews that I'm starting to notice patterns in how they're written. After the ancient period, in which you have lots of battles and emperors, in the period after the forced Roman expulsion and before the Industrial Revolution, You struggle to find anything going on in Judaism besides religion. I call it the boring middle, when the Jews were living in isolated ghetto communities, holding on to their old religion with all their force. The Jews lived in shtetls or ghettos, a word stemming from the Jewish ghetto in Rome, or self-enclosed communities of Jews who lived completely isolated from the local Gentile populations, normally walled off so there's as little intercourse as possible. The ghettos were self-governing, operating under their own law, and for the life of an average Jew, practically nothing of importance occurred outside the ghetto. After the diaspora, the Jews became an almost entirely urban culture, almost never owning land. Urban populations were never sustainable in the pre-industrial period, and it's kind of a mystery how the Jews were able to maintain a stable population as an almost entirely urban nation. Every city in the pre-industrial world was a demographic sink, and it's still true today for different reasons, but in the pre-industrial era, it was because the amount of diseases concentrated in cities killed people off faster than they had children, especially given how crowded cities were. And it's a mystery how the Jews were able to maintain their stable population, not gradually going extinct, while almost being entirely urban. And you wonder how many of the Jewish religious, dietary, and health obsessions stemmed from trying to lower the disease death rate to not face the normal population decline seen in cities. The Jews were more connected to their continent-spanning ghetto networks than the local populations a mile away. This created mutual suspicion between the Jewish and Gentile populations. There's a few interesting elements of ghetto life. One was that they were these sort of strange artificial cultures that stemmed from never having to govern or protect the regions they were in and with no connection to the land. Other cultures developed strong hierarchies, aggressive warrior cultures based off honor, aristocracies, or peasant cultures rooted in the earth. The Jews didn't, and much of the current issues of the delusion of many Jewish thinkers in the modern world is they're subconsciously projecting the social structure of the Jewish ghetto, which existed in a very specific historic context that can't be replicated elsewhere. There's an interesting book called The Ordeal of Civility, which looks at how Jewish thinkers from the early industrial era, such as Marx, Freud, or Leo Strauss, were trying to square assimilating into modern culture. On top of this, how many of the theories they were developing were themselves attempts to recreate the ghetto culture on an international scale. The ghetto was a society without pronounced social class, a theocracy with no military, no privacy or politeness. They had enormous welfare to take care of the poorer members, while everyone belonged to a highly constrictive society which controlled their every action, with enormous mutual social trust. In the ghetto, things worked since it was such a small, cohesive community, bound together by a strong religion. Look, we just described communism, and you could see Marxism as an attempt to turn the entire world into a Jewish-style ghetto community. The Jews were frequently perturbed by the idea of civility, or the politeness that West Europeans prized so deeply a century ago. They were all convinced it was some kind of lie or sham, and they faced enormous neuroses about not fitting in with the society. What they failed to realize is that European culture is fundamentally aristocratic, in which politeness stemmed from a culture of heroic individualism, in which you had courtesy so you wouldn't get murdered for insulting someone's honor. Jewish culture had no concept of martial honor, and so always writes it up as repression, with Freud being the most notable example. Fun fact, The Ordeal of Civility likes to say that Freud's id was similar to the yid, to show how much like the mind, the average recently assimilated Jew would put up a mask of civility before making a mistake that showed his ghetto roots. These thinkers, although this doesn't include all Jews, never understood Western concepts of individualism, honor, heroism, nationalism, freedom, private property, and duty, since the Jews hadn't had enough military experience to cultivate these. When you're looking at mismatches between things anti-Semites criticize Jews doing, it's normally a disjoint relating to this. Jewish culture tends to be built around following ideological principles, irrespective of actual world conditions, whether or not they make sense. For leftists of Jewish ancestry, they see this as furthering their religion of leftism, while for Western nationalists, it's the destruction of their nations. One wonders how the establishment of the first Jewish state in 2,000 years with Israel will change these dynamics. The Jews have spent so long wandering the world as a minority that now that they have to defend their own borders, as they've been very successful at doing, if Jewish thought and culture will see a profound shift towards those cultural traits which exist in other cultures. The Industrial Revolution was both the best and worst thing to happen to the Jews. Firstly, it pulled them out of the ghettos of Eastern Europe to global predominance. At the start of the Industrial Revolution, almost all Jews in the world lived in small Eastern European communities practically stuck in medieval theocracy, and over a period of decades, they were vaulted into the center and the greatest level of global predominance for modern civilization. And that shift is so rapid, it has to be traumatic up to a certain point. At the same time, as I alluded to before, it caused a psychological collapse in their own sense of self. It's kind of sad to see what happened to so many Jews with the Industrial Revolution. The industrial world itself is nihilistic, but for the Jews it was more pronounced, since they were so heavily psychologically dependent on a combination of religion and community. Jewish culture had accumulated an enormous amount of trauma from their history for obvious reasons. Culture and history affects people in a very profound way, etching itself into their bodies, minds, and souls. Thus, when both the all-consuming religious and community structure fell apart, these very intelligent Jewish thinkers were stuck as strangers in an alien Gentile world, apart from the old Jewish worldview, and with an enormous amount of cultural trauma. This is why you're looking at so many of the proponents of nihilism. It's frequently secular Jews, while you practically never see this behavior from religious Jews. On top of this, the Jews had faced so many centuries of discrimination at the hands of oppressive, nationalistic religious governments, you could see why it would be inside their self-interest to deconstruct those cultural and national institutions. In the last century, the industrial world is seeing social collapse for complex reasons, and the Jews were at the forefront of this trend due to reasons I explain in this text wall. Lots of modern leftist theory and philosophy were made by neurotic Jews in the mid-20th century who experienced all of these sociological trends that would slam modernity earlier than other people, so they were able to articulate it for everyone else. What this means is that the Jews were some of the spokespeople involved for the issues of modernity, but they themselves were not the drivers. The problem is that too many of modernity's issues are seen in contexts that have no Jews at all, like China, Japan, or Eastern Europe today. This is not PC to say, but so many of the issues today are so overtly caused by toxic femininity, and they openly claim that too, that blaming the Jews as the underlying driver feels silly. It feels like we're trying to deflect responsibility for the collapse of our own civilization to some group that's not even 1,000th of the world's population. Part of me wonders if the Jews aren't going to make it through the current era. Most American Jews today are only loosely Jewish, and they have one of the lowest birth rates of any group in the world in America. Will modernity swallow Judaism in the way Hellenism tried to and failed? However, at the same time, I know that the Jews are going to make it. Israel is one of the highest birth rates in religiosity of anywhere in the industrialized world. On top of that, they've already made it 4,000 years so far. They can't afford to lose here. I think the best thing the Jews could do is go back to God. The thing is that Jewish people are so married to the Jewish religion that I don't think they can survive without it. The Jews have a long history, and if they give up now, the game's going to get less interesting. The ones who are destroying society are the seculars, and so I've joked that putting pretty girls in Torah school could be a taxpayer service for societal psychological stability. Gotta grab some popcorn for the next 4,000 years. Who knows, maybe the Jews will make it to Alpha Centauri. Over the course of the 20th century, it's been fascinating to see how different societies have reacted to the massive changes that have come from the Industrial Revolution and the pain of the world wars. However, much as people thought a single ideology like liberalism, communism, or the like might dominate the world, what happened instead was that Germany and Japan went for fascism, the Anglo-Saxon world and France stayed liberal, while China, Russia, and the like went communist. What if I were to tell you that there was an underlying scheme for why this happened, and it's almost certainly not what you think? The resemblances between what political ideologies a nation picks and its family structure is uncanny. Don't believe me? This will be a tour through the world's family structures and how they inform broader politics. Prepare for an insane ride that will totally change how you view the world. In most societies, it's common for kids to stay with their parents for a long time into their adulthood, much longer than we'd expect in the US. Given that we all have to make it on our own pretty early on in this country, it's important that we find intelligent ways to make and invest our money. But as we've seen this year, the traditional methods of investing might not be as effective as they once were. Even crypto has taken a big hit. Inflation is eating into American savings, and the real estate market is on the verge of a major decline, as many people think. But there's one asset the wealthiest among us are all migrating to and have been putting cash into, one that's historically hedged against inflation and economic volatility, that being fine art. For centuries, the wealthiest members of society have helped insulate their wealth with art, and today's sponsor, Masterworks, helps you do the same. Masterworks buys paintings up front and then qualifies them with the SEC, which allows you to invest in shares of artwork from legendary artists like Picasso, Monet, and Banksy for a fraction of the cost billionaires pay. It's no wonder that nearly 600,000 people have signed up so far. With demand growing, there's a wait list, but my subscribers can get priority access at the link in the description. See important Regulation A disclosures, masterworks.com/CD. I'm going to be straight here and say a lot of the content in this video comes from a single book, The Origins of Ideology by Emanuel Todd. The book's short at around 170 pages, but it's really remarkable in encapsulating this whole theory. And the original idea behind it was posited but not articulated by the legendary French historian Fernand Braudel, who once said, "The history of the world could be written just off family structure." And with this, I'm officially rebranding What If Altis to that show that jerks off and revives obscure mid-20th century French historians. There are 8 different family structures around the world, and this video will go through each to explain what they are, the psychology that follows from it, and how they manifest politically. Number 1, the exogamous communitarian family. As a fair warning, a lot of these terms get fairly analytical and complicated, but I'll break them down to a more explainable level each time. What exogamous communitarian means is that the whole family lives together under the same roof or in the same clan. Communitarian means people live largely in clans, rather than breaking away and forming individual nuclear families. Clan family structures are largely the norm across most of history and the world, with the exception of the West. Exogamous means that people marry outside their clan, so you shouldn't marry a cousin, but instead someone from a totally different family. The exogamous communitarian family dominates Russia, China, areas of Eastern Europe like former Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Finland, as well as northern India, Cuba, and parts of central France and Italy. It's another piece of the evidence of the former Mongol Empire, Iron Curtain bloc, being a broader cultural institution outside of just the Cold War or the modern Russo-Chinese alliance. This is by far the largest family group in the world, where when Emanuel Todd was writing in the 70s, it was 40% of the world's population, while all other groups hovered around 10% or less. The main reality of the exogamous communitarian family is just the stress that comes from having so many adult males and their wives under the same roof. When men get married, they bring their wives back home where they live under the same father, who can lord over and order his descendants around into adulthood until he dies. When the father dies, the family breaks up and each son reforms a new household, lording over them as a grandfather in turn. Having this many adult males and their jealous wives who want more autonomy under the same roof breeds a lot of tension. Households like this have a lot of stress, with so many families in proximity having to negotiate together. To deal with all this tension, the father has large amounts of power over the family. Likewise, in all of these cultures except Russia and Eastern Europe, women are treated very poorly, since to resolve the tension of having so many people having having to live together and the resentment of the sons being ruled over by their father is to let the sons oppress their wives. The exogamous communitarian world has been the worst place for women of any large society in the world. This family system ingrains an idea of unfair power, and thus it's no surprise that these societies have always been absolutist kings or dictatorships, whether under Russia's czars, the cruel dynasties of northern India, or China's emperors. A great example of this is the bad emperor problem, as Francis Fukuyama talks about in The Origins of Political Order, in that China's political establishment was largely more advanced than the rest of the world, except for that their leaders had no accountability, which then resulted in them making horrifically dumb decisions holding all their societies back. At the same time, the sheer amount of power the older father had over his sons prevents the idea of political independence or the parents literally pick their sons' mates and then live with them providing their children work. With this attitude common, it's easy to see how regimes in this part of the world treat their populations often like cannon fodder, with service periods for conscripts in the Russian army of 25 years common under the czars, and before that, for life, and how Chinese emperors would call up massive parts of their population for vanity projects like the Great Wall, the Terracotta Army, or for giant armies of millions. With that many people trying to coordinate working together, you need to enforce some kind of conformity in order just so weird inconsistencies with your relatives' personalities don't drive you crazy. For these reasons, these cultures prize conformity, discipline, and fitting into a mold, rather than creativity. This is a big reason why Confucianism, an ideology that prizes following social duties above all else and respect for authority, has become China's de facto religion for most of its history. Likewise, the idea of the father as a symbol for the family results in state worship being normal in this part of the world. In Russia, the state was viewed as the vehicle of glory and identity for the entire Russian race, while in China, the state's literally viewed as sacred under Confucian law and the manifestation of the will of the Chinese people. You can explain a lot of historic quirks looking in this lens. For example, the West's incomprehensibility to Russia and horror at Russia's lack of freedom, cruelty, and what has been seen as its Oriental character, while at the same
This is dangerous. This is a military base. It is guarded.
Should I make this out to?
To our biggest fan.
The Canadian-based trucking firm TFI International posted a mixed second quarter. The stock rallying about 3% today. The company beat expectations, but the forward-looking forecast weaker than expected. Let's get more from Dan Rohinton, Portfolio Manager at IA Global Asset Management. Dan, thanks very much indeed. TFI, anything jump out for you in this latest numbers?
Yeah, I can see some positive signs moving in the right direction. So think of the U.S. Less than truckload business having a bit of an improvement in their operating ratio versus expectations, and the truckload business holding in reasonably steady. But that being said, there is, they call it green shoots in the conversation on top of what is broadly a mixed backdrop for trucking. And then this is the 2-3 year period as the rails are going through their main mega merger phase. And then trucking is going to be in an interesting place from there where they're going to have more stiffer competition, especially for some of the longer hauls. But call it green shoots in the short term, some opportunity to improve as we move to the back half, especially in the all-important LTL business in the U.S. And then from there, it's seeing what industrial demand can do.
Right. And they did that acquisition, didn't they, quite a few years ago of that FedEx business. And there's been glitches since then. It hasn't been as smooth as they hoped.
It's been a tougher deal than some of the others that Transports has done in the past. And what tends to happen is you lose basically package volumes to some of your competitors if your service levels drop. And that's true for most transports as a whole. But in a competitive industry like trucking, you feel the acute pain more. So that's where Transports has been making some significant efforts to try to improve. And we did see some green shoots of specifically that in this quarter.
So, Dan, sorry, you may have specified this, but would you be a buyer of TFI stock right now?
I think I'd be neutral on it today. I'd probably wait for another quarter or two. You really have to see the best way to think about it as a virtuous cycle on the upside and a vicious cycle on the downside. So if you can continue to maintain service quality and improve it from here and drive your OR margins, operating ratio margins better, the lower number, the better that is in this case, then I'd be a buyer. So I'm a bit more cautious in the short term, and I'd be looking to add more on strength in Transports because the valuation's discounted enough. You just want to make sure that the operating momentum is in the right place.
What about the broad market, Dan? There seems to be optimism that the trade fires have been put out, but we really don't know how these supposed deals with Europe and between the US and Europe and Japan will actually work out.
Yeah, and I think the market's giving the benefit of the doubt because we're at the stage where call it 80% of the draft legislation is basically there. So they've hashed it out on a napkin so far, and the big multi-thousand-page documents are for a later date. So the market's looking at what is largely the napkin math and then assuming that the details will be in broad strokes with what's already been described. There's a few areas like pharmaceuticals, and you see more of the European Union goods fall under the 0 for 0 regime. So there are definitely nuances, Andy, but I think the main thrust of it is that the U.S. effectively tariffed the European Union without material reciprocal tariffs coming their way. So that's why the market's viewing this as a net win for the United States. And I'd broadly fall in that camp. And I think it actually raises, to really take your conversation a little bit further, for Canada, it's an interesting conversation because Europe was supposed to be the tag-along buddy and putting a brave face against America. And now Canada's in a bit more of a precarious situation in its own trade talks outside of the NAFTA 2.0 goods. Or even with it, we don't know for sure yet. So think of the landing zone as more negative than where we started, but think about the clarity as what the market is looking for in the short term, and that is what we're getting.
It's interesting, Politico reporting that so far Canadian negotiators have been essentially getting the runaround from the Americans. They just repeat Trump's talking points. They don't seem interested in an actual deal.
Yeah, and maybe the most baseline way to think about it is Canada needs America far more than America needs Canada. And America is leveraging that significant relative strength to basically force the conversation onto Canada to make the compromises. That's how I would broadly read that conversation.
Visa, it's a favorite blue chip stock of many portfolio managers. I guess the argument is, how could they go wrong? They get a little bit of money every time a transaction goes through millions of times a day. We do get earnings from them after the market. What's your thought on Visa stock, Dan?
Yeah, I think the big question for Visa here is really, are expectations running a little bit too far ahead or not? I'm inclined to say not really. I think it's probably going to come in to be a pretty decent quarter overall. I'd keep a focus on payments volumes as a whole to see how much organic growth they're driving. I think the expectations are quite reasonable for that. And then the flex item is really cross-border, where there has been significant movements in the dollar, Andy, especially as it relates to the all-important US-Europe corridor, where a lot of travel goes back and forth. So normally that is a huge high-margin revenue stream for Visa and its peer MasterCard. And right now I'm a little bit more cautious on that, but overall I think it'd be...
So Donald Trump's numbers are absolutely crashing today, and I want to go through the details. We'll be talking about inflation, consumer confidence, the Fed, and what some companies are saying. These are the headlines today. Trump's approval rating margin hits second-term low. And effectively, his numbers keep sinking as people figure out, man, this guy's policies are awful, he's incompetent, his team's incompetent, and people see him for who really is. So if you watched our channel here and hang out with the community, you probably know this stuff, but we're just kind of waiting for the rest of Americans to catch up. This is another headline here. Trump approval rating sinks to 40%, the lowest of his term. And essentially, these are some of the numbers here. You got YouGov and Ipsos are the two recent ones, and his disapproval is just going up double digits. So disapproval up 15, disapproval up 16 in a couple of these. However, there is a split depending on which party that you affiliate yourself with. It showed a nation deeply polarized over Trump, with 83% of Republicans and just 3% of Democrats approving his performance, right? 1/3 of independents approve. So this is something that you want to watch. I understand that there's going to be some Republicans out there that are frankly delusional and think, oh, yeah, President Trump is awesome. I love President Trump. But, when you're at 3% Democrats approve you and only 1/3 of independents, you're really, really underwater. Yes, the delusional people are still out there. And in fact, I want to read a comment from the community. This is from sources. They say, I have a coworker that got so excited when they heard about the 5,000 dose refund. Laughy face, hearing about only $600 is going to feel like a slap in the face to them. And why am I reading this particular comment is because when I heard that, Elon was doing this Doge cutting people's jobs and cutting government agencies to, help you and protect you, this idea that they're going to give you money was like so ludicrous because they clearly don't care about you. And so this is like one of the many scams that Trump and no talk about us, but the Trump people run. And so people do fall for this stuff. However, how long can you promise someone something and then don't deliver that they keep following? And eventually they're going to figure out that, okay, you're a liar, talking about the Trump people. Lately, the $600 thing is Trump people are trying to distract you again and say, hey, we're going to give you a tariff rebate for $600 per person. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense from the Trump logic, but I know there's no logic there. But the Trump logic has been the other countries are going to all pay the tariffs. But if that's true, then why are you giving me a rebate? Oh, wait, I'm paying the tariffs, right? And then the math doesn't really quite make sense because the estimates were from the Yale Budget Lab. You're going to be paying $2,800 on average for the American family in tariffs, but then you're only going to get $2,400 back from that rebate. So, at the end of the day, the math doesn't make sense. There's lots of broken promises, and people will figure it out, right? Now, this is what's been interesting, though, is the Trump people act like they're winning all the time. This was on their White House webpage. U.S. Department of Labor, winning feels so good. Laughy face with these sunglasses, and America is winning. And They're quoting the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and Fox Business saying, hey, everything is awesome, we're making tons of money, etc. And consumer confidence is going up. I wanted to look at the consumer confidence thing because I always like to look at these numbers, and whenever we look at this stuff, this is sort of your national trends, and I always want to hear from your neck of the woods. Because when the Trump people, ever talk, and if you ever watch Fox News and the right-wing influencers, they always try to tell you how you should feel. They always try to tell you, oh, Trump is awesome and you should love Trump. And I always say the same thing. I'll just show you the data. I'll show you what people are saying. And I want to hear from you how you feel. I don't tell you how you feel. You tell me. Because I think that's the ultimate best way to serve you, just to inform you. And you guys make your own decisions. And I love our community because we share information with each other. I want to hear from different industries, different cities, etc. So let's see what this says. It says U.S. consumer confidence rises on outlook for economy and job market. Okay. How is that so? This is the chart here. You have three reads. You got your consumer confidence index. So that's the black bar there. The pink is the expectations index, and the yellow is the present situation index. So basically, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling about tomorrow? You have a little bit of upticks in some things, but overall it's been a downward trend, and we're lower than pre-pandemic levels, right? So we're lower than before the pandemic. When you read some more, and this is what we're going to look at, it'll tell the full story. The Conference Board's gauge of confidence rose 2 points to 97.2. Data released Tuesday showed the median estimate in Bloomberg survey of economists called for a reading of 96, so a little bit higher than what was expected. A measure of expectations for the next 6 months climbed this month to 74.4, the highest since February, while a gauge of present condition fell to a 3-month low. So asked about like today, right? People don't feel so great, current situation. Could it get better in 6 months? Yeah, maybe, right? People feel a little bit better. I'm still alive. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but you have to take a look at more of the data here, right? So that's sort of, the uptick was a little bit, people feel a little bit better about the next 6 months. It says, meanwhile, the share saying jobs were hard to get increased to a 4-year high of 18.9%. And I think this is where you're going to start to see, unfortunately, the effects of what Trump is doing to the economy and to the world, right? The share saying jobs were plentiful also rose, but to a lesser extent. Separate data Tuesday showed that job openings fell in June after jumping the previous 2 months, hovering at a level that indicates generally stable demand for workers. And that's always a tricky one because it depends, and this is where I ask you, your situation and people around you. There may be jobs, but are there ones that you want? Are there ones that you're able to do? And are there ones that would pay enough to survive in this particular economy with inflation? And these are all honest questions. I do know, though, that young people are struggling. I hear that from members of the community. I also see it in the national news. And I hear it from CEOs to where they want to replace people with AI, or entry-level jobs are disappearing. These are just the realities of it. It is tough out there in the market, and I think housing is another big one as well. And also, I go to the grocery store the same way you guys do. Prices are up on many things. Other surveys point to a continued slowdown in hiring and uptick in unemployment. Economists were projecting an acceleration in the personal consumption expenditures price index, Federal Reserve preferred measure of inflation as tariffs start to hit prices. So we're expecting prices to go up. So job market is very tough for some people, and we're expecting prices to go up. We also have this, and this is what's been covering the numbers, but that'll probably change. We'll start to see the numbers really crash for Trump. Buying plans, okay? What do people think about? What have they been doing? At the same time, buying plans for autos, homes, and most appliances, as well as vacation intentions, fell in July, okay? So people aren't going to be out like buying cars, homes, and appliances, or taking vacation so much. That fell in July. And also you want to see what the Fed has to say, because usually they'll come out and Fed Powell will say, hey, this is sort of what we feel about the job market. What do you think about prices? What do we think about inflation? And he gives you a read. And then they'll say probably, and I think it's tomorrow, we're probably not going to change the rate. So I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll just see what they say. There may be a couple of the members of the Fed that will dissent. And I guess we haven't had this sort of fighting since the Reagan years. And if you guys remember this stuff where, people are always talking about interest rates and what's going on in the Fed, because we just don't used to talk about this stuff all the time, let me know. Let me know if you lose the Reagan years. I do remember a time when double-digit mortgages weren't out of the question. Today, people, we're not even near that. People are still complaining, but you don't know how bad it can possibly get. Now, regarding companies, they're also reporting sort of the current economic state. Credit card, Visa said, hey, you guys, we're absolutely making money. People out there buying stuff. And this is what I've been hearing, though, is that for many people, their salaries just aren't enough to cut it. And so they have to use their credit cards to, cover the just regular expenses each month. And so I think there's going to come a point, though, where you're going to run out of headspace. And I think you guys probably know what I'm talking about, or headroom, I should say. Another negative, though, is UPS. And this is one of the key companies you always want to track for this kind of stuff. UPS stock falls on earnings miss, weak growth. But they're saying, hey, we're still making some money, and our dividend is rock solid. And then we have the big one. Let me show you this. Procter & Gamble to increase U.S. prices to counter $1 billion tariff costs. Guys, when you look at this kind of stuff, I know that the world feels like everything's, left, right, and you have to be a Democrat or a Republican. It's all polarized. Everyone's fighting all the time. And I'll just say this. I'm just here to tell you the truth. Yes, I have my opinions on stuff, and there's things I like and don't like. But, when it comes to business and it comes to numbers, this is just the truth. Trump's put tariffs on stuff, so when you import goods in, it's going to cost more. And companies are going to pass the cost on to you. And Procter & Gamble is saying, hey, we're going to increase prices in the USA. It's as simple as that. I don't consider Procter & Gamble being left or right or whatever in this situation. It's just like, look, Trump's going to get mad, of course, when this news comes down the pipeline. He gets mad at Amazon if they say, hey, you're going to pay higher prices. But this is reality. They're going to, they have to pay more for stuff to come into the country. They're going to raise prices on you. And so show this stuff to Trumpers in your world and see what they say. I'm just curious. If they don't believe it, they say, oh, no, Procter & Gamble, they're just a bunch of lefties. Guys are just doing business. This is the details. Procter & Gamble plans to raise prices for household products by about 5% in the U.S. this year as consumer goods giant seeks to offset $1 billion cost hit from tariffs. GM reported a similar kind of thing, more hits from tariffs. That's what it is. Also says U.S. President Donald Trump's levies on America's trading partners have raised costs, right? More expensive to do business. Costs raised, right, on raw materials and packaging and goods sold by P&G, right? So then you have the chief financial officer. He says the company would increase prices by mid-single-digit percentage in the new fiscal year on about a quarter of items P&G sells in the U.S., okay? It says higher prices would come in part from product innovations, and they're going to try to do a little trickeration here by saying, hey guys, our products do new things that they couldn't do before, and you got to pay us more money, but it's just due to the tariffs. They also say we have invested significantly in the U.S. to localize production too close to our consumer, okay? But, here's the key, but there are some materials, ingredients, packaging that are not available in the USA, right? So they have to import it. So those are imported from other markets and are subject to tariffs, right? They got to pay Trump tax. Also, our exports of products that are manufactured in the U.S. to Canada are also subject to tariffs. So these are just companies telling you the reality of this stuff. Don't let Trump try to fool you that you're not going to pay the costs higher. Yes, importers, right, companies, American companies are going to pay higher costs, and so are you. I also want to mention, guys, that I want you to be safe out there. This was also the news when I was checking things today. There's a tsunami, and I think that they were warning like all of the West Coast in the USA. I think Hawaii's on warning as well. And these are no joke. I think there was an earthquake in Russia, if my understanding is correct. But it says Japan and U.S. issues tsunami warning after magnitude 8.8 quake. If you're curious, I'm in Busan, Korea. We're to the west of that, but I don't think we're going to get. I haven't seen any warnings here yet. But maybe just the way these things work, they heads east. I don't know. I'm not an expert on tsunamis, but this goes back to I want experts who are knowledgeable about this stuff to be in our government and to warn people adequately. And this is the kind of stuff that when Trump Musk makes cuts to the government that could potentially put people's lives at stake is why they're so dangerous. I'm going to be clear on that. And it's not the only way to run a country and to spend your tax dollars, etc. I want to give you an example. So here in Korea, so I want to talk about different things. This was our headlines today. South Korea aims to make preschool free for all children by 2027. And if when you read the details, it says South Korea began offering free education and childcare to all 5-year-olds by subsidizing preschool institutions from July as a step toward the government's plan to make preschool education universally accessible by 2027. And I'm just bringing this up because, oftentimes people say, Chris, what are the alternatives? What else could we possibly doing? Like, what would be better than Trump? Because I know Trumpers out there are like, wow, the best thing to do is like tariffs and bring back all these manufacturing jobs, et cetera, and, whatever Trump is saying, the flavor of the day, or ICE is going to deport everybody, or whatever stupid thing they're going to say. But, not every country operates that way. Not every country has a bunch of masked goons around to arrest you. In my opinion, I'm actually really all for this thing. I think these kind of policies, and different countries do this stuff, and I don't know, because we have an international audience out of the country you're in, if you offer, subsidized and universal preschool, but this is very beneficial to several families, and it's something that is for the public benefit. So I'm a big believer in public transportation, public education, public health care, these kind of things, building parks, any number of stuff that is, again, beneficial to the public. And unfortunately, right now with Trump, he's mostly interested in just benefiting himself. And so that's where the big problem is. We can argue about, where to build the parks, or, what age exactly you want to make universal schooling. But, this is the kind of stuff that I would rather argue about, opposed to, argue about whether or not we should have masked goons on the streets. It's very, very different discussion. So hopefully we can get back to normalcy soon. But I think this polling data that we're just looking at today shows that people are indeed waking up. Yes, I know it's slower than we'd like, but at least it is happening and trending in the right direction. So thank you for your time, everyone. I do appreciate your thoughts, and I'll catch you on the next video.
Answer choice.
Yeah.
Pay your utility bill or eat.
In the face of record heat, Americans are cornered. Nearly a third of American families were unable to pay their energy bills for at least a month last year.
My utility bills are double what they were a few years ago.
We have 120-degree weather here, so we don't have a choice to turn off our air conditioner.
In states like Arizona, that puts lives on the line.
The big headline has been the heat. It's been that way for a long, long time.
The 100 consecutive days at 100 or higher.
We're breaking records, it seems like, almost every single day.
Ugh. You can't catch a break. In Arizona, it's a life and death situation. People die in their homes if they don't have air conditioning.
But energy bills aren't just going up because of high temperatures.
They've approved rate hike over rate hike, rubber stamping it through for corporate greed.
It really shows us who has the Arizona Corporation Commission's ear. They're listening to Wall Street investors.
Here's the thing. Every state has a group of officials tasked with keeping utility companies in check and rates affordable. In Arizona, they have failed to do so. To find out what's happened, we spoke to people across the state. What we discovered are regulators siding with power companies and big banks at the expense of everyone else.
Commissioners personally meeting with investment firms that profit off of utilities.
But we also found a chance for change on Election Day this November.
The group of elected officials who decide your electricity rates faces the potential for a major overhaul this election season.
In one of the most important races that you've probably never heard about, a race that has implications far beyond Arizona.
How many do we have in this stack right here?
This stack is 4,318. Hello, I'm Nancy Dickey.
Oh, and I'm Ruby Pippin.
And we are partners like nobody's business.
Nancy and Ruby are retired and live in western Arizona, where the power company is called Unisource Energy. At the start of the year, Unisource raised its rate.
I had got my power bill and it was triple, and I thought I had dementia. And at that same moment, somebody told me about a lady named Nancy that was doing a petition at the library for our power bills. And I could see that this was devastating to people. Everybody needs to go to the food bank just about, because there's no way any of us can afford the power bill that's hit us.
price of power. It's becoming a big concern for some people in western Arizona regarding a recent rate hike from the utility company Unisource. The company tells me that they were approved for a roughly 12% rate hike by the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Like all rate increases, the hike to their electric bill was approved by Arizona's utility regulator, the 5-person elected body called the Arizona Corporation Commission, or the ACC.
There's only 5 people on the Corporation Commission, but you do everything by majority vote. So 3 people in the state of Arizona basically set your electric bill and set all energy policy for the state.
They approved of the $11 to $14 raise, and a month. We just want someone to step up to us citizens and help us out.
The root problem is with the ACC.
After years of an ACC divided between Republicans and Democrats, in 2022, Republicans won a supermajority.
The Standing Commission has a 4-1 Republican majority. Nick Myers and Kevin Thompson.
We are your Republican team for the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Were both elected to the commission 2 years ago, and that's where we've seen this rapid change in decision making.
Just in the last 2 years, there have been 6 requests from electric and gas utilities for rate hikes. The commission has voted to approve all 6.
A 12 News analysis of major votes involving those utilities in 2023 shows a really clear pattern. The elected Corporation Commission overwhelmingly sided with utility companies and in every case did not vote for the position taken by a state consumer advocate agency.
Arizona regulators approved a plan to give the state's largest utility bigger profit.
Get ready for a higher electric bill. More than 1 million customers will be impacted by this increased rate.
All of these companies whose rate hikes were blessed by the ACC are making record profits. And if you read the ACC's most recent annual report, you'll notice something strange. The Republican commissioners tout, above all, their efforts to, quote, engage bond market lenders to, quote, learn how they react to our utility rate decisions. In other words, they're focused on what Wall Street wants.
Shortly after being sworn into the office, Corporation Commissioner Kevin Thompson flew to New York. On January 21st, Thompson posted on social media, "I spent 2 days this past week in New York meeting with financial institutions that invest in Arizona's utilities. My purpose was to let them know that Arizona is a great place in which to invest."
Wall Street investors' motivations are really pretty simple.
The more money APS makes, the more those Wall Street bankers make.
They want to see rate increases because they want to see profit increases. Public records show that in a memo from Credit Suisse after this financial community visit, they essentially said, we're very comfortable with the regulatory environment in Arizona.
The regulators' primary responsibility should be to the public interest. I think that the job of the regulators is to keep monopoly utilities in check so that we have affordable rates and the lights stay on and we are living in reality about the transition to clean energy.
Well, it's a wrap for the effort to create clean energy rules for Arizona utilities.
The Arizona Corporation Commission shot down a proposal to give utilities a deadline to be carbon-free.
Over the last 2 years, the ACC eliminated Arizona's rules for renewable energy and for energy efficiency.
It seemed a lot of people were on board with this plan, except for the 3 commissioners needed to make it a reality.
That makes Arizona the only state to get rid of a renewable energy standard. Not only that, the ACC actually added new fees that penalize solar users.
But it was a big surprise to learn he now has to pay an extra fee, just because he has solar.
This Corporation Commission voted to totally kill community solar.
Commissioner Thompson worked for Arizona's largest gas company for 16 years. And the ACC's Republican chairman hired a longtime coal industry executive as his senior policy advisor, who happens to be Thompson's sister.
There is very much a preference at the Sitting Corporation Commission for continued reliance on fossil fuels.
Solar power is now cheaper to produce than coal or gas power. But lower costs are not necessarily what utility companies are after.
Investor-owned utilities make money by they build stuff, and then they get a guaranteed rate of return on the things that they build, and then they pass that expense on to ratepayers. They don't make money when you pay for a solar system and put it on your roof yourself and then sell them some of the power. The problem with the utility business model is that it disincentivizes the utility from approaching kind of innovative options that don't require them to build massive power plants.
One of the board members on Unisource last year, she made $1.9 million for that 1 year. Where's that money come from? Us.
This rate increase has impacted the people, seniors and families in Lake Havasu City, Kingman, and Tucson.
Nancy and Ruby wrote a petition asking the ACC to reverse the rate hike it granted to their power company.
We are being forced to decide on paying huge utility bills or buying groceries. Some of us. Hey. Are you from here in Lake Havasu? So we're trying to get it to all of Lake Havasu to sign this petition. Are you guys from Lake Havasu City? Have all of you signed the petition here? Each and every one of us get a hold of everyone we know that hasn't signed this and haven't signed it. Everybody wants to know what's going on, and now the leaders are getting nervous and they need to change these rules. This won't work unless you guys all are part of it.
In just a month, they've collected over 12,000 signatures.
These ACCs, you know what, they could bring this back up, right? If there was at least 3 of them that said, let's reopen this case, I'm going to tell you, the whole Arizona would be having a party. They want my vote. I can tell you this right now. They better step up to the plate and open up this case again.
In November, 3 of the 5 commission seats are up for election. The Democratic candidates support reopening the case.
Over 12,000 people in their city, which is a relatively small city, signed a petition asking the commission and asking their utility providers for some relief on the huge price increases they've seen.
Mr. Hill went up to Mojave County and said, I will vote to reopen. That's not how it works.
3 Republicans, including 1 current commissioner, are running on the track record of the GOP majority.
What's most notable is they continue to support the decisions that have been made by the current commission.
The current commission is getting it done. What we've seen in our rates, what we've seen in the cost, is the result of forced mandates, forced contracts, government regulation, and subsidies that have driven up the rates.
Our opponents are supporting overdependence on renewable energy. They're putting our grid at risk. But really, the practical reality is that solar doesn't work at night. Wind doesn't always blow.
Of course we know the sun goes down at night. That's why so much investment has been made in the last decades to build up storage.
3 Democrats are running on a promise to reverse the direction of the commission.
Under the current Republican leadership, we have seen over $500 million in rate cases approved just since 2023.
We've seen a quarter century of Republican leadership on the Corporation Commission that's done nothing but increase your rates and reduce your reliability.
If Democrats win all 3 seats, they will take the majority for the first time in decades. It's an election in which just a handful of votes could have a dramatic impact.
Can sometimes be like 50,000 votes. That was the difference in the 22 election. These are the people that decide how much you pay and what you're paying for. And so if you don't want to be paying a 10% return on equity, or you don't want to be paying for a huge bonus for the CEO of these companies, those are all things that are determined by the corporation commissioners.
And I'm just surprised ACC, if they haven't heard this, why they haven't jumped right up to the plate right now and said, let's make a stop to this right now. I mean, we're not waiting for an election. If you really care about us, it wouldn't be a debate. All they have to do is pick up a pen and paper, a typewriter, whatever, keyboard, and change it.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have any ideas for stories that you would like for us to investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
Yeah, so they purchased this land here as well as on the other side, which is a bit scary. Yeah, all of this. I think people know what we will be giving up, but what will we get in return is the larger question, and no one really knows that with certainty.
Solano County, California sits just north of the Bay Area and south of Sacramento. And for the past 8 years, its largely middle and working class communities have been facing what many locals consider a hostile takeover.
They've destroyed families. They don't care. They do not care about us, no matter what they say.
Just, you can't make this shit up. You know, I have never seen anything like this.
We visited Solano County in June to learn more about a battle between a local community and a secretive group intent on creating its own society. The story began in 2017.
A farmer from out in the area called me and said, hey, somebody's buying land out here. And I thought, okay. He goes, but it's a lot of land. So I went down to the county and looked at the property records, and I could see the name Flannery LLC, and that they had bought up at that time more than 20,000 acres.
Albert Medvitz and his wife, Janie, moved back to Solano County in 1987 to run her family's farm, one of the many dryland farms in the region.
In 2019, we ourselves got a letter offering to buy our ranch at inflated prices. We made it clear there's no way we're going to sell this ranch. And they simply could not seem to comprehend why people would turn down money for something and maybe more value than money could buy.
They decided to sue the ones who would not sell to them.
They came in the dark of night, kind of. They did this stuff secretly. You know, they've just ticked off a whole lot of the community. And then they have the gall to sue farmers that don't want to sell. It's just like, what are you thinking?
Flannery also sued dozens of other family farmers who held out after discussing the value of their land amongst each other, accusing them of collusion and antitrust violations.
Of course they talked. Farmers do that. People do that. They want badly. One's right near the water, and that person is not giving it up. So these farmers, what's happened is they are going broke trying to fight back against these billionaire boys.
It has just been agonizing. There were so many people who were wounded by this.
The buyers maintained a veil of secrecy around their identity until August 2023. That's when the New York Times broke the news that Flannery, which eventually spent $900 million buying up 66,000 acres of land, is the front group for a company called California Forever. And California Forever, backed by billionaires such as Reid Hoffman, Laurene Powell Jobs, and Mark Andreessen, wants to build a privately run city in the middle of the county's protected farmland with far less regulation.
The new city would be located north of Highway 12 between Travis Air Force Base and Rio Vista.
The group wants to build a green community that it claims will include thousands of affordable homes, shopping, dining, and walkable neighborhoods.
So they're saying they want to be good neighbors with people in Solano County, and at the same time they're suing their own literal fence-by-fence neighbors.
Investors in California Forever have been largely mum on the project and strategy. The public face of California Forever is its CEO, a former Goldman Sachs whiz kid named Jan Schwamek. He grew up in Eastern Europe, was a young prodigy in London, and founded a failed Twitter-like app. Here he is talking about the lawsuits at a tech conference.
It was a hard decision, but we have laws on the books that protect against that kind of conduct. And we'll leave it to the courts to figure it out.
What is the law that says if you want my property and I don't want to sell it to you, you drag me to court?
There's no law like that. What we have a law against is the law that says if the 6 gas companies, the gas stations in town get together and say that they're going to charge $50 for gas, then there's price fixing laws against that.
Schwamek has also been confronted by residents.
I cannot tell you how much hatred I have for these people. Just hatred. Schwamek was crude and did not understand that he would have had a much better reception if he had talked to people.
Schwamek self-published a book in 2009 titled Racing Towards Excellence, which summed up his personal outlook with a misquote attributed to Ayn Rand. Quote, "The question isn't who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me." The stakes are sky high, both locally and for the nation. If the project goes through, a precedent will be set with billionaires able to buy their way through community resistance and create their own privately held societies. And if that sounds exaggerated, it's already in progress elsewhere.
Legacy systems of governance keep individuals from reaching their full potential.
Andreessen, one of California Forever's billionaire tech investors, is also an investor in a company called Pronomos, which is trying to build its own radical tech cities around the world. In Honduras, Pronomos purchased land unbeknownst to locals in order to build Prospera, a libertarian, Bitcoin-powered city, and now that the country wants them out, the company is suing to establish autonomy.
Prospera had a very negative impact on our community. But the mental stress that we are under, we don't know when our home will be taken from us.
Prospera is being very slowly built along the ocean in an area with some existing infrastructure. California Forever brings the idea to the U.S. with just as much mystery and libertarian zeal.
I first met Jan. He came to City Hall and met with me, and I had my city manager there as well. And the one thing that's always stuck out with me in that discussion was we asked him, what kind of governance are you talking about if you're making a city? And he said, we're going to do something completely different. It won't be what you're used to. And we asked him to go a little further, and he did not. But it wasn't going to be like a city council kind of thing.
I think the biggest disadvantage will be to the individuals in the new community because you don't have an elected official to hold accountable. You don't have anyone that you can directly communicate your concerns to.
This is a key promise of the so-called network state movement, a tech separatist effort to create private, self-governed utopias. Schwamek has claimed he isn't interested in the movement, but several of California Forever's top investors are involved, and its creator called the would-be city a prime example of his idea.
The network state is about the book, is about the bare land version of it, right? Which is already being tried. You're seeing it in Northern California.
Donald Trump, supported by Andreessen and other Silicon Valley libertarians, has a similar plan, but he calls them freedom cities.
Now, you can't serve two masters, is my opinion. So one will always suffer. Either you'll answer to the people that you're serving or your investors, but you really can't do both.
Schwamek has talked repeatedly about removing regulations around building, which is key to the network state's self-government plan and a dream for developers.
And when I look at all of these plans or places that I visited, I often wonder, was the original vision somehow more radical? And then it got watered down because the fire department said something and the city said something.
I don't believe that this is just going to be a development. I think this is going to be an experiment about forms of governance. And when you have somebody like Mark Andreessen writing the Techno-Optimist Manifesto, claiming that words like sustainability are a curse on society, I think that's extremely exaggerated.
When we spoke with Solano County locals and officials, they voiced some similar concerns about the proposed city, its size, and how it impacts the generations of residents.
My fear is that building a development like this, where it could be up to 400,000 people in a county of 450,000 people, it's not being built for the people of Solano County.
And we have to deal with the consequences. We have to deal with the congestion on Highway 12. We have to deal with the increase in taxes that could possibly happen or occur. We have to deal with, if we're in a drought year, how is water going to be re-rationed?
There was uncertainty about promises made to working class residents.
They're flat out lying to people about what it is.
And worry about California Forever's impact on the environment and economy, which was validated when the Solano County Board of Supervisors released an economic impact study. The report was prepared ahead of a November ballot initiative to change zoning laws to allow the city's construction to begin. Polling already showed mass opposition to the plan. Then this happened.
California Forever announcing today its East Solano plan will no longer be on the ballot in November.
Now the company is promising to make adjustments and try again in 2026. But the issues they face run deeper than deficits. Many of them are a matter of just misunderstanding the region. Here's what Jan Schwamek told billionaire investor, LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman about the county's farmland.
We've been able to purchase this property because it is some of the worst soil for agriculture within 100 miles.
Locals vehemently disagree, pointing to the $1.3 billion in revenue that farms and related businesses produced in 2023.
They have taken over a lot of land that has been dry farmed and has brought protein to the country and the world for 3 and 4 generations.
And in this era of climate change, when water is becoming scarcer across the country and across the world to use for crops, to be able here to set an example of how we can produce significant food, important food, without relying on water is hugely important.
The Orderly Growth Initiative has governed land use and planning in Solano County for 40 years, keeping cities growing without impacting farmland. Voters would have to approve changes to the law for the city to be built on protected farmland. Ironic, because the ordinance was first enacted in 1984 to prevent an investor from San Francisco from establishing a new city on the farmland.
Everything that's green is protected by the Orderly Growth Initiative. Okay, so Flannery's looking at this big green chunk down here. Here's Rio Vista. There's Travis Air Force Base. So everything in gold is the land that Flannery bought. And you can see it's virtually that entire corner of the county.
As one of the 10 core guarantees made to Solano County residents, California Forever promised to create good-paying jobs in places where people live. Many of the companies that Schwamek announced as potential employers in East Solano are tech startups that share investors with California Forever's billionaire funders. Instead of waiting for a brand new city, officials say they would welcome them to their towns now.
We have a whole city block that I offered to him to go ahead and develop what you're looking at. Let's see it.
It's a bit disrespectful to withhold opportunity because it's tied to you directly. It's almost like a bait and switch or dangling a carrot before a person.
Here's what I've said about those companies that they've said might want to come out there. Come here now.
Affordable housing is another one of the 10 guarantees that California Forever offered the community as part of its sales pitch. They claim Solano County isn't building enough housing.
If you think that we aren't building enough houses, go down and look at our general plan and then come back and talk to us. It's thousands and thousands of houses.
We took a tour of locations where housing is being built right nearby. There were huge new developments in an area already zoned for housing and small neighborhoods right off main streets.
As you can tell, we're really active here in development. Price is really affordable for Bay Area standards, which is really cool. But the difference is these gentlemen can probably afford to live in these houses that we're building, which I take great pride in that. You know, I'm working class. My family is working class.
California Forever's apartments will start at $400,000 in today's dollars. Years from now, when the city would open, that's likely to be well over $500,000.
Who that affordable housing going to be for? It's not for me and my people. They did the same thing in Silicon Valley. They promised them all these houses and all this. Well, look at them now, unhoused. They're going to do the same thing to us.
California Forever now plans to get a development agreement in place before a vote by residents in 2026, which could address their many concerns. The company plans to work with the Board of Supervisors on the project, which has people worried. It's very unlikely to win over some of the current supervisors.
As far as I'm concerned, I will never trust anything that they bring forward on anything. You broke the public trust. You operated in bad faith. You went after our farmers.
The concern is that they may work to remake the board.
As long as they're here, they're going to work really hard to take over our politics. They haven't done that step yet, but they're getting close. That's what the 49ers did in Santa Clara. I mean, they basically bought city council seats and to get the deal they want.
The CEO of the San Francisco 49ers has spent a record $3 million on supporting 4 candidates running for a seat on Santa Clara's city council.
They will do everything they can to get infrastructure money into their project to cut down their cost.
The secrecy was so resented, not even $7 million in marketing could overcome it. For months, California Forever tried everything. They blanketed the highways and airwaves with ads. They promised a big sports complex and a man-made lagoon and handed out cash to small businesses and nonprofits.
A lot of the people, like the garden that I work for, or just other people that I know in the community, they're saying they had to take the money because, of course, we're starving out there.
When the nonprofit did not agree with the terms of receiving it, it was taken back from them. And that's a nonprofit.
When California Forever decided to pull the ballot initiative, a coalition called Solano Together declared victory. Now locals must spend the next 2 years staying vigilant.
This is going to be studied in history. Everything that's happening now, this is setting a precedent for, the future trajectory of what our society looks like.
I have never seen true, real grassroots fight like this. I mean, it's across the board. Republicans, Democrats, does not matter, liberal, conservative. Never cared about politics in my life, but I care about farming, or I care about Travis. They're up against people who care, and that means a lot. We hope it means more than their billions.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have any ideas for stories that you would like for us to investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
We got told we had to move in a hurry.
Times of distress, I have a tendency to be rather sarcastic because I always say I'd rather laugh than cry. And that was kind of one of those situations where you're literally throwing all your belongings to the street at one time. You're not being evicted, and your wife's not kicking you out of the house.
Maurice Gutierrez lives in Naples, Florida. His house flooded in 2022 when Hurricane Ian made landfall on the southwest coast of Florida.
One of the strongest September hurricanes to strike the U.S. in decades.
Significant storm. Again, a Category 4.
The street will never be the same. Trees gone, neighbors gone, homes are gone. And here I am today rebuilding because I won't move. I love this place.
A year later, Maurice got a notice from his insurance company. They were doubling his premium to $7,500 a year. The year after that, it was up to a staggering $9,000 a year.
Now, on a fixed income retiree, that's not chump change.
So Maurice decided to drop his wind coverage. Now he's one of hundreds of thousands of Floridians that are going bare. That means they're living with little to no homeowners insurance in a state that is set to have a record hurricane season this year. And what's going on in Florida under Governor Ron DeSantis is a warning. This is what happens when a government capitulates entirely to the insurance lobby. We went to Florida to talk to other homeowners like Maurice. We found out that residents are being priced out of coastal communities, and sketchy insurance companies are thriving under DeSantis' policies.
It's essentially trickle-down economics, but for insurance companies.
And the housing insurance crisis isn't just a problem in Florida.
People around the Bay and across the state are now being told their homeowner insurance policies will not be renewed.
State Farm says they're discontinuing coverage for some customers.
Several major carriers are pulling out of Iowa and other states.
Experts warn that a collapse in the homeowners insurance industry could take down the entire housing market with it.
Should those systems start to collapse, or should that business model collapse, it could take down the entire American economy with it. It could take down the global economy.
The water came up to this line right here. At first, it's like, it can't get much worse. It can't get much worse. And then it's like, oh my God, when is it going to stop?
Maurice has lived in Florida for most of his life.
Raised in Miami, so hurricanes to us are, as far as I'm concerned, a weather event. You know it's coming. You prepare. You don't get complacent, but you get used to them.
Nearly 1 out of 5 Floridians is like Maurice. They've been forced to cut back or go without insurance.
That option allows me to manage my own risk.
Okay, let's back up and talk about how insurance actually works. Insurance companies determine premiums for you based on risk assessment. Generally speaking, the higher the risk, the higher your premium goes. They assess risk factors like the quality of building materials in your house, your neighborhood, what kind of dog breed you own, and of course, natural disasters.
So, if you have a wildfire risk in California and a hurricane risk in Florida, those two things are supposed to balance themselves out.
But as the planet warms and natural disasters increase, the insurance business model hasn't been keeping up.
And what's happening is that the risks of some of those perils, of climate-driven perils in particular, are increasing so much that the insurance companies are having a difficult time making the profit that they've always expected that they will make.
In response, major national carriers are raising rates and cutting policies. Today, 12% of people in the United States don't have homeowners insurance. Up the coast in Fort Myers, Florida, is Priscilla O'Hara.
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
She stayed in her home during Hurricane Ian, just like Maurice.
My son and I stood at the front door looking out the glass window and watched the rivers right over there. Watched the water coming up, and here it's coming, nothing we could do. Here it's coming. And then the wind changed in about 10 feet from the house, and back out it went.
Her roof was damaged, but when she filed the claim, her insurer State Farm told her that her policy didn't cover wind.
I don't think we really realized that we were not covered for wind damage. Did not know that. I mean, hurricanes are wind.
The next year, State Farm dropped her. They said her house, which was built in 1976, was too old to insure.
I've been with them for 40 years, probably. It was a total shock, yeah. Oh, okay, this goes back. Well, he paid this in September of 2022, $881. So, I mean, they had our premiums all those years went in their bank account.
State Farm ended that year with a net worth of $131 billion.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The roof damage cost her over $6,000, which she paid out of pocket.
Okay, you can tell a little bit. There's a little different shade. It cost us $6,292. $6,292 to have it replaced.
Priscilla shopped around, but she couldn't find an insurer that she trusted.
I want a company that I know something about, not some company I've never heard of before.
That seems smart.
Yeah. If we had that roof damage, I could do it again, I guess. Don't want to, but I guess I could.
So what exactly happens to someone if they don't have insurance?
If you don't have insurance for your home, you might lose your mortgage, or you might face.
Oh, what the fuck?
What are you listening to, bro?
I don't know. I had YouTube playing in the background.
I live in Florida, so I was listening to it. I was like, what are they talking about?
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is YouTube autoplay. We went to Florida. The housing insurance crisis will shock you. What?
I was listening. Like I said, I live in Florida, so I was like, what are they talking about? You can tell I just woke up and I'm bored as fuck.
It was autoplay.
You want to run one?
All right, sure.
All right.
Don't got
Back
double
out of
XP.
So you don't?
No, we don't got double XP on anymore.
Oh, yeah, I see that. How do you get those tokens?
That battle pass shit, I think.
Yeah, but I already did that. You got to start over or something, or like I don't understand it. Like I've already did all that. I mean, there's a check mark on every one of them anyway.
Yeah, then you gotta wait till next season. You only get a few every season. That's like 90 days or something.
Oh shit! I was wondering how that worked. Huh. Retarded. That's the only way to get those tokens. That's stupid as fuck. Huh. That's stupid.
Yeah.
Let's see if you send an invite to these two guys, see if they want to.
You want to do Liberty Falls today, or you want to do Shattered Vale?
I've never done any other one but Shattered Vale. I mean, I don't care. I mean, if you know how to do it, we can do it, or unless we're just gonna, fuck around. But
yeah, I don't know how to do the Easter egg on here.
So yeah, I don't either.
Liberty Falls is pretty fun, but yeah, the Easter egg involves bowling and stuff. You do some weird bowling shit.
Oh, you know what? I did do that one with some people one time.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I didn't do the whole thing, and I only played it with them for like 20 minutes, and I left. But yeah, we did. We had a bowl or some shit. And there's however many zombies you can hit with the bowling ball as they're walking across the fucking lanes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I did it a few times.
Yeah, it's okay, buddy. Whatever you want to do.
Alright. How did you keep yourself from going back to jail, man? I'm struggling.
Well, when I did the house arrest, I mean, the house arrest was harder than the probation. Like, probation was easy, but the house arrest was the hardest thing I did because I had to go back to the facility every day and take a drug test. Not every day, it was 3 times
You
a
got
week.
probation. You got probation, where you go and see a PO, or you just got like bench probation.
Oh, no, he's on house arrest.
Yeah, they don't drug test me though. I'm not allowed drugs, but they don't drug test me.
Oh shit!
I'm not even allowed alcohol.
That was my hardest thing, man. Trying to chug fucking 3 gallons of water 3 times a fucking week to pass this fucking drug test. So that was the hardest thing for me. But other than that, dude,
you don't
just
gotta
staying.
chug 3 gallons of water, bro.
I know it was like a gallon or whatever.
Bottles of water right before you take it.
My hardest part is not to message my ex-girlfriend being like, "Fuck you, you stupid bitch."
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, is just staying in the fucking house, and the curfew was the hardest thing for me, dude.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm on curfew now. I wasn't allowed out during the day for a while, but I'm not allowed up past 10 p.m. now.
Yeah, that was the hardest thing. You just gotta stay your ass in the fucking house, bro. That's the only thing you can do. Stay your ass in the house.
Yeah.
How long you got left?
Who grabbed that fire cell?
That was me. I popped the fire cell in the beginning.
I got 8 months. I got 8 months left, but I'm allowed off in January.
Yeah, I only had house arrest for like 90 days or something.
Oh shit, they gave me 2 years, man.
Damn. Like, I had felony probation a couple of times for a couple of years, but that was kind of relatively easy.
They just gave me 18 months probation.
Yeah, that's
well,
probation part was easy.
And then they violated me because I wasn't able to get community service done because of my background. Like,
yeah, no, it's set up for you to fail. Like, I've had the judge tell me right to my face. He's like, "This is set up for you to fail." I was like, "Damn."
Yeah, no, 100%, man. Like, fucking, when they put me in jail, you know, they do that strip search shit on you. They make you spread your balls, your ass cheek, and stuff. And that shit pisses me off. I want to message my ex-girlfriend.
It's called squat and cough.
Yeah.
That's why I want, bro. That's why I want to message that bitch. I want to be like, "Fuck you! I've been through all this shit because of you." It's been like 3 years. I haven't been able to message her because I was on bail for 2 years before this house arrest. I didn't even go to court for 2 years.
I did that shit so many times. I got used to that. I've been to jail so many times, bro.
Yeah.
Last time I gave up on that shit in 2018 is the last time I got out, bro. I was like, I ain't going back, bro. I had to change everything, bro. I mean, I literally had to change the people I was around. Like, what they say is true, dude. People, places, and things. It's true, bro. Like, you are who you hang out with, bro. If you hang out with a bunch of fucking
top 10
idiots,
people
bro,
you hang around, it's top 10 people you're gonna be like.
It's it, bro, and it's the truth, man. Like,
I just keep to myself. I don't hang with nobody.
That's what you gotta do, bro. People are fucking dumb, bro.
Hey, I thought there was gonna bring transit into this map. I mean, on
nobody gonna share that fucking pillow with you on that fucking concrete bed, bro.
Oh, you got pillows? I got water bottles.
Yeah. But and if you do have somebody sharing your pillow, that might not be a good idea.
Yeah, that's never a good thing, bro.
Nah, man, I always got the top bunk. I was thankful for that. Motherfucker, I don't want to be sleeping on that bottom bunk. That shit's weird.
Yeah. Just stay to yourself, man. You gotta focus on you, bro. But and then the number one fault for men and going to jail is the woman. You know that. I mean,
yeah.
Always,
well, didn't they? Isn't that the thing they say about king? Isn't that what they say about kings too? Is that all the good kings throughout history have fallen because of women?
Yeah, and it's true. You know what I mean? It's hard, man. Like I said, that house arrest was the hardest for me, bro. It was brutal. Of course, I was still out there running around. You know what I mean? I was in my 20s. I was still out there running around, fucking being stupid. So, but the last 2-year probation I did, it was kind of easy, bro, because I didn't do nothing. I fucking stayed my ass at home and didn't want to go nowhere and do nothing. So.
See, I'm in Canada. I think it's different in America. They give you those ankle monitors, don't they?
Yeah. Where you at? Oh, sorry, you're in Canada.
Yeah, I'm in Canada. They just call me randomly. They'll be like, "Yo, are you home? You need to come to your door, and we're here." If I don't answer the call with my,
they call you guys?
Yeah, they'll call me, and if I don't answer the call, I go to jail. Cause they're checking if I'm home.
You got a tracking device slapped to your fucking ankle around this motherfucker. Yeah, you can't even walk out of your yard without the motherfuckers calling you. Damn, you got it easy.
You go off the front porch, that shit starts beeping.
Yeah, you got it easy, bro.
I'm not struggling with staying inside. I'm struggling with not messaging that bitch. I can't message her. I go to jail.
Oh, wow. So you got like a no contact order.
Oh, yeah, for years.
Damn, what'd you do? Beat her up?
No, I messaged her. In 2020, I went to fight her boyfriend, her new boyfriend, and he hid in her car. I tried to punch the window out. I couldn't punch that shit out. So they put me on 12 months probation for that shit, and then I kept messaging her. So then they put me to jail. Yeah. But no, I never beat that bitch. I never laid a hand on her, not once.
Yeah, you just gotta stay away from her, bro. Obviously, she's toxic for you, bro.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like a kid together, or is it just like old girlfriend?
No, but she took an abortion. I didn't want her to. She took an abortion.
Oh man, I remember. Oh, bro.
Yeah, that can be hard. What the heck is that?
You know, it's kind of crazy because, like, what your situation is the opposite of my situation.
How so?
Like
he almost had a baby.
Nah, I do have a child. Yours didn't want to have an abortion. Mine won't get an abortion.
Oh, bro, I've always wanted a kid. Yeah, I'm doing like everything else in my life. I'm doing good. Everything else in my life, like I got a shit ton of money and stuff saved up, and I'm doing good.
Yeah, nah, I'm saying like fucking, like I wanted a kid. Don't get me wrong. Like my child was, but like her mother doesn't believe in abortions, so you know if she gets pregnant again, even if we're not ready for it, she's not gonna want it. You know.
Yeah. Oh, you're still with her?
I never had a kid.
Yeah. We still live
46.
together.
I never had a kid. You're young, ain't you young though?
Me?
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm 22.
King, ain't you young? 22. Oh, you young too?
I'm 23.
God damn, bro. I'm
Who's the
old as
oldest?
fuck. I'm 46, bro.
Oh shit,
That's not that bad.
Not bad. You're still young.
Compared to what? Fucking Willie Nelson?
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I sent you guys a friend request.
Yeah, I accepted it. Thanks.
Hey, rest in peace, Hulk. Rest in peace, Fiji.
Right? He was my childhood, bro.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, he's a man.
I watched Ozzy Osbourne pass away too.
Yeah, I just bought one of his autographed guitars, bro.
Those old ass politicians live forever. But yeah.
Fuck yeah, bro. Like them niggas could be fucking 102, bro. Still going strong. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we losing all the good ones.
Ain't that what they say? They eat babies or some shit?
They do, bro. I swear they do.
Oh, Box Eater just now answered us. He's out of gas now.
Oh.
I have no idea what I'm doing on this map. I'm literally just like walking around. Like, I've never played this.
Were you trying to? Well, what were you trying to do on this map? There's nothing really to do on this map but the Easter egg.
Yeah, like we don't know how to do it. Me and King don't know. You know how to do it?
Oh,
yeah, I know how to do it. It's just fucking pain in the ass to deal with. We're kind of behind already, but I could get us there.
0529.
Yeah, I've never seen any other boss but the T-Rex. I'd like to see it, at least.
Oh yeah, see, it's a good thing you accepted that slow request then, because I've done all the Easter eggs.
Oh, no shit. I'll have to send you a request. I don't think that was me. I think that was King.
Early. Yep, I've completed them all early except for the tune. That's the only one I haven't completed early.
See, I don't learn the Easter eggs because I find that shit boring watching those YouTube tutorials and then like having to follow the tutorial.
Oh yeah, nah, I don't watch the tutorial. I just
you gotta have somebody show you. If you have somebody show you.
Yeah, like I'm a YouTuber myself, so when like, and I don't make tutorials. I just fucking play through the game, and if you learn from me playing, then you learn from me playing.
Shit, how many subs you got?
I'd rather have somebody take me through it. Yeah.
Bro, I don't have a lot of subs. I got like 7 subscribers on fucking YouTube, and I probably got like fucking 9 followers on Twitch.
Shit, I'll subscribe to you. I got 2,000 subs.
Oh yeah, thank you. That means a lot, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Where's my phone? What are you on YouTube?
No Faith Bezo.
Oh, get off me! I'm trying to fucking
so
you say
it's just my gamer tag name without the 420.
You see, you see, Jeff Bezos got married. All right, I'm your 7th sub.
Really?
Yeah, he got married the other day to some like chick filled with Botox.
Let me find somebody.
What's your YouTube name? I'm a sub to yours as well.
Oh, just King Blazy. No underscore, just space.
Yeah, I'm about to do that right now.
Listen, probably scam.
Yeah, usually I live stream all my gameplay, but I'm not live right now.
Yeah, it's in the back. It should be in
Say something again. What is it? No face what?
No Face Bezo. B-E-Z-O.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, it's just my gamer tag without 420.
There you go, bro. Number 8.
I was 7.
Yeah, thank you.
And what did you? Around my face. I'm freaking busy. Okay. And then what was yours? Oh, shit, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to. Oh, so it's just your. Gotcha.
Everybody always says Bazy.
What is it, Blazy?
Yeah.
My bad, I didn't see the L.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I know my real life name is Blaze, so. I'm trying to get to you here. One sec.
Oh, I see him. I got it.
I'm gonna die here, man. Oh, I didn't even get to revive you. Fuck.
No,
if I can figure out where you're at.
I'm trying to make sure I subscribe to right YouTube.
Bro.
Is it the gold god and silver star?
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, I got a lot of gold and silver, so I just.
Oh hell no! Why didn't my shit come on?
Yo, is it expensive having a kid though?
Hell yeah, it's expensive having a kid.
Somewhat.
I can answer that.
It's
Wasn't it just like
depends.
food?
Like if you really
Keeping them alive isn't expensive, but it's all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Because you know you want them to have nice things and nice clothes and nice this.
But that's
nice
not till
that.
they're
Like,
older,
all
right?
that's-
It's not till they're like 10 or 11.
Well, I mean, don't get me
So,
wrong. Like my
like
little
having
nephews
nice
and stuff,
stuff.
I deck them out, bro. I don't even have kids. My little nephew though, he got Jordans. He's decked out, and it's not even my kid, just because I don't know. I like it.
Yeah, nah.
But
I got this thing, like, I'm a first-time parent, but I got this thing that I say to myself about my child, and it's, she'll be spoiled, but she won't be rotten.
Gotcha. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You know what I mean?
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, she's gonna still appreciate things. That's the way to do it.
So, like, yeah, like, say she wants some juice at 10 o'clock. All right, you can have juice at 10 o'clock. But don't think that this is going to happen every night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or like, oh, I want that new toy. All right, you'll get this new toy. But don't expect to get the next new toy. Like,
Yeah, I'd say only get them stuff on like their birthdays and Christmas, right?
yeah, nah, I get her stuff all year round. I get her pretty much whatever she wants, but I teach her the value of things. You know,
Okay.
like, and she's smart, so it'll only be a year and 3 months. She's smart. She's already saying words like thank you and please and mom and dad. And
She crawling already?
You know, yeah, she's walking.
Oh shit! I thought they don't start walking till 2.
Yeah, nah, she's walking and running around already. She's fucking skip crawling.
Yeah, no, I want to be a parent, but it's hard with these women out here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bro. You find the right one, bro. You settle down with that one, and you'll be fine.
Well, see, I knew my ex since we were 12. I thought she was a good woman. We knew each other a long time before we started dating. She was not good.
Yeah, This is how I would do it, right? And this is just based off of me being a first-time dad, you know, first baby mom and stuff like that. The way I would do it is, before you get them pregnant, move in with them.
Yeah.
What did it sound like when they
If you
answered the
move
phone?
in with them first, you'll see how they live.
Well, see, I'm thinking of moving to the Philippines. I heard the women there are loyal.
Well, if you can find one.
Yeah, I don't know anything about any other countries.
You know, get you a lady boy.
Yeah. I know.
All three of us can't be in here, bro. Oh,
You can
damn.
ask me about all 50 of the United States, and I'll be able to answer any question you got. But when it comes to another country, I'm out of that conversation.
Well, I'm in Canada. We're gonna be the 51st state. What you know about Canada?
Yeah, Canada don't count. Canada don't count.
We're gonna be a state though.
That's just like we just look like that's
Are
just
y'all,
like
are
America.
y'all really? Because I heard that what's his name? What is your
Trudeau?
Is it a
No, we got a new guy. We got a new guy.
Oh, you got a new one since then?
Yeah, Mark Carney. He's a clown. He's still a liberal, but he's a clown.
Oh wow.
So you guys actually might become the 51st state.
No. He hates America. He was elected because most Canadians don't want to be American. It's annoying. I want to be American, but
Nah, you don't want to be American. Trust.
why is that?
Trust. Bro, slavery ended 400 years ago, and they're still going through it today. They just changed it. They called it something different.
You mean like debt slavery?
No, slavery.
For who though?
For everybody.
Everybody and everybody.
It stopped being for blacks and started being for everybody.
But you guys still have a minimum wage.
Yeah, and it's still shit.
It's pretty shit in Canada too.
Bro, it's so shit that I now work my own business. And even then, it's still hard because you gotta fucking get people to believe in you. You know what I mean? And then when you do start taking your own shit serious, nobody else takes your shit serious. So it's like, you're really fighting against fucking society.
I'm fighting
Until
against
everybody
society
stops
here too.
at you.
Just different reasons.
Yeah.
But no,
So
I've never run a business.
You don't want to be around. Yeah, you don't want to be American. This shit is like, am I proud to be an American? Yes, but for the reasons that you're thinking of, no.
Yeah, but you can't go to any other country in the world and live like we do, whether it's hard or whether it's not. You can't live in any other country the way that we live here. I'm sorry, but I firmly believe that. You're not going to go live in Cuba. You're not going to go live in Mexico. You're not going to go live in any other country and be able to sit here like this at 5 o'clock in the morning and play your video game and live life the way you live in any other country. I'm sorry, you're just not.
Hey, is it true that they banned
Yeah, no, that's
Call of Duty?
that's absolutely true. I do agree with that. I'm saying as far as, you know, everything that he's
Are we
thinking
slaves
about,
to the system? Yes, we're
know.
slaves to the system. We have to get up and grind, and
It's the same in
and
Canada,
we
though.
work just to live. But I mean, that's just life, bro. You
It's
know
the same in Canada, though.
We work for pennies, and it's just enough to pay bills and barely not live on the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the minimum wage in Canada is 15 an hour. That sounds good in America, but you got to think our dollar's worth less, so it's only like 10 an hour in America. But like shit's expensive in
Minimum wage
Canada.
here's going up, but everything's cost of living's
Everything
gone
else.
up. Products have gone up, so hell, it's just.
See that all I'm doing is I'm saving for when I have a kid.
$12 minimum wage now ain't doing nothing.
I gotta.
Let's put it like this. Let's say you make 15 an hour, and you're doing. Let's say you do full time, right?
Yeah.
You're getting anywhere from like what 1,200, 1,300, and that's before tax. After tax, that goes down to like 800, 700, right?
My daughter makes 13 something an hour,
about-
makes $2,000 a month, and she clears about $115 in her pocket.
Y'all get tax returns though at like the end of the year though, right?
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying right there. Like,
yeah.
Y'all get tax returns though, right?
I don't, because I get a 1099. I work for myself, so I don't get a tax return. I pay taxes.
Oh shit.
So I don't get a tax.
Yeah, no.
Do I pay my taxes?
I don't.
Fuck no, I don't pay my
even do
taxes. Come get me, motherfucker. I don't pay taxes.
See, bro, I live on my own. I live in a nice ass place. I save money up. I don't even work though. Like I game the system. I'm not gonna say how I do, but fucking I do.
There ain't nothing wrong with it. You can beat the system, bro.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
If you can beat the system, hey, I don't hold that against nobody's hustle, bro. If you can beat the system, hey, more power to you. My job's great. I make 6 figures. You know what I mean? I sell custom metal buildings and stuff. Like, the Lord has blessed me with something that I could never have.
Nice.
Like
Yeah, and you said you had a hard life,
criminal
eh?
felony record. I got a 7th grade education. Like, I never went to high school. Like,
Cook,
so
you said your
all my
20s were hard, eh?
so. Yeah, I mean, my mother was beat to death when I was, 13. I've been on the street my whole life, dude. Like, my brothers were murdered at gunpoint and shit. Like, I've lived.
Dude, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm from the ghetto, the hood, the slums, the gutter, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Gangs, violence, shootings. Like, I'm from all that bullshit, dude. But, so I grew up.
Yeah, my mom.
Hateful and mean.
My mom died when I was 15 too. That's one of the reasons I'm so pissed off at my ex. She made me a lot of promises after my mom died. So.
Ooh,
I mean, I found God,
Where
bro.
the fuck
So
did this
it
guy
changed
come
my
from?
life.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I feel that hate, man. I feel that. Like that's why it's so hard not to message her. I have a lot of hate in my heart.
Yeah.
I'm not very religious though.
It's hard, bro. I mean, that's what saved my life. I don't push it on anybody because everybody has their own journey in life. So all I can do is tell you what worked for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it changed my life, bro. That's it. It changed my life, dude. So like I go into the jails now and take church in the jail and stuff like that, dude. Like it changed my life that much, dude.
You don't have troubles with faith? Like I have troubles putting my faith in religion. I just Never been able to.
Nah. Well, because if you come from where I come from, and then how much my life has changed from the time that I didn't believe in God and trust God, and to the time that I did trust God in the last 7 years, my life has never been better. So, like, how could I not? You know what I mean? Like, I don't. If you put your trust in man, you're gonna fall, bro. Like, I trust no man, but every man's gonna do you wrong, no matter who the fuck they are. Whether it's man or woman, family member, it doesn't matter.
I'm a big conspiracy theorist, so I don't do religion, but I am very spiritual. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, every person's got to have their own what works for them. You just got to be open enough to admit that there is something more than you. Like I said, I mean, I'm just telling you what worked for me. So, like I said, my life has never been better, so I just share with people what works for me. You know what I mean? So, if you'd rather follow Buddha, if you'd rather follow Allah, if you'd rather follow the fucking goat out in the front yard, hey, that's on you, bro.
Where the fuck is
If it makes you a better person, dude, then hey, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like I'm not atheist, I'm just not religious, you know? I was raised Christian, Catholic, but...
Oh shit, ran out of ammo.
Cook, what type of guns you got? You got any like assault rifles?
You mean like personally?
Yeah, you said you got a lot of guns in Florida.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got AR-15, you know, a couple handguns, 9.32 revolver.
Shit. That's my dream, is to get like some really nice assault rifle and maybe a Glock.
Damn, when does
you
all
can
the
have, you can have all that shit in Florida. Now, if you guys are convicted felon, you're not supposed to, but since I beat all my felony charges and the ones that I didn't beat, they withheld the adjudication and stuff like that. Like, so I'm still allowed to have one.
Yeah, there's this dude from the States I seen. He has felonies, so he has to buy those antique guns. You know, those, they're considered collector's items.
Black powder guns.
Yeah.
Well, the black powder guns, you can still be a felon and have. They're called black powder guns. Like, you know, muzzle loader, or, I mean, shoot, they got, what they call it, you know, like the Colt 45s or the old school Clint Eastwood gun.
Bro, I'm not even allowed a knife.
You can get all those. But in Canada or just on probation?
Yeah, like just on probation right now. I'm not allowed to have a knife.
Oh,
like,
yeah, you can. Yeah. I have my own place and they tried to tell me I couldn't have kitchen knives. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro?
Get up. Oh my god.
How the fuck am I supposed to cut up my steak, dude? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With all the shit going on in my life, bro, I don't have any guns, bro. I got me a fucking crossbow. I got two goddamn swords.
Drop your shit.
Crossbow, that's cool. I want to get one of them, or a compound bow.
Yeah, I got me a compound bow. That's what I meant to say. Compound, not crossbow.
Oh, I was gonna say he got a crossbow. Damn, bro.
Yeah, no, I got a compound, not a cross. My bad. I just
I gotta take a crossbow too if it's a nice one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, I'm gonna get me a crossbow for sure. But for right now, I just got the compound and the two swords.
Where's this box at, dude? Like the crate or whatever.
Oh,
it's in the
Look in the sky.
Next to the bank.
Look in the sky.
It's on the other side of the bank.
Bowling alley.
I got you.
Yeah, if you know where the box is, you can always look in the sky.
Yeah, I forgot about that beam of light or whatever. Need to upgrade the rarity on my gun too.
What the fuck?
The arsenal.
Oh shit, that's right. I'm supposed to be getting us through the fucking Easter egg. I'm so engaged in conversation, I forgot about that shit.
I ain't been doing nothing, just walking around, dude. I forgot. I'm just talking, bro.
Well, you can just keep going through the rounds, getting XP.
A pack regular ray guns. Anybody want it?
I want it, yeah.
No.
Where is it?
How do I drop it?
It's
It's right here in my hand.
Oh shit.
Where's something I can buy to drop it?
Here, I'll hit
Here,
the.
let's get something else out the box.
Here, I'll just drop this and then you can pick it up, I guess.
See what comes out of here. Oh my god.
Yo, thank you.
I need one of those manglers. If you see a mangler, I need one of those manglers.
Oh, I wish I could drop it because I got a support group and I could just put it on there, but I don't know how if I'd be able to just drop it.
What, the mangler cannon?
Yeah, because I could just hit a support group. You know what I mean? But I don't think I could just drop it if I just even if I lost.
Let me know when you guys
have to craft another support item. If
when
you
you're
come
what,
here,
buddy?
you craft another one.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
Where you at?
Okay,
I'm looking for. Yeah, I heard you, buddy.
no, but pink, green or pink? Yeah, green killed the last zombie. I was letting you guys do whatever you guys needed to do.
Oh shit.
What are we trying to
I'm trying
do?
to find my way over.
Like one, pink, you can just fucking go buy a 3-plate. You got all that cash.
Yeah, I'm gonna go double pack my gun.
Oh.
Please double pack it.
Okay, if you guys can you guys please not come by bowling alley?
Sure.
Yeah, I got you. What you
I'm
call
just
it?
train
I grabbed that Valves. If you want to go ahead and start that Valve step in a bowling alley.
And then.
So, Cook, you said you got a good career, like a good business, right? Why don't you ever want to have kids?
Well, because I'm already 46, bro. I'm married, and like my wife is 54, 52. You like it's a little late for that, bro.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah.
This is all me and Makana used to do at my house. Where Auntie Cindy used to live.
But like my wife.
I mean, you can always adopt me.
This is all me and Makana used to do with my cousin Isaac.
My wife had kids, so like I've got a lot of, like 4 grandkids, and then my niece and nephew are like one's in diapers, and so like I spoil the shit out of them and have fun with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I need to get quick revive.
Yeah, I gotta get.
That was the first thing I got, and then Jug. Oh no, oh, was that pink?
Yeah, I ain't got no perks
I'm on my
on,
way.
no armor.
He's got a fucking purple gun.
I'll get a perkaholic out of the
you
gun.
fucking bitch.
I don't even got that. I'm just running around ass naked. I've been playing zombies for so long, bro. It's just like I could do stuff like that. You know, just run around without perks.
Where is the gumball machine?
Oh, same here. What one did you get started on?
You said what?
Like, what zombies was your first zombies game?
The first one I played was World at War. Yeah.
Same. Yeah, that's the OG.
But I've grown up in the Call of Duty community for like fucking forever, my whole life, really.
Yeah, me
I've
too.
watched my dad play every single one of them that they ever released. So
I stopped playing around World War II though.
I've been playing since World War, well not World War, Medal of Honor, actually.
The first one I played was Black Ops 1, one where you had to beat the game to be able to play it.
No, you only had to beat you only had to beat the game to get 5, right? That's what I thought. Like 5 was the
no.
Pentagon map.
Yeah, but then you didn't have to beat the game. You had to
type in the
there was
terminal
a code or something.
Yeah, that terminal. Yeah, you break out of the chair.
But it brings back so much fucking memories talking about that shit. But a scientist was a fucking bitch.
yeah, that thing sucked.
Yeah, bro, I watched my dad play all of them, bro. Like from the time I was like 5 on up,
nice.
bro. He played every single one of them. that it came out at that time. And then from there, I just ended up fucking playing all of them.
Yo,
But the very
no
first
face,
one, I thought it was cold, but
no
it
face
wasn't.
Bezo. You must remember, since you're around my age, you played around that time. Remember any lobby you went and you got called a squeaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, I never understood with that shit, but bro.
I kind of liked it. I used to like trolling. I used to like trolling like that because people would get so pissed off.
Yeah, bro, I never knew what that shit meant. It was fucking hilarious to me because you'd hear that shit every fucking lobby.
Yeah.
That shit, I ran out of ammo. This gun runs out of ammo so fucking fast.
Bro, I had a falling out the other day with this new girl I was talking to. She was so pissed at me because she was buying these fucking plushies off Temu or something. I called them Labubu's because that's like a trend and shit. And she got so pissed off at me. So now we're done talking.
Oh,
Holy shit, where the fuck did you guys come from? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm doing this water valve stuff. It's gonna get real crowded in this bowling alley.
I got no tactical. Ah!
So there should be a new map in this game in like a week or two, huh?
Yeah, Janus Towers.
I think so.
Yeah, it's some type of towers, yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah, it's called Janus Towers. It's supposed to be the next map. And that last Zombies map for Black Ops 6 and then Black Ops 7 will be coming out the following year, probably January or something.
Oh shit, anybody got him?
I'll try to get him. I don't have a quick revive though.
Where are you?
I got him.
Goddamn, never mind. I'm down my damn.
There's a lot of motherfuckers in here.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Why is my thing not kicking on, dude? My ether shroud is not coming on, bro. Now it's gone. What the fuck?
Yeah, sometimes ether shroud fucking lags out sometimes. It's alright. I got group shroud, so you'll be good.
It's like the gobble gums where they just don't work sometimes.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if I want Black Ops 7.
I think it's gonna be kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was stupid that they were going to do back to back and fucking like not finish this one fully. It made me kind of upset when I realized that they were doing that shit. Cause I was thinking to myself like, bro, so I just bought a game that's not even gonna be fucking finished.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, this game, I'm buying a game that's gonna be fucking half-assed and...
Well, and I'm sorry if you like the campaign this game. I thought the campaign was garbage.
It was alright. It wasn't all that, but it was alright. Certain missions just didn't fucking make sense. I did like that one mission, that open world mission.
Yeah, with the zombies?
That was pretty cool. Nah, the open world one where you were on the...
Oh, that one. Yeah, that one.
Hey,
that one was
mango
alright.
cannon if anybody still needs it.
I like the zombies one the
I still need
best.
that. Just ping it for me, I'll come grab it.
That zombies campaign was pretty fun.
Nah, that fucking mannequin shit, that shit surprised me. I was like, oh, yeah. And then I seen a mimic. I was like, oh, yeah, we're getting mimics back. That's fucking great.
Oh. I got quick revive now.
Oh shit, what the fuck? Where the fuck are these zombies backing me from? What the fuck?
There we go. Goddamn, round 21 and I'm just getting the jet gun for the Easter egg. I've never done an Easter egg this late. Shit. Alright, and now I need help getting up. Don't worry, I'm gonna buy perks and stuff and then you'll guys.
That jet gun makes you run so slow.
Yeah, it does. It's fucking trash to me. They should have just brought back the fucking thunder gun.
Hell yeah, I always say that, man, and nobody knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, the thunder gun and Zeus cannon, fucking awesome.
Bro, I wish they brought that back though.
Oh, shit.
It's alright. We'll make it work.
They never even added that to this game yet.
What?
Wait, is it not letting me revive you? What the fuck? It's doing that thing where it doesn't let you revive you.
Yeah,
oh, there we go.
It's over. The Easter egg. I lost that that jet gun.
I was trying, man. It was doing that glitch where you can't revive someone.
Yeah, nah, I had that shit happen to me on Shattered Veil, round 77. I was mad as shit. Couldn't revive my teammate, and he couldn't revive me. I was like, fuck.
That's another thing. There's
right,
too many glitches.
We can run the Easter egg if you guys want. Just join back up on me. Or I'll join back up on you guys if you want to do the Easter egg.
Hang on, let me hit this crate one more time.
Y'all want to like end this game, or you want to keep going?
Let's keep going.
It's up to you. It's up to how bad you guys want to do the Easter egg. I mean,
I already did it on this map, so I don't really care.
Yeah, I could show you. I can do the
it.
Easter egg on all the maps for you guys right now. Honestly, if you guys are up for that.
I'd like to do the Shattered Veil Easter egg.
Yeah, but I got you.
I know how to do that one.
Mutation injection. I mean, mutant injection.
Nah, yeah, I already opened that door, bro, but I lost the jet gun, so it's not gonna be, you know what I mean? We can't do anything without that jet gun, because we gotta collect those 3 pieces.
I'll give you this gun if you want it. It can help.
Not unless if we get lucky and get it from the
yeah,
box.
we gotta get lucky with the box.
I think we should just end the game if we want to do the Easter egg.
Yeah, we might as well. But that's the only way we're gonna be able to get this Easter egg done is with that wonder weapon. And of course, I get the fucking bunny. Yeah, let's just end game.
Alright.
We can restart. Because this Easter egg isn't that long. Since we got 2 people that know it.
I think we all gotta die though, right? If you leave the game, you don't get XP, I don't think.
No, we all gotta die.
Yeah, nah, just let yourself die. I would, just to make it worth it, I would pop a double XP token before we do that.
I don't have any tokens. The motherfuckers won't give me.
I mean, neither.
How do I
have any
pop that
double
token?
XP tokens? Have you been claiming your free gifts from the
The what? The battle pass?
No. If you go to the store, item shop for Call of Duty, like where you buy all the skins and stuff.
Your free gift every day.
Yo, Cook, I got the Mark II.
You press start. Oh, no.
But now we're about to die.
Yeah. The Mark II's right here. Nobody even cares. We're gonna just die anyways. Alright, I'm gonna go down. No one revive me.
I just spent 200 guns trying to get
Hey,
them.
somebody revive me real quick. I want to use my fucking death machine gun on this fucking abomination.
Alright, no one revive me, please. I'm going to make a coffee.
I'll try if I don't die for. Well, I got you. This is that one down.
Hey, where the fuck is this abomination at?
you see, like, this is how fucking ballsy I am, bro. I'm running around with a fucking 9mm pistol, revived him mid fucking crowd of zombies. Like, and I only got one plate and no fucking plates. Like, I have a mutant injection, but I haven't fucking used it.
I thought we were ending the game. Did y'all troll me?
Just leave me down. No, he lifted me up. He said, "You trolled me." We got rid of him.
We're going down. I was trying my hardest to die naturally, you know.
I was trying to have an honorable death, though.
Yeah, I was just trying to die naturally, you know. So I hit the box and grabbed the pistol and started just running around and shooting zombies, even though I knew the pistol wouldn't do shit.
Do I need a wonder weapon to fight this boss on this, or can I just save my wonder guns?
Nah, you can save them.
Oh, Jay Cook, you want to do this map next? I thought we were doing Shattered Veil.
Whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, let's do this one for him real quick, because this one will be faster.
All right.
The Shattered Veil takes a little while.
Oh, we're all you. They sent me a invite.
Shattered Veil is fucking hard though. The Easter egg.
Yeah, nah, I just completed it with one other person.
Yeah, I've played it a bunch of times. That's usually the only one I play. So.
You think that dinosaur's easy?
Yeah, bro,
you gotta go in there prepared.
Hey, what gun do you bring in for it?
I bring in the blue ray gun.
How do you bring that?
I've been using the Wonder. I know how to copy the Mark II for everybody in Shattered Veil.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. You gotta show me how to do that. Somebody showed me how to do it, and I fucking forgot.
Yeah, I can copy that 3 times. So.
We get this, because we could get this fucking, we get Liberty Falls knocked out in fucking 10 minutes, especially the two of us knowing what we're doing.
Hold on, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Got you. Oh, you don't know what you're doing? So you've just like completed it before, huh?
Yeah, they did it for me, my lobby.
Alright. Yeah, I got you then.
It includes
so
that, like...
Not 10 minutes, but like...
It includes that bowling shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Who's the party leader?
It's me. Yeah, but he's going to the bathroom.
I was making sure it wasn't me.
So where are we going? Are we going back to Liberty?
Yeah, we do Liberty real quick, just to complete it for what's his name? And then we'll
Jay Cook.
Hop in the Shattered Veil and then cook that shit right there.
No Face, what's your playtime?
What, in Call of Duty?
Yeah, your high-ass level.
How do I check that?
I got 1,226 hours in Call of Duty. I've been playing since the open beta.
I'm about to hit 500.
How do we check that?
I don't know about.
I check it on the PlayStation app.
Yeah, me too.
Oh fuck, I'm on Xbox.
Yeah. Yeah, I played the beta too, but I played it on Steam, so I lost my account for the beta, so I had to restart.
And I fucking pre-order. Well, I didn't pre-order the game. What you call it? Baby mom pre-ordered the game for me. So yeah,
You could play it without a pre-order.
Yeah, nah, I'm fucking big Call of Duty fan, so I pre-order whatever I can. There's really no purpose in pre-ordering the game. I just like having it to have it.
Yeah, I get that.
Whether it's $100, $60, $70, $80,
Hey, have you guys ever tried using the Olympia in zombies?
Oh yeah, the shotgun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I haven't used it in zombies yet. I want to use it in zombies because that's where the Olympia originated from.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember back on Kino.
It's good in multiplayer.
Back on Kino, always getting the Olympia.
Yeah. My favorite shotgun to buy for 500 fucking essence.
Those were the good days when I had no problems, no issues.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I kind of miss being a kid.
Yeah. Just let me know when everybody's ready. Or when everybody's ready, just ready up.
Yep. Or actually, let me check my gobble gums real quick.
Oh yeah, let me change mine real quick too.
One thing I always forget, I'm so used to playing solo, I forget to get myself the self-revives.
Oh shit, wait, I'm not done with my gobble gum.
Let me try out that Olympia. That nail gun's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I like the nail
gun's
gun.
crazy, bro.
Nice.
What Olympia are you talking about?
It's the shotgun. It's in special.
Under, yeah.
Because I used the Maelstrom. That's the one I used.
Yeah, Cook, you said you got started on
the special category.
You said you got started on Black Ops 1, so you probably remember the Olympia.
Bro, I mean, that was, dude, we're talking back in the day when I was fucking had a quarter of the brain cells I got now.
Bro, same. I was like 10 years old back then.
I hardly remember any of that, dude.
I remember back in 2010, Black Ops 1 ads were everywhere. I was so excited for that game.
I barely remember that shit.
Damn. Bro, to think that game is now 15-something years, it's like in its teens now, bro, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I started playing PlayStation on the dude. I'm old enough. I was playing Atari when I was 8 years old, bro. And then Nintendo came out. Like it was like all the bees knees from us kids, bro. Playing on our little floor model TV that weighed 1,000 pounds.
Oh yeah, the CRT TVs, right?
Big box ones.
Yeah, the CRTs. They got that static electricity when you touch the screen.
Yeah.
I remember sitting down when I was a kid, dude, at our house, and we had a black and white TV, bro. And that was like, we thought we was cool, bro.
Wasn't that what the original Game Boy had? It had a black and white screen.
Well, I wouldn't even call it black and white. It was like green.
Yeah. No, I remember when the DS first came out too. That shit was so cool. It was hard.
Do you guys remember the GameCube?
I never had a GameCube, but my dentist office always had one that I'd play when I was a kid.
We had the Sega the Sega Saturn or the Sega Dreamcast with the actual first CD disc one. Yeah, that was
Jay Cook. Jay Cook, now Nintendo's got that Switch too. It's more powerful than your fucking PS4. It's portable. It's crazy.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. You still thought the PS4 was new. I was talking to Jay Cook the other day. He thought the PS4 was still like kind of new.
He's like, dude, that thing's like 2012. I'm like, what?
Bro, that shit's older than my child.
Fuck y'all. I didn't even buy it. I wasn't even gonna play this, dude. I bought it for my nephew so he could play fucking Minecraft. He's like a little 5-year-old boy. He's like, he'll sit there for hours and watch him play it on YouTube. And I'm like, don't you want to play it yourself, bro? And he's like, yeah. So I went and bought him a PS4. And then while I was there, I was like, well, hell, I want to shoot something. So
Jay Cook, you're not missing out on anything. They still release all the same games on the PS4.
The same games yet.
Black Ops 7's even coming on the PS4.
Mm-hmm.
No, I heard that they wasn't gonna do that.
No, they're doing it.
I should go buy the 5 or not.
Yeah, no, they're gonna do that.
No, I got the 5. It's kind of overrated.
That's what I thought too.
It depends on how much you use it. Like you can use it for different stuff. Like I know, like I listen to Apple Music and shit. So like.
Well, I wish I would have went with the PS5 Pro.
PlayStation is definitely worth it.
Bro, like Minecraft.
I got a bunch of my friends that have the PS5 and they said like it's like you said, it's overrated.
Yeah, I wish I would have went with the Pro because even Minecraft lags on my PS5 because they got that new ray tracing shit. So you turn that ray tracing on and your Minecraft game will lag. It's like, what the fuck? Minecraft doesn't even have good graphics.
Yeah, that's dude. That game is the dumbest freaking game.
I love Minecraft. I love Minecraft.
I look at that boy. I say, "What are you doing, bro?" And he thinks that game is just. I'm like, bro, like you could play that on Atari, bro. Like that shit looks cheesy as fuck.
Your nephew's got good taste, man. Minecraft is fun.
He loves that shit.
It is fun. Like survival mode is definitely fun. I don't like
the movies to watch that movie at the movie theater.
Okay, the movie sucks. The movie's different from the game. The movie fucking sucks.
I was like, this shit. Dude, I've seen the game, dude. That shit looks like fucking, dude.
It's fun. You can build whatever you want.
It is fun. Yeah.
Bro,
survival mode is definitely where it's at. But when you go into
when you're used to playing games like this and then you turn that thing on, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Nah, it's definitely a jump. Definitely a time jump between the two game differences.
No, but if you turn ray tracing on, Minecraft looks pretty good.
He'll watch somebody else play that on YouTube for hours, bro. For hours. I'm like, what are you doing, bro?
No Face Bezo. You got the PS5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta try Minecraft with ray tracing. They updated it like a month ago, so you can turn ray tracing on. That shit looks crazy good.
I gotta buy Minecraft.
Well, if you have
usually just play that shit on my phone.
if you have the PS4 version, you can upgrade to the PS5 version for free.
Yeah, nah, I gotta buy it. Like, just buy it.
Yeah,
Outright, you know.
then don't do that.
I usually just play it on my phone. I'm more so into first-person shooters. Like I was just telling Scar the Reaper here about like Ready or Not.
Oh yeah, we had a guy in the lobby the other day talking about Ready or Not. He said it was fun.
Yeah, bro, it's fun as shit. I've been trying to get people I know to fucking buy it. It's only $50, bro.
Is it like Counter-Strike or?
Nah. Well, I haven't played Counter-Strike, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that. But
like Rainbow Six Siege, like that type of game.
It's definitely fun. It's definitely
Yeah,
It's
any of you guys play Rust?
say Call of Duty and Rainbow Six Siege had a baby.
Okay.
It's like that.
See, I don't really like multiplayer games. Like when it comes to team deathmatch or whatever.
Not home.
Yeah, nah, there's no team deathmatch in it at all. So you know what SEAL Team 6 is, right? It's essentially you going on SEAL Team 6 missions. But you could go on SEAL Team 6 missions like by yourself with a computer, or you could do it like with friends online.
Oh, you're like working together.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I might like that then.
And then you can switch the difficulty from like casual, standard, hard, and it'll like give you different objectives and shit that you gotta complete.
Hey,
And
Morpheus,
it
can
has
you
a
cover me real quick? I gotta go.
has like
open the door
a
for my
nice
mom.
amount of maps, bro.
I gotta try that shit out.
The maps have like, the maps have backstories and shit. It's just fucking crazy.
So who are you fighting against? Just like NPCs?
Yeah, but you can change the NPC difficulties, and it'll change a whole bunch of different shit about the game. Like certain doorway, like say you put it on casual, right? You know it's gonna be fucking easy as shit. You could probably have a few NPCs that are shooting at you, and a few civilians that you gotta restrain and shit. They might take a civilian hostage. I mean,
And like the graphics are good?
Like that. For casual, yeah, they're really good. They're better than Call of Duty.
Okay, so it's not like some Fortnite shit.
Nah.
I kind of want to try that now.
And then, like, say you switch it to standard, then you'll have like like more enemies to fucking deal with. They'll take more people hostage. Their accuracy will be increased. Fucking and shit like that. And then say you switch it to fucking hard mode, you got like a fuck ton of hostiles to deal with. You got a fuck ton of civilians to deal with. You got objectives that you gotta fucking complete in a certain time limit. You got bombs you gotta defuse. You got doors that you gotta check to the.
What if you shoot the civilians?
Like, you lose points. You lose points.
Okay.
You get a grade at the end of you get a grade at the end of each mission that you do. So it's like either you take that shit serious or you sit there and you fucking play around. Regardless of the fact, it doesn't fucking matter because it's fun as shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to sit there and fuck around, bro, you could sit there and fuck around. But
So
if you wanted to sit there and actually take it serious, you could.
Then is it kind of like Payday then? You know that bank robbery game or whatever?
Yeah and no at the same time.
All right.
Like you definitely like. All right, so if I had to go by just features of other games, you definitely have the gun tilt feature, right? The gun tilt feature from Rainbow Six, like how you tilt your gun around the corners and shit.
Yeah.
You have that feature. You definitely have first-person shooting, right? So Call of Duty, Rainbow Six, Payday. You have you have like police commands and shit, like SEAL Team 6 commands and shit, like telling people to get down and put their hands behind their back and shit like that, and then putting people in handcuffs and shit like that. So you got some police simulator type of shit there.
Yeah, I just pulled it up on my laptop. I'm watching a video on it now. Yeah, the graphics are pretty nice. The lighting is really good.
Hell yeah, bro. If you want me to, bro, I can fucking stream it for you when we're done.
Okay.
Like I could show you like actual gameplay that I fucking did. Like I've completed the fucking story to it already. I've bought the one DLC. There's 2 DLCs. I bought one DLC.
Yo, I'm starting the water pump.
You starting the water? The valve?
Yep.
Nice.
I'm gonna need you guys over
fucking
here.
Mangler. But yeah, bro, it's real fucking, like, it's real nice, bro.
That's what the guy in the lobby was saying the other day. The level grind.
Is definitely worth $50. I wouldn't even be mad if they fucking bumped it up to like 60. Bro, it's definitely worth it.
Oh, I don't say some shit like that now.
That you get to play with friends. Oh, no. I'm just saying, like the way they really thought of everything, bro. You really like got to take everything into consideration. They thought of fucking everything, bro. Like, even the weapons, bro, you got tactical weapons, and then you got lethal weapons, bro.
Zombies coming this way.
Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, we got pepper ball AR shooters, we got pepper ball fucking SMG shooters, we got beanbag shotguns and shit like that. You got a pepper ball fucking handgun.
Wait, so then you're like a cop then? You're like a fed?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't want to play as a cop.
Nah, it's not. So it's not like, it's SWAT. It's basically SWAT. Imagine being on like a SWAT team. That's exactly what it is.
He was on the team, but he was on the wrong end.
Get the zombie off of me.
You're welcome.
He was swatted, not on SWAT.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a SWAT. It's a SWAT game.
So who are you going after? Like child predators or some shit?
Yeah, you go at like all the missions. So like you got like for instance, like one of the maps is a fucking hospital bomb threat map where they're fucking threatening to blow up the hospital and shit.
Oh shit!
Bombs.
You go after the violence victims.
There is. There's another map where it's like college dorms, but the college dorms are like filled with crack fiends and shit. So you gotta clear out the crack fiends and shit, and they'll come up to you. They'll try to fucking knife you and shit like that. You got suicide bombers and shit in there. Like, it's everything. There's everything in there, bro. It keeps you on your toes. It for surely keeps you on your fucking toes. And it's highly fun to play with friends. I've made some friends on there. I even met a fucking a veteran on there. He's fucking playing it. I'm like, yeah, bro, you want to fucking teach me some actual real life shit that y'all do, and I'll incorporate it into the fucking game, bro. We can make this RP right now. He's like, yeah, bro, I'll teach you. You gotta be willing to learn, though. I'm like, I'm always willing to learn, bro. Go ahead and teach. Nigga taught me what a button and flow is. I'm like, oh, yeah. I get this shit done. And then they got like night vision and shit on there for the maps that are during the nighttime and shit. It's like when I say they thought about everything, I mean they thought about everything. And then to top it off, it's not that expensive and it's not too fucking cheap either.
Well, it sounds like you got to use your brain a lot. I like this type of shit where you just roam through the zombies. You don't even really use your brain. You just like go off of habit.
Yeah, nah though. Like if you don't use your brain, that's what the casual mode for. You could just walk in there and start shooting shit. If you want a little bit of a challenge, then you got standard. And if you want to really fucking like lock in, really, take time, fucking realize what you're doing and shit, then the hard mode is where you would go. And in the game, it'll teach you like how to play and all the commands and shit and what to do in certain scenarios when you first log in.
You gotta play as a piggy. Are you gonna kick in people's doors for sending Instagram messages?
There's all kinds of shit on there, bro. Like they do have a kick door feature. They dead ass have a kick door feature. No bullshit. And then they also have a fucking C2 feature, which is basically a C4. They just couldn't put C4. They have a fucking C2 feature where you can put a bomb on a door and you can blow the fucking door off. They have that, the battering ram, that shit they use to knock your door down?
Yeah.
They got that shit in there. They got a tactical riot shield. They got fucking gas launchers, flashbang launchers. They got fucking stinger bombs. Those bombs that they fucking throw in a room and it'd be like pellets and shit flying all over the room. They got those in there. They got fucking mirror gun. That gun that they use to put under the door to see what's in the room? They got that shit in there. Like, they thought of fucking everything, bro.
Do they got Venus and Butthead skins?
Nah, they don't got that. They do not have that.
I mean, that's kind of a good thing, though.
You can change your operator's like heritage and voice, so you get like different like your character makes different comms and shit. Some of them fucking cuss, some of them don't. Some of them make like racist jokes and shit. God damn, we don't got a mangler cannon yet?
No.
Dumbass is sitting here using two of the same gun. Oh, no, I'm not. Never mind. Need a fucking mangler cannon. Goddamn. Just fucking craft one then. So we can get this fucking Easter egg over with. Ooh.
The level grind in this game's crazy, huh?
Yeah, bro, I'm still not done with my fucking camo grind. Or my level grind.
Oh, I don't even camo grind.
700 levels to get through.
I just said fuck it with the camos, I don't care.
Yeah, nah, I'm still trying to get the fucking Nebula, but when I realized that I've fucking worked damn near all the way through the fucking camo grind about 3 months after I got the game, I thought to myself, like, bro, it's not even worth fucking consistently putting time into it. I'll just get that shit done over time since I'm already damn near done. Like, I got my fucking guns all full already, so I'm just, like, over time camo grinding now. Instead of just consistently focusing on it.
I don't like how in this game they don't do like 10 points every time you shoot. I miss that about the old Zombies games.
Yeah, I definitely miss our old point system, bro. That shit is, like, I swear they shouldn't have fucking changed that.
Yeah.
Should have got the same point system.
Because then at least if you're using a weak gun that doesn't do much damage, you get more points, right? Because you take more shots.
Yeah.
I miss that.
this fucking 100, this fucking 90 points per zombie, 115 if you get a headshot shit is not working for me.
No. Like, that was really cool in the old zombies games, right? On the high rounds, you want to get some points, you just get a weak gun and just shoot the shit out of them.
Yeah. That was my fucking go-to strat for when I was low on some fucking zombie essence.
Yeah, they also got rid of the fucking barricades too, hey?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they for surely got rid of barricades. So you can't make points off of barricades anymore. You can't make points from grabbing a weak weapon. You gotta literally kill the zombie to get the points from it now.
Monkey see, monkey do, monkey do.
I still see your shadows in my room.
Take back though. That I gave you.
It's to the point where I love and I hate you, but I cannot change you, so I must replace you. Oh.
Easier said than done. I thought you were the one listening to my heart. You sound another one, but I am the better one. I won't let you forget me.
Yo, emo rap just died off. Like, that shit was left in the 2019s.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, every emo rapper just fucking pretty much killed themselves.
Well, they're not killing themselves. The industry's killing them.
But isn't that part of the music?
Kinda.
Just living out my song, bro.
I mean, XXXTentacion didn't kill himself. He got shot to death.
He didn't even get shot. There was no bullet wounds.
What do you think happened?
I don't fucking know. They say he got shot. They made it seem as if he did get shot, but really, that shit was just set up by the fucking industry. That's why I didn't, bro. That's why I didn't sign my contract deal that I got from Fat Joe, bro. I left that shit alone. I was like, yeah, nah, y'all got me fucked up. Y'all want me to sell my soul to make some fucking music that I'm naturally just fucking making on my own anyway. I told Fat Joe, suck a dick and have a nice day.
Yeah, but they do all that promotion work, eh? That's how you gotta go mainstream.
I could promote my damn self. Like,
I guess.
I'm gonna sell my soul for you to promote me when I can promote my damn self. Yeah, you got me fucked up.
I'm like, bitch, you lose your mans. Hey, can't keep my dick in my pants. Hey, my bitch don't love me no more. Hey.
Gotta go to them Diddy parties.
Oh, yeah. Or Epstein Island.
Yeah, I'm not doing none of that shit. Nah, real shit, bro. Like, I got the contract in my phone for this fucking day. It's from Motown Records. Fat Joe tried to give it to me. I was like, yeah, bro, you can go suck a dick.
Hey, man,
I wish I could fucking show you guys.
Man.
Yeah, no.
One of you guys got. I know one of you guys got fucking Instagram or something. I could fucking screen record and send you a fucking video of it. It's literally just sitting in my phone from 3 years ago.
Yeah, I got Insta.
I'll follow you and I'll send it to you, bro. I got this shit just sitting in my fucking iPhone file.
Alright.
Says right on it, 3 Diddy parties a week. Bring your own baby oil.
Nah, but if you like read through it, bro, you'll see the bullshit that they have you sign before, you know, becoming famous and shit.
Bro, they even do that to the pop stars, though, not the rappers. Like, look at Justin Bieber. He's fucked up. Diddy got to him. Like, Diddy really fucked Justin Bieber, literally.
It's the whole industry, bro. The whole industry is in cahoots with the government. And
they're all pedophiles and baby eaters, bro.
Yeah, they all do that shit, bro. Even like Even the TV host, even the TV show host and shit, like Ellen and all them, like they are
Oh
all in
yeah.
that shit, bro.
Why they can
They're
pull
all
bitches though. They're rich. They got a reputation. Like why do they need to fuck children?
There was a mangler cannon over here and it just disappeared.
Bro, you know who Keenan Thompson is?
No.
Ain't that the dude from
I
Good
thought
Burger?
we have all.
Yeah, the dude from Good Burger.
Oh, bro.
Not Ed, not the stupid one, the one that crashed the car and had to work all summer.
Right.
Keenan Thompson. He's been like 25 for 40 fucking years.
They drinking that baby serum.
Yeah.
Wait, so you think they like to fuck kids because it keeps them young?
No, they eat them, bro.
It does, bro. They put this shit in
drink
your
their blood,
TV
or there's
shows.
something in their blood that they drink, bro.
They put the shit in your TV shows and everything for you to see. You just gotta pay attention. Have you ever watched a TV show called The 100?
Oh yeah.
They'll take your fucking bone marrow just so they can survive. How do you think they keep themselves young?
Wait, the 100, like the show where they go down to Earth or whatever?
Yeah.
Wait, when
remember in the one season they were taking the fucking bone marrow of the people that came from space?
I watched that
just to
shit
keep
years
themselves
ago.
alive?
I don't remember that. I watched that shit like years ago, like 6-7 years ago.
I watched all those conspiracy videos.
I believe it was season 6, bro. They started taking bone marrow from the people that came from space.
Well, don't they say it has something to do with the Jews and shit too?
Yeah, the Jews are at the top of it all, bro. They're the ones that run the whole fucking shit.
Yeah, that's what Kanye was saying.
Yeah, that's like, no, Kanye is not wrong. He's fucking telling you the truth. He's a part of this shit. He's a part of this shit by force, though, because he signed that fucking contract not realizing what he signed until it was too late.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas, Nazis, nigga. Hail Hitler.
Yeah, bro, and he's not fucking lying to you. He's telling you the fucking truth. He's trying to tell you what he has to live through now because he signed the fucking contract.
Yeah.
Even X tried to tell motherfuckers before he died, like, yo, this shit is not what it's made to seem like. This shit is not all fucking riches and fun and having hoes and this, that, and third. It's not all that, bro.
That's what they try to make it seem like, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what they try to seem like. And the motherfuckers that try to tell you that it's not like that are the same motherfuckers that they sit there and kill. And then they try to fucking make it seem as if, oh, they got taken out by gun violence. Or,
Yeah, so like what about Tupac and Biggie? They did represent different sides, didn't they end up like the two sides killing each other?
You guys grabbed
No.
the next phase for the
Suge Knight
Easter egg?
did that shit. Why do you think Eminem sits here and raps about that shit all the time?
I don't know what you need, buddy.
Suge Knight got the hit that got Biggie and Pac killed. He did that shit, bro.
He owned the record label, didn't he? Like Death Row Records or whatever.
Yes.
Hey,
That's
what?
a yes. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. I'm following you, Reaper.
He set up both of their deaths. Why do you think they died similarly? You mean to tell me these the two biggest fucking rap artists in America at that time just both happened to die at fucking red lights? And then you got everybody in the next fucking generation. Oh yeah, catch them at the red light.
Yeah. Something about LA. The whole culture there's evil.
There's a mangler cannon over here.
Whoever has the jet gun.
Alright, I got a mangler cannon here.
Give me it real quick.
Nah, I already put the LGT together. We got the fucking.
Yo, we still need a mangler cannon?
Nah, we already got past that part.
Okay.
Wait, what do we have to do?
I'm grabbing the ether canister right now. Just give me 1 second.
Where's the canister at?
Yeah, I got it right here. I'm about to put it down, just don't move it from the spot that I'm putting it down at.
Oh man.
So no face, you wouldn't sell your soul for a few good years?
Fuck no.
Revive.
Fuck no. I can make my dreams happen just by myself, so why would I undersell my soul to get there?
I don't know, there's not a lot of unsigned artists that make it these days. Forever.
Yes, there is. What are you talking about?
Who?
You don't know of them, but there is. You got people like Leaf Ward.
So they're underground. That's not mainstream. That's not mainstream, though.
No, he is No, Leaf Ward is mainstream. He's making more than some of these fucking artists you're listening to now.
I don't really listen to shit these days.
Yeah, see?
Okay, so who's Leaf Ward, a rapper?
Yeah, North Philadelphia rapper. He's from where I'm from. He's mainstream.
You ain't heard of him. He's on house arrest.
He makes more.
What's that?
He makes more than some of these rappers.
Oh, yeah. Jay Cook, have you heard of him? Leaf Ward?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't listen to rap, bro. I don't listen to any secular music.
Oh, yeah, you're like Christian now.
Hey, who has
My
the
bad.
canisters, bro?
I mean, I used to listen to all that heavy gangster rap, death metal, fucking kill your mom, rape your dog, all that fucking shit. Bro.
Did you know of OG Jew? Oh, what's his name?
Hey, bring the abomination over here. Here, come on.
Yeah, we gotta take it to that canister and gotta tighten that canister while the trap is on.
Yo, what do you think of Adam 22? No face.
Let him come towards us.
Bro, he's the biggest bitch on the internet.
Yeah.
No bullshit. Him and Jack Doherty.
Oh yeah, true.
The biggest bitches on the internet. Cause them niggas that sit here and talk about some shit that they don't know, and then when the fucking heat pop up on their doorstep, they get so fucking scared and don't know what to do, and they want to hire the fucking security, and then the security be bitching them damn selves.
Oh, you turned it on a little bit too early, bro.
Oh no, we're good. You just shoot the head. Make sure you're shooting the head and not the body. See, like he got it right there. Boom.
Yeah, no, Adam 22 is a little bitch. That's true.
Yeah, nah, bro. Him and Jack Doherty are the fucking biggest bitches on the internet.
Yeah, Jack Doherty definitely is, but Jack Doherty isn't like a full-blown cuck. He did pimp his girl out on OnlyFans, but like Adam 22 is a full-blown cuck.
Yeah, but he thinks it's okay to treat women like that just because they like that kind of shit. No, that's not like. You gotta understand what life is about, bro.
Wait, who?
Like,
Doherty or Adam?
Yeah, Doherty.
What did he do?
Like, bro, just fucking all them females in fucking videos, just half naked and shit, and then he's paying them to do whatever the fuck he says.
Oh yeah, yeah, and he's promoting it to children.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he thinks that shit is okay to, one, treat those females like that, and then two, promote that to the younger generation. Even if those females do like doing that kind of shit, you don't empower that kind of fucking behavior. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, these women are the same women we gotta rely on to fucking repopulate the planet.
Oh yeah, but our elites don't want repopulation. They just want to like bring in a bunch of immigration. They want to lower the birth rate.
I mean, yeah, but in all reality, bro, right? Because it is gonna happen one day. There's gonna be a fucking apocalypse. Doesn't matter what kind of apocalypse it is. Zombie, alien, fucking
nuclear.
Nuclear, fucking Mad Max type shit. It doesn't matter what kind of fucking apocalypse it is. You're going to have to rely on women to repopulate the fucking planet after that.
I kind of hope it's that AI shit. That'd be kind of cool. Some Terminator type shit.
Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no, I get
They're gonna
that.
have to fucking repopulate the planet after that. And you already got females out here talking about, oh yeah, if it was you, the last two people on Earth, I would just fucking be single.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
in that case, the race of humanity is gonna fucking die then.
You're talking about like
Because
that
these
bear
bitches
argument,
wanna,
right? That bear shit.
hell yeah, like, yeah, because these bitches want to be fucking, oh yeah, I'm celibate. You don't even know what the fuck celibate means, let alone can fucking spell it. Like,
Yeah, but if
and
they
this is
take it
what
in
our
the butt, they're
society
still a
has come to,
virgin.
bro. This is what I try to fucking explain to people. I try to explain this to everybody fucking possible, bro. Like, this is what our society is coming to.
Oh no,
And women
totally.
are gonna be so fucking stuck up and believe that they can
bro,
do
even
everything
without
themselves,
an
knowing that they
apocalypse,
can't do everything themselves.
even without an apocalypse,
Yeah,
shit
like,
is
even without the
fucked.
apocalypse.
Shit is fucked even without an apocalypse because the birth rate's so low, and we got all these like boomers retiring, and there's not enough people in the workforce to replace the boomers.
Yep. So they're trying to replace us with fucking robots, which is why Elon Musk and fucking Jeff Bezos and shit have people doing 12-hour shifts 7 days a week with no fucking days off. And then when somebody calls out, oh, well, you're going to get fired. And then they fucking fire that person and hire the next person, and they have that same fucking problem throughout their whole fucking work thing, the whole fucking workplace. They have that same problem with every fucking body because people get tired, right? So now what they're doing, right, is they're having those 12-hour shifts 7 days a week dedicated to building these fucking robots that they're going to replace us with.
Yeah. They outsource most of that to India though, don't they?
No. You think these niggas is siding with anybody? They don't give a fuck about nothing. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's how this shit works.
No, I'm just saying because India labor's cheap. I heard they outsource all that AI shit to India.
No. You think Elon Musk want to give his shit away? Fuck no.
No, like he gets workers from India because they're cheap.
Fuck no. You know what they do?
What?
They take people from jail, right?
Like me?
They release them on good behavior, quote unquote.
Like me?
And then when they fucking come out, they give them Amazon jobs and fucking jobs.
Not here in Canada.
And they have fucking used to be felons or inmates or fucking criminals work for those jobs. Why? Because that's fucking labor. Labor made cheap. You still gotta put in your fucking time. Therefore,
oh man.
Therefore, you're gonna put it in for the richest fucking people on the fucking planet for a bigger fucking cause than what you need to know about. And if you do find out more than what you need to know about, then consider your fucking life gone.
So you think we should do what those people say, like eat the rich or whatever they say?
No.
Can I get a res?
Fuck no.
What do you think the solution is?
You know what the solution is?
What's that?
You want to truly know what the fucking solution is? The solution is everybody coming together as fucking one and overtalk us in the government. It's 100 families against 8 billion people, yet we can't get our shit together to fucking fuck that 100 families up.
Yeah. Yeah, like what's that one family? What's that one family?
100 families. The Rothschilds.
Yeah, the Rothschilds. Yeah, that family.
Yeah, the ones that run all the fucking America. And that's what the World War III was about. They got a fucking bank over there in Israel, and that they don't fucking control, and they wanted to control that bank, and they couldn't fucking control that bank, so they went to fucking war with them just to try to get the land that bank is on.
Yeah, some evil motherfuckers. I don't think anything's gonna change though. Nobody's doing anything about it.
Yeah, it's because 8 billion people are so fucking stuck up and dumb that we can't get our shit together to just come together as fucking one and overtoss 100 fucking
Well,
families.
I think how they control it's one of the main things is democracy, right? They say left versus right. then they divide us up. You know.
Yep, that is exactly how they fucking do it.
There's a
Red
fucking
pill and blue
hurricane.
pill.
This fucking. Oh, bruh.
And then they give you shit, like the shit that we're on now, like the fucking football games and basketball games, comedian shows and shit like that.
Yeah.
And that splits you up even fucking more. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the only true way to end this shit is if everybody in the fucking world stops using everything they fucking give us. That means the food, that means the electronics, that means the games and the shows and all that good shit.
What was it? Huh?
Bro, but we had to give PlayStation money just to fucking play online here.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is we would have to, us 8 billion people, to beat the 100 families, we would have to revert back to year 1 just to beat these motherfuckers. And that's never going to happen. Why? Because people are not willing to be uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, if we all just united, we could kill them pretty fast and easily.
Yeah, we could. You are absolutely right. But how the fuck are you going to unite 8 billion people that don't even like to sit here and fucking listen to each other? Because we're all liberal and democratic and, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now, it's not even just liberals and fucking Democrats. You got fucking MAGA now.
Yeah.
So,
man.
Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So, like, you worry about your daughter, too, hey? Because the future is pretty fucked, like, where it's going.
Yeah, the future is pretty fucked. Which is why I teach and show my daughter everything young. Why? Because you have these sayings are what you should live by. Like, there are sayings in life, and you should live by these sayings because these sayings are absolutely fucking true. There's a saying called start them young. You gotta start them young.
Yeah.
You don't think my daughter will fucking know how to use weapons and shit at a young age, even though she's not supposed to? You don't think I'm gonna allow my daughter to experiment with drugs and shit when she's of a young age, so that way she knows how much to use, when to use, and what to use?
You know some crazy shit too. People think Elon Musk is on like the poor people's side, but Elon Musk he's
not.
He's a WEF puppet. He worked for the WEF for a while. Like he's partnered with all of them.
Oh yeah. He's Trump's representative in court. Whenever Congress holds a meeting and shit, Elon Musk is supposed to show up on Donald Trump's behalf, and he does not. You didn't even know that was a thing, did you?
I don't even think they like each other anymore, honestly.
He is Donald Trump's fucking... Essentially, he's Donald Trump's representative. And he doesn't show up to anything that he's supposed to be representing Donald Trump for.
Well, they don't like each other anymore.
Since when?
Since like the past few months.
Yeah, this is only gonna take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Nah, they still fuck with each other. That's just how they presenting it to the public. See, this is why you gotta keep up with everything. You know, if Donald Trump, if anything happens to Donald Trump while he's in office, you know who takes over?
JD Vance.
No, Elon Musk.
What? No, JD Vance. That's the line of succession.
No, Elon Musk. See, you see how fucked up they got you?
But that's the line of succession.
You think it's JD Vance. It's not JD Vance. It's Elon Musk.
But it's in the paperwork. That's the line of succession. The vice president takes over for the president if he dies, right?
Yeah, no, not the way. Do you know that they're deporting Americans and immigrants, not just immigrants? They're deporting Americans now, too? You know that?
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, ICE, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wait, Jay Cook left. What the fuck? Why did he leave?
So yes, you are
Hey, save one
You are
zombie because we
absolutely
still gotta
right.
do
The way
the.
it's supposed to go, you are absolutely right. The way it's supposed to go is the vice president is supposed to take over. But since Trump has been in office, there have been things signed and waved off that people do not know about still, that are now in play, that you have yet to see because you're still going based off the Constitution, not even knowing that your constitutional rights and all that good shit have been changed.
Well, yeah, Trump is trying to change
People,
that two-term limit shit. So you think the two-term limit it's over too?
Yeah, it's gonna be when he gets it fucking signed. But do you know that you don't even have freedom of speech now?
Oh, I know.
Like your freedom of speech was jack shit.
At least here in Canada, yeah.
Like your whole constitution has been fucking changed.
Bro, the whole reason we did this map was for Jay Cook, but he left. What the fuck?
Oh man.
I mean, if that's the case, we can go ahead and leave. Do whatever map you guys want to do.
No, we did this map because of him. He wanted to do this map, but he left. I think because we were talking politics. He doesn't like that shit.
Oh, yeah. Why didn't he say that? I didn't know that. I would have fucking stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
I'm a big conspiracy theorist. Like, I can tell you everything about everything.
Well, I don't mind. I didn't know he didn't want it. He didn't say anything.
Yeah, nah, if he was to say something, I would have stopped already.
Yeah, I didn't know either. He just said one time he doesn't like people talking about politics. But yeah.
No, I'm not the kind of guy to continue doing something knowing that you don't like it. I'd have stopped if I knew he didn't like that too.
Yeah, I don't care.
I didn't know that, so I'm sitting here fucking rambling. I mean, we can leave this though if you guys want, since he's not.
I'm too
I'll help him complete that another day.
I mean, I like Shattered Veil better than this map.
Yeah, you guys want to run Shattered?
Yeah, I do. You think we could do the Easter egg? 3 of us?
Yeah.
Alright.
Told you, I just completed
I'm gonna die.
one other person.
Maybe he'll join back? I don't know. He's probably still online.
Probably. Yeah, I just didn't know he didn't like politics. I'd have been stopped talking politics. I don't even like politics my damn self. I like conspiracy theory. And if you know anything about conspiracy theory is true, and it's just waiting to be proven true.
Well, I like conspiracy theory. I just don't like Earth is flat stuff, you know? Oh yeah, he's still online. Let me invite him. You know what I mean?
He's still online.
You know what I mean? I don't know if you believe the Earth is flat. I know a lot of people do, but I don't.
Yeah, no, the Earth is flat.
You see, I don't believe that.
You ready? Because you're about to believe right now. I am originally from Philadelphia, right? And I traveled to Oregon. Now, in order for me to get from Philadelphia to Oregon, I had to take 2 planes. Now, why would I have to take 2 planes if it's the same country? Unless the map and graph that we are shown is not true. Because if you're looking at it from a spare point of view, right? I should be able to make it from Philadelphia to Oregon in just 1 plane. That is not the case. You want to know why? Because the plane has to refuel. See, you can't make a trip from Philadelphia to Oregon in just 1 plane because you will run out of fuel before then. Therefore, you have to stop somewhere along the way to refuel.
But that doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Yes, it does. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes, you could take that same example I just gave you and relate it to other places and other countries. Because there are countries that you should be able to make it to based off of the sphere that we're given. There are other countries that you should be able to make it to in just one plane go. But you can't. Why? Because the Earth is not round, it is flat. Therefore, you have more distance to cover.
But what if they're just like playing it safe?
Nah. Because if that's the case, here, take a piece of paper. Take a piece of paper, ready? Because I'm about to show you some shit and it's going to blow your fucking mind. Take a piece of paper, put a dot in the bottom left-hand corner and a dot in the top right-hand corner. Then wrap that paper around until those two corners touch. And then you tell me if you can take a plane from one side to the other in one go.
I mean, yeah, you could because it's round. You just go in a circle.
Now, what is the degrees of a circle?
Like 360, I'm pretty sure.
360 degrees. So you would have to go 360 degrees around the planet. How are you going 360 degrees around the planet without stopping? There goes your whole explanation on why the Earth is flat.
Wait.
Now go ahead and argue with that. Now go ahead and argue with that.
Because the Earth is spinning.
Just because the Earth is spinning doesn't mean shit. Are you ready? Now go ahead and take that same piece of paper that I had you write these two dots on, and go ahead and rotate that. And you tell me if you're gonna get there in one go. Because anything, the Earth's spinning.
Well, gravity works different. Gravity
possible for you to take.
Gravity works different on Earth than it does in space.
Yeah, but when you fly on a plane, you're not in space. You're in the atmosphere. You're still on Earth. So with you spinning, all it would do would make the goal of getting to that place harder.
So you're telling me it's all been a lie?
It's all been a lie.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't fully believe that. I've been indoctrinated my whole life, I guess.
You have. It starts from birth. Do you know when you're a child, they drop these fucking they drop these fucking drops in your eyes to prevent you from going blind? Now, how are you going to go blind as a child just coming out the womb? Not only that, but they also give you a hepatitis B needle. How can you have hepatitis B and you're a newborn child?
But I used to use eye drops when I'd smoke weed. Is like that doesn't mean anything.
We're talking about when you're a newborn child, first coming into the world. You're not exposed to anything.
Well, they just give you eye drops.
So why?
Right?
So why? No, they're not eye drops. They're drops to prevent you from going blind. Now, how am I going to go blind as a newborn child just coming into the world?
Isn't that what eye drops do though? They just make it so your eyes aren't dry.
No, your eyes aren't dry. You've been in a womb full of water. So how are your eyes?
But
dry?
it evaporates.
No, it does not. You think the water in the womb evaporates?
No, the water in your eyes.
No, it does not.
We can start Shattered Veil, by the way. Jay Cook started someone else's match.
Got you. But yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't evaporate, bro.
So wait, what do you think about the COVID vaccine? They forced me to get that shit, or I was gonna get fired.
Bro, they forced you to have COVID. You gotta understand what a vaccine is. A vaccine is the same thing that you're scared to catch inside of a needle. It's a small. So the COVID vaccine is essentially just a small dose of COVID inside of inside of a needle that they're giving to you to try to make you immune to it. But in all reality, it's not making you immune to it. It's putting it in your DNA.
No face.
So anybody that took the COVID vaccine contracted COVID. You want to know why? because that's what they did. They
Well,
put
you're
COVID inside
you're right
your
about
body.
that shit, man. I eat a lot of garlic and stuff. I've only been sick about 2 or 3 times in my life. One of those times is the day after I got the COVID vaccine.
My point exactly. But that's not it. Like hepatitis B, bro. When you're born, they give you a hepatitis B vaccine as a newborn child. Now, how is a newborn child supposed to have hepatitis B? The only way you could contract that is through the mother. Now we can take my child for instance, because her mother does not have hepatitis B. Therefore, she would never be exposed to hepatitis B, right? But they still tried to give my child a hepatitis B needle. For what reason? If she's not exposed to it in any kind of way, shape, or form.
So what do you think they're trying to do? Kill us?
It's programming, bro. They program you from the start of your life all the way to the fucking end.
We got to do this as us two?
And that's how they fucking get you. They program you throughout your whole fucking life. And then this is why the world is the way it is now. It's because everybody's been programmed. Yeah, it's just us two. I think what you call it, left.
Oh, shit. Can we even do it as us two?
Yeah, I just completed it with one other person.
I've only tried it twice.
Me and my friend Bait, we complete this shit all the time.
Alright, well I'm pretty good. I can make it past round 51 on this map solo, so I'm decent.
Yeah, my highest round is 77, so we should be alright.
Yeah, well I didn't even go down. I got to round 51, I didn't go down, I just X-filled.
Yeah, man, I got to round 77 and then it did that bullshit where it stopped letting me revive my teammates.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we should be good then.
Out the game.
I'm just not good with that dinosaur shit.
Yeah, that's the easy part. It's like as long as you take in the drill charge underbarrel on one of your guns and fucking free fire, you'll be fine.
What are those? Perks or?
Nah, drill charge. So drill charge is an underbarrel that you could put on your gun. The drill charge launcher, and then the free fire gobble gum, right? And what you'll do is when you get into the boss fight, you want to activate your drill charge on your gun, and then you want to pop the free fire gobble gum, and that'll give you free drill charges essentially until that gobble gun runs out, and you just shoot that at the fucking dinosaur and it'll drop his fucking health at a fast rate.
Wait, so that's like a mod on the gun? Drill charge?
Yeah, it's an attachment.
Oh, I see it. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, bro, it's all fucking. All it is fucking programming from birth till death.
Well, like, I don't know anything about what you said, man, but I somewhat believe you because it doesn't make any sense. You know what they told me at my job? They told me,
what?
You have to get the COVID vaccine. I'm like, why do I have to get the COVID vaccine? They said, you need to get the COVID vaccine because if you don't, you're putting people with the COVID vaccine at danger. I'm like, wait, what? The COVID vaccine is supposed to prevent COVID. Yeah. How am I putting people with the vaccine in danger of COVID if they have the vaccine? Why do I need the vaccine? So they told me they were gonna.
My point exactly.
They told me they were gonna fire me if I didn't get it. So I had to get it.
Yeah, no. You know why they told you that? They told you that because people that have the COVID vaccine are already exposed to COVID. Therefore, they were going to contract COVID anyway. So if you didn't get the vaccine, you're their fucking scapegoat for the reason why they got COVID.
Yeah. No, he left again. Yeah, he really doesn't like the conspiracy theory talk. All right, we can do this just us though.
But yeah, bro, like that's all it is. Like that's really how they get you, bro. Like no vaccine is fucking mandatory. You didn't have to get that vaccine. They forced you to get it.
Yeah, they did. They also paid me.
Nothing.
Here in Canada, they also paid you. They paid you $200 to get the vaccine too. So I was like, well, I'm getting paid for it. I'm gonna get fired if I don't get it. You know, they really encourage you to get that vaccine. So I got it, even though I didn't want it.
Yeah, and that's the same shit they're doing with the real IDs now. Have you realized that they've been pushing these real IDs for a few years now, and now they're really cracking down on them because they're about to stop giving them out?
What are those?
You sign the real IDs, the IDs with the stars on them.
I'm in Canada, man. I don't think we have that.
Nah, I'm pretty sure you have them.
No, the only thing they
just haven't heard about it yet.
Maybe the only thing they changed on my ID is I need glasses. So they said I need glasses to drive. It's the only thing they put on mine.
Yeah, out here in the U.S., they have these things called real IDs. If you ever run into somebody from the U.S., just ask to look at their ID. If their ID has a big ass yellow star on it, and what that real ID is when you sign for a real ID, you can travel without having a passport or without needing a specific document to travel, right? But that's not the only thing you're signing, right? So yes, you do get that free travel perk, but then you lose your citizenship and all your documents that you ever had as a citizen in the U.S.
Isn't that thing
so
where
you're basically giving up?
I think I've heard of something like that before. You have to pay taxes in other countries too, right? If you're a U.S. citizen.
Yes, that's exactly what it. You are giving up your citizenship, your birth certificate, your social security card. You're giving up all that shit when you sign over your regular ID for a real ID.
So those are the people getting deported?
Yes. And that's why they're fucking cracking down on them.
That's crazy. Yeah, Trump signed that bill to get rid of birthright citizenship too, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's exactly what that bill is. It's that real ID.
Holy fuck. Yeah, I don't think we have that in Canada.
There are so many fucking people that just don't know about this shit, and it's because they don't sit here and they don't pay attention and they don't fucking read these documents before they sign them.
Well, kind of like Jay Cook, some people just aren't open to listening to it. Like I'll never believe the flat Earth stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that just is really suspicious, for sure.
So do you know about the moon landing? Do you know the moon landing and shit was fake? Do you know all of the Mars projects were fake?
Bro, like, maybe it's my indoctrination. I don't want to believe it, but I've seen those pictures, and even like you know how on the old photos they have the pluses, you know, for each, they're divided. Some of the photos are missing some of the pluses. There's a lot of sketchy shit with that moon landing stuff.
Well, it's not even that. If you watch the videos, you will realize there are air bubbles. Now, where do air bubbles come from? Where do air bubbles originate? Underwater.
Yeah.
So when you think about that anti-gravity shit, what also has an anti-gravity feature?
Yeah, water, obviously.
You're underwater. Therefore, if you have an air bubble in this supposed to be anti-gravity feature in this video, and people see this air bubble fly across the fucking screen,
I don't know. The moon landing stuff is really looks really fake. Yeah, it does.
And then and then the Mars shit is fake as well.
But we never went to Mars.
We never went to Mars. My point exactly. The Mars landing shit is staged in California, somewhere in a desert. And that's not the only thing in California that they're fucking hiding. If you go on Google Maps or Apple Maps, I think it's Google Maps. You go on fucking Google Maps, there's something else in California where you can see, if you like zoom in, there's the word help and shit spelled on the map. And that's representing like sex traffic shit. Like underground sex traffic shit from the government.
But you know, if the government, you gotta hope that the government isn't as evil as you're saying, because if they are, you know, they're listening to us right now, right?
Yeah, I know that. I'm already aware of all that, bro. They fucking watch my whole life. I'm already aware. I'm somebody that I don't care because I know how the government operates. See, I'm only telling this to you right now, so it's not a problem for them. Why? Because it's only being spread to one person. But if I actually went out there and started speaking this shit to a group, they would for surely come after me. That's how fucking smart I am. I speak this shit to my baby mom all the time, bro. And I show her the fucking proof behind everything that I'm telling her. Like, for instance, I've had cops come and do wellness checks for my daughter, but never fucking even came in here to look at anything based off of my daughter. They always came in here to just speak to me. How are you doing a wellness check for a child, but not ensuring anything is safe for the child?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, that's not for our child, that's for me. They're coming in to check on me. Because of the shit that I be speaking.
Yeah.
And if I go and disappear, will anybody fucking care tomorrow? Probably not. Other than my fucking family, probably not. Right? But at the same time, you then have to think about how I'm getting fucking taken out or how I'm going fucking missing. Like, I'm not just gonna go missing. Everybody in my life knows I'm not just gonna fucking go missing for no fucking reason. Right?
Yeah.
So,
yo, can we ready up?
Yeah, I got you.
All right,
so
thanks.
The only way to get me the fuck out of here, right? The only way to get me the fuck out of here is to kill me. Now, in order for you to kill me, there has to be a backstory on why I got killed. I don't fuck with anybody. I stay in the house, stay to myself. I don't bother anybody. I don't do anything. Yeah, I mean, all I do is sit in the fucking house and watch my daughter.
Like, with someone like you, their go-to is like suicide, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. How do you say that I committed suicide if I'm someone that does not care about anything in the world? Meaning, if I wanted to take my life, I would have already taken it.
Yeah. So what do you think about the World Economic Forum? That's all part of that shit, hey, too?
I don't really know anything about the World Economic Forum, but I'm pretty sure the shit is bullshit.
Oh yeah, I think the Rothschild own that shit.
More than likely, and if it's not the Rothschild, it's definitely the fucking called that what's that shit called? Fuck, I forget the name of it.
What, the Illuminati?
Nah, not the Illuminati. The fucking where the popes and shit are.
Oh, the Vatican.
Yeah, the Vatican. If it's not the fucking Rothschild, it's the Vatican.
I don't understand how everything ties back to Israel, though. Seems like every fucking, conspiracy theory and shit.
Because Jews run everything.
Yeah.
Look up who the richest people in the world are.
But how? There's only like 12 million of them in the world.
You are absolutely right. Why do you think Adolf Hitler tried to annihilate the motherfuckers, get them gone off the planet of the face of Earth? That's the reason why. And then they'll teach you about Adolf Hitler, but won't teach you about Stalin back in school, even though Stalin was worse than Adolf Hitler.
Yeah. Well, they don't teach you why Adolf did it. They just say he committed a genocide and he's evil. They don't say, like, this is why he did it. They never tell you that.
He didn't commit a genocide. He almost committed genocide. You see how they fuck up your history?
Well, I mean, he did kill, like, a couple 100,000, didn't he? They say it's like...
He killed a couple 100 billion.
Adolf?
But he did not commit genocide. Genocide is wiping everything.
Wait. You said a couple 100 billion.
Yeah.
There's not even a couple 100 billion on Earth.
I mean, not a couple 100 billion, but a couple billion.
But there's not that many Jews.
No. Stalin wasn't just going after Jews. He was going after every fucking body.
Oh, you mean Stalin? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Stalin was the one that damn near committed genocide, not Adolf. Adolf just was focused on Jews and immigrants and his fucking country.
But I mean, Adolf did kill a lot of Jews.
Yeah, he did kill a lot. He killed a fuck ton of Jews. But Stalin was going after fucking everybody and their goddamn mom.
Yeah.
Adolf was only worried about Jews and immigrants in his country. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
But that was Adolf Hitler's whole intention on going after Jews, and why he was so prejudiced towards Jews is because of the shit they caused the fucking world to go through. Not just his country, but the fucking world.
Oh yeah, the Jews have been trouble on Earth for thousands of years. Long time. I mean, they're the ones who fucking killed Jesus.
Yes, and that's exactly why Adolf wanted them gone. And when Adolf came close to fucking succeeding with his plan, they said Adolf Hitler committed suicide, even though he didn't. Same thing with Osama bin Laden. Apparently Osama bin Laden, when he got captured, he committed suicide, but he didn't. Obama and SEAL Team 6, which is the team he sent after Osama bin Laden, they fucking killed him.
Yeah.
And then framed his death around suicide. Because he's a terrorist, and he would have just blown himself up anyway.
The Soviet Union did end up collapsing, though, eh?
Yeah, no, they for surely collapsed. That was nobody's fault but theirs. That is one thing I can say is true. The Soviet fucking Union definitely fucked themselves over.
Yeah, so you don't think the States had anything to do with that?
Nah. They fucking lost a battle that they had no business being in the first place.
That was weird too.
The same thing us Americans are doing now with this goddamn Israeli war, because we're a part of NATO.
Oh yeah.
So we took an oath to fucking protect Israel. And it's not even our fucking battle. It's really between Israel and Iran. So we're really fucking just killing ourselves right now just because we swore an oath to protect them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So the same downfall the Soviet Union had is the same one that we're going through right now. Which is why it's not, which is why I said earlier, you're better off not wanting to be an American.
Yeah. Well, Israel is, it would definitely better, the world would definitely be better without Israel on it. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, not even without it on it. Like, they don't have to fucking be annihilated. You just gotta get the motherfuckers to understand that this is not what life is supposed to be. And then everything will be fucking peaceful when everybody can live in peace and not judge each other off of fucking skin color or how big of an ass a girl got or how big of a dick a nigga got or
the Israelis worship like satanic shit though. They're fucking like the devil worshippers.
Alright, see, and this is where you let God take his fucking course. That's where you let God take its course. You don't do anything to him. Because if you're a person of God, then you know everybody should be treated fairly. And everybody should be treated right and equally. Therefore, if they're the ones doing demonic shit, let them do demonic shit. And when time comes, time will come, and they will fucking rot in hell.
So then you don't think Hitler was
You know
right
what I'm
then?
saying?
You think Hitler was wrong?
Yes, Hitler was absolutely wrong. He didn't have to go about it the way he went about it. But as far as spreading his message wrong, what he did after spreading his message was completely fucking wrong. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, I guess.
It's not the thought process he had that made him a bad person. It was the actions that he committed that made him a bad person. And then you got the Nazis now. You got the Nazis now fucking misinterpreting his whole fucking message from back then. And they're just going after
Aren't most of the
like,
Nazis in Ukraine though?
No, they're in fucking Germany. And if not in Germany, they're starting to be in the UK.
But there's quite a few Nazis in Ukraine too.
Yeah, they spread out. Why? Because they're interpreting Hitler's message wrong. Because if they interpreted Hitler's message right, all the motherfuckers would be at the Vatican.
That's true. Yeah, I seen a post on Twitter today, or X, whatever it's called now, like a couple hours ago, and they were actually just saying that someone posted that Hitler was the ultimate Christian, and then everybody was correcting him in the replies that Hitler actually fucking hated Christians.
Yeah, he did. He did. He absolutely did. He hated Christians. Hitler didn't like religion. Is what you got to understand. This is also another reason why I said what I said earlier about the religion and stuff. Like, I don't believe in religion is man-made, meaning people on earth made religion for you to look up to a higher being. God did not make religion. If you want to know what KUer made, because KUer is God's original name, if you didn't know, that's his original name. His original name is KUer.
What about Allah?
Jesus' original name. And Jesus, nah, that's Muslim. That's religion. You get what I'm saying? Like, he has no problem being called that because he is a higher power. He is the higher power that you're ultimately looking to seek out. But that is not his name in any way, shape, or form. That is a name made by the Muslims.
Muhammad.
AKA Isaac. Isaac and Isaiah and all them good names from the Bible. Those are the people that made those names for him.
Well, Muhammad made Allah, right?
No. That was Isaac and Isaiah and all those good names from the Bible.
Well, Jesus made the Bible, didn't he?
No. Jesus made the commandments. He never made the Bible.
The Old Testament, yeah? I thought it was Jesus.
No. If you read the front of the Old Testament, what does it say after Old Testament?
Jesus Christ.
Version. Nope. The King James Version is what it said.
The New Testament's definitely fake, though.
Hell yeah. And the Old Testament has rewritten shit in it, just like our history books today.
Oh yeah, the people at the Vatican that you were talking about, they rewrote the Old Testament.
Yep. Exactly.
But if we were still following the Old Testament today, you know, people would be getting like stoned to death and shit.
Yeah. Yep. Just like Jonah Ark. They burned at the stake and stuff.
I'd really like a steak right now.
But in the end, all this shit is just for one cause, and that one cause is to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. Who so happens to be the richest people on earth? Jews. So all this shit is really to just support the Jews, and then when you do hear some shit about the Jews, or like when you hear like the Jews did some bad shit, their go-to shit will always be, oh, well, we had to deal with Hitler. They'll always go back to that. So that way you could never say anything about what they're doing.
So if you had to choose, you wouldn't be rich?
No, I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be famous. I just want to be me and live a life.
Oh, come on, though. But if you're rich, you can literally buy like a nice plot of land and get out of society.
I don't care about getting out of society.
You want to stay in this evil shit?
My whole goal is to teach society. So
well,
yes,
that's what the natives have been trying to do. Nobody listens. Natives have been trying to do that for hundreds of years.
You're absolutely right, but I am not a native. I'm a Boer. See, you got to understand that there's two different governments. You got the Kiwi. You got the Kiwi B, which is the government that's sworn an oath to Queen Elizabeth, which would be our police and all that good shit.
She's dead now.
And then you got the Moroccan government. Yeah, I know that. And then you got the Moroccan government, which is the people that were originally here before that, right? Which would be the Moors. Moors back then were people that took over pirate ships and slave ships and sold things for good measures and good needs. See, even explorers like Columbus and shit were scared of the Moors, because that's how scary the Moors were. That's how much influence they had over the world. I'm a Moor. I'm a keeper of knowledge, keeper of ancient cosmetic knowledge. And this is why I'm able to teach you about all the shit that I'm teaching you about now. You think I'm a part of this society? No, bro. I don't got no fucking social security. I don't got no birth certificate. I'm a Moor. I'm a native to this land in a way that they don't understand.
Well, I want to get the fuck out of this society.
There's two sides of a dollar bill. That the side with the White House is the side that swore an oath to Queen Elizabeth. And the other side, the side with the fucking the olive branches and shit.
Bro, like this society is so corrupt. There's gonna be no way to raise your daughter without having her corrupted by society. You know that, right?
You are absolutely right. Which is why I just teach my daughter how to be a Moor.
You think that'll work?
I'm absolutely sure it'll work. Because as long as she's a Moor, she don't follow these rules, laws, and regulations that they got going on now. She follows native rules, laws, and regulations, which are not corrupt, because they come together as a society and make their rules, laws, and regulations. Meaning they don't have police that deal with their fucking situations. You ever heard the phrase, it takes a village to raise a child?
Yeah,
it
yeah.
takes a village to make a village. You get what I'm saying? Takes a village to make a village. Therefore, my daughter lives under village laws, village rules, and village
But that means you got to have a community. Do you have a community that's like that?
Yes.
Okay.
And it just so happens to be that her mother is a part of that same community.
All right, nice.
You get what I'm saying? So we don't deal with the United States bullshit. We deal with our own bullshit. Meaning, if we ever do something against our laws and our policies and shit like that, then we get dealt with by our people, not the government. We don't do none of this Queen Elizabeth government shit. We are Moroccan government. Meaning our people will come together and hold trial if we ever do something bad.
Well, that's kind of like the Amish then.
And then we have our own fucking trials and shit where everybody will come together just to trial one person and see what the punishment is.
See, on all my gold and silver coins, they put Queen Elizabeth and Queen Charles, and it pisses me off. But
oh yeah.
Yeah, like Canada's still under the monarchy. America isn't under the monarchy, so they say, but Canada is.
America is under the monarchy. That's literally what's on the dollar bill.
Yeah, well, they say that's not what they say. That's not what they say, but yeah, could be wrong.
Yeah, but if I take a picture of the dollar bill and I show you the dollar bill, you'll see shit in there.
Don't they also put the Illuminati on it?
Yeah. Yep.
The eyes watching you.
Two different. You are absolutely right. If I showed you the dollar bill, you would see shit in there that us Americans probably shouldn't have on our currency, but do have on our currency, and it'll be shit from your currency.
I don't know then. So I'm pretty much fucked then. Like I don't got a community.
Yeah, pretty much.
What? Really?
You're under. If you're under Queen Elizabeth, you're pretty fucked.
Well, I don't got a choice, man.
I mean, you don't, but you do. It's kind of. It's fucked up, the process that you would have to go through. You would have to find like a tribe or something like that, and like, you know, basically like commit treason against your own people.
I don't have a people though.
Your people are the people that sided with Queen Elizabeth.
But those aren't my people. I never associated with them.
They are your people. You were born into them.
No, they're not my people. If anything, they betrayed me. So I'm not a traitor. If I.
Nah, they are your people. You were born into them.
No, I want to.
I said it's fucked up, but it's kind of not fucked up.
I just want to get out of this society. I don't. No, I'm not with any of these people, man.
Yeah, it's a fucked up process, but it's.
That's why I told you earlier, I want to move to the Philippines. I want to get the fuck out of this country and just, like, go live my life somewhere else.
Yeah, nah. Some motherfuckers are under Queen Elizabeth as well, so you'll still be stuck in the same... You know what I mean?
But here in America, you said they're under Queen Elizabeth. You got a tribe in America, but if they ever came for you, like... You're
absolutely right. But our tribes have our own laws and shit. We don't deal with everything the way America.
But the government isn't going to listen to that.
Yes, they do. They have no choice but to listen to it because it's our native land.
So if someone in your tribe murdered someone, you're telling me the government would be like, okay, let them deal with it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Yes.
No, I've never seen that before. There's no way.
Yes, that's exactly what we deal with over here. We don't get dealt with by America. We get dealt with by our own people. And we have our own land that America is not allowed to step foot on.
I've never heard of nothing like that.
When something happens in our land, it's our jurisdiction. Therefore, we have to take care of it. You get what I'm saying?
I've never heard of anything like that.
But say our people step off of our land and then do something bad, then this in America's jurisdiction, which means our people have control over it, even though that's part of our people.
No, there's nothing like that in America.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. They're called tribal laws. Called tribal laws.
So if the police knew there was a murder committed in your tribe, they wouldn't do anything?
No. Our tribe would take care of it.
How do you have internet then? How do you have internet then if you're not associated with the society?
It's on our land. You gotta think about this, buddy. America is our land. We lease it to what we call Americans.
Damn, you must be rich then.
Not rich. Our tribe is rich, yes. But us individually as people, no, we're not rich. You gotta think about it. There are Native Americans, which is what I am, right? And then there are Americans, which are people that came over here illegally.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
$46? What happened? New Jersey rent prices are rising higher than anywhere else in the nation.
When I first moved into this place, my landlord wanted $3,400 a month.
Last week I shared with you that I am moving out of my rent-free childhood home and into a single-bedroom apartment that is 693 square feet and is going to cost $2,870 a month.
So today we're going to be talking about the many issues people face when it comes to renting in 2025. With single-family homes being unaffordable for a good amount of people, there's really no other place to turn. Constant rent increases, scams, just terrible deals in what you're paying for. You could have landlords that don't keep up with maintenance. Maybe you have some nightmare neighbors you didn't know were a problem until you already signed the contract. Now you have constant noise about you and there's nothing you can really do about it. I mean, we have a lot to go over today along with some comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with a clip from my home state, New Jersey.
New Jersey rent prices are rising higher than anywhere else in the nation.
Of course, it's got to be Jersey.
The latest Consumer Price Index released Wednesday by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the cost of shelter, which includes residential rent prices, has risen 4.7% year over year as of end of November. And in New Jersey, rents are increasing at a higher rate than other parts of the nation. The state is already known for its high cost of living, and wages have not increased at the same pace as monthly housing costs. Advocates for and policy analysts say state leaders need to do more to mitigate not just homeownership costs, but rental costs too. Over 1/3 of the Garden State residents live in rental accommodation. A person making $13, which is the hourly minimum wage in New Jersey, in 22 would have to work 96 hours a week to afford a 2-bedroom rental at fair market rates. The real issue with housing in New Jersey is scarcity. There are no new homes being built. That's why you see apartment buildings going up everywhere. The hope is that I guess that's going to dilute, the housing market a bit and allow it to be more affordable to get an apartment. But these are all luxury apartments.
Every new apartment building is luxury as well. I've made dedicated videos talking about that. I really don't know how people live in New Jersey, even if you're making 6 figures. It basically feels like nothing living there. It's quiet. That was just some of the comments. I'm never going to make it out of my mom's house, and I turned 30 this year. A one-bedroom is $2,800. Rent is $2,200, but I only get 750 square feet. That's actually a good deal compared to what I'm about to show you. But another comment, I've seen the same apartment go from $1,850 during COVID to $2,950 within 5 years. That's insane. Adding on to all the new construction being built, just massive luxury apartment buildings. We have this funny quick clip that I think is very relatable.
Yes! Yeah! Yeah, bitch! Yes! Alright, yeah! Go, go, yes!
Thank God, starting price at $3,500 for a studio, I hope. Dude, let's friggin' go. Perfect. I'm in the market for a $4,300 a month, 1-bedroom, no parking condo. In a gentrified neighborhood, 500 square feet, $4,000 a month, locals priced out, count me in. Luxury amenities with no washer and dryer or any parking for $4,750 a month. I thought that this was pretty funny, and without saying exactly where I used to live in New Jersey, I found another luxury apartment complex that was being built the town over. I'm not going to say that town is super dangerous, but it's not really the nicest, okay? However, I grabbed a screenshot for their pricing. Total area, 750 square feet. Number of bedrooms, 1, and prices start at $3,500. If you want 885 square feet with 2 bedrooms, that's going to cost $4,000 a month, and almost 1,300 square feet with 3 bedrooms is $4,500 a month. Now, as crazy as those comments sounded in the last clip, I mean, they're not really far off. Again, in a town that I know that's not really the nicest, you're going to pay almost $5,000 for a place. Honestly, you could keep it. No thank you. We have a screenshot right here, states with the highest and lowest average rent. Surprise, surprise, almost all of the Northeast is up at the highest. A lot of the areas in the Midwest are the lowest, and then California is up there along with Hawaii. And to add on to the California prices, we have a comment from you guys. I'm in San Diego. My previous apartment was remodeled and we had to move. It went from $740 a month, my half of the rent, to $1,800 a month for half of the rent with a roommate. So we're talking about $1,500 to $3,600 because it got remodeled. And of course, it being in California, it is a completely different beast. I mean, this next clip is in Riverdale. I mean, probably one of the craziest stories I've heard.
I paid $3,000 a month rent. When I first moved into this place, my landlord wanted $3,400 a month rent. Now you might say $3,400 rent, that's a lot of money. Yeah, well guess what? Once we moved in, we found out that the neighbor's house is also hooked up to our utilities, and we have to pay all of the neighbor's utilities while the neighbor gets all utilities included. So that $3,400 a month came with $1,500 worth of utility bills. So once we realized that, we decided we're not going to pay you $3,400 a month. So our landlord started receiving $2,800 to about $3,000 a month because the utility bills were out of control. Well, our landlord accepted that money, and after a few months he said, look, pay me $3,000 a month and we're square. Okay, so we started paying him $3,000 a month. Well, yesterday we get a call from our landlord, and he wants to raise our rent $700 a month starting next month.
I mean, just to start out with, the $3,000 plus $1,500 in utilities, that being an okay situation to anybody just sounds insane to me. And of course, the ever-increasing rent, that wasn't even enough. An extra $700 on top of it is being asked for by the landlord. Some of the comments, dude, I live so close to you and I only pay $1,800 a month for mine, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Because there was a lot more to this video, he said he lived in Riverdale, honestly in a pretty bad ghetto, and he was still paying an outrageous amount of money. I mean, I don't even know how paying for the neighbor's utility is even allowed. Goes along with the next comment. First of all, I would not be paying for the next door neighbor's utility at all. Their bills are not yours. Your job is to pay your rent and utilities. I just really don't understand California. I know they have amazing weather all the time, but $4,500 to possibly $5,200 a month to live in an area that's probably not the nicest doesn't seem like a good deal to me. We have another comment from you guys. I moved into an apartment in 2016, 500 square feet for $495 a month. That same apartment right now is $1,235 a month. Absolutely ridiculous. It's overall cheaper compared to what we've seen previously. I mean, 500 square feet is very small, but you're talking about what, an almost 150% increase in that same apartment in less than 10 years, mind you.
My rent is going up $700 per fortnight, and yes, I have tried to negotiate. I said, just confirming that you're wanting to increase the rent by a total of $700 per fortnight. That's a considerable and confronting increase for a 3-bedroom house, shaking out to be an extra $230 per room. We'd love to come to a solution that reflects both the current market and the current financial pressure that inflation is having on us tenants. We are hoping this is negotiable and that you can revise the offer. Real estate agent wrote back. She said, I could try and negotiate with the landlord, but what are you proposing as a counter-offer? Then she said, please note that the rental market is strong at the moment and we would be able to achieve the increased amount should the property be re-advertised at the moment. Kind of feels like a warning, no?
My thoughts are exactly like the top comment on this clip. So yeah, these rent increases are basically eviction notices, because that email basically sounded like they were getting kicked out without actually being evicted. There was no room for negotiation. They just want to relist it for a crazy marked up price, and I guess somebody's willing to pay. Another comment from you guys, crazy how this video is popping up because I'm literally moving out of my apartment and back in with family because I can't afford my rent anymore. And it's because they increased it. And this person is definitely not alone.
Your rent has gone up, and if you looked on Zillow recently for relief, you've probably been bummed out. Got a bad case of the I can never move again. You're not imagining it. A study finds that for the first time ever, rent is unaffordable for half of all U.S. renters. The study from Harvard finds rents went way up during COVID. Half of renters paying more than 30% of their income on rent. 25% of people pay more than 50% of their income on rent. The study author told NPR, even though rents have started to come down in some expensive areas, people most in need are not seeing a lot of relief. She says new apartments on average are more than $1,400 a month. Now remember, this is nationwide.
So before we look at the comments, that's something that I've also heard recently, is that some areas around the U.S. and cities, the rent prices are finally starting to come down a little bit. However, if in the past 5 years the rent was doubled and now it's down 10% from its all-time highs, most likely it's still wildly unaffordable for a vast majority of people. It needs to come down way more than it actually is. And I'd hope to see that happen, but honestly, I wouldn't count on it. Some of the comments here, 30%, LOL, my rent is 90% of my income. The most unrealistic aspect is that you have to make 3 times the rent to even get approved, especially when we were seeing $3,000, $4,000 a month like the California clips. I don't know how many people are making $10,000 to $12,000 a month to afford that, but this is not strictly a U.S. problem. This is happening all over the world.
The cost of renting has hit a new record high. The average across the country is now more than $600 a week. The latest data from KUer66YsvMfh indicates there's been a rapid rise in the population since the end of 2022. Fewer people living together in share accommodation has also contributed to a significant rise in prices. The most expensive place to rent is Sydney, followed by Canberra, then Perth.
So So the average now is $2,400 a month. We've gone over places like Australia and Canada talking about the cost of living. You think we have it bad in the U.S. right now? I have no idea how people are surviving in those countries as well. I mean, we can look at Canada. It's not much better.
In some parts of the country, the average rental cost hit an all-time high in May, topping $2,200 a month for the first time. Awful. It's terrible.
Well, we're lucky we get three of us living it together because we wouldn't be able to make it.
An analysis of listings on rentals.ca found Vancouver led the country. There, the average price of a one-bedroom listed in May was more than $2,600. The same cost nearly $2,500 in Toronto and $1,900 in Halifax. Toronto and Vancouver saw listing prices drop from last year.
However, it's a stark contrast to areas like Edmonton, where we're seeing creeping up to about a 20% increase year over year.
Another interesting point from the report is that rents for people with roommates have also gone up more than 8% to more than $990 a month.
So at least with Canada's situation, maybe there's some cities where the rent is finally starting to go down a little bit, but like they said, places like Edmonton are still rising. And I saw another clip talking about Toronto, how rent prices were going down, and they were showing Zillow listings going from $2,600 to $2,500, which yes, of course it is a decrease, but when you're talking about an initial 50 to 100% increase over the past few years, dropping it down by $100 a month isn't that much of a decrease. Some of the comments here, I'm seeing nothing less than $2,500 in Ontario. Wages are not keeping up with the cost of living, and even the saying we've heard so much in the past few years, you will own nothing and be happy, doesn't even make sense when we're talking about prices. We have a comment here, you'll own nothing, okay, but I can at least rent it. Nope, not with these types of prices, and I mean, what other option do you have? Home prices hit an all-time high yet again.
The price for an existing home just hit a record high. Combine that with sales at a 9-month low and high mortgage rates, and you got yourself an issue with the housing market. That's according to the latest existing home sales report from the National Association of Realtors. According to the latest report, in the month of June, the national median existing home sales price rose to $435,300. That is 2% higher than last year and is the highest existing home sales price since NAR started keeping track in 1999. The National Association of Realtors also broke down the prices based on region, so I'm going to share with you more about what the prices look like in your area in a second. But the report also shed some light on why this is happening, because it's sort of a weird situation to have high home prices and also high mortgage rates at the same time. Usually, when there's high mortgage rates, prices will go down, but that's not what we're seeing. So why is this happening? Well, it has to do with the low nationwide supply of existing homes.
So real quick, we can go over a couple of the comments. Can't build homes fast enough, but apartments pop up by the hundreds. All of them luxury, at least a couple $1,000s a month, and just not worth it for the price you're paying. Because they don't understand we won't pay $450,000 for a $260,000 home. Private equity buying single-family homes is a nightmare. It's driving up the prices of both rent and home sales. Billionaires are making us homeless. The amount of apartments that have been built in the past 5 years have been crazy. I feel like it doesn't really matter where you live. You've seen those complexes being built at, I feel like, record time. It is insane how quickly they're built up, and probably adds on to the lack of quality when we're talking about new construction. But she did talk about briefly the very low amount of sales for homes, especially in the past 6 months. We could go a little bit deeper into that.
There's been a 50% increase in home sellers that have taken the signs out of the yard and their homes off the market because they're frustrated that they can't get the price that they want. Here's a map of where delistings are rising the most. Miami and Phoenix are leading the way. A lot of the Sun Belt is leading the way because they have the most inventory. And why is this important? Well, I want to make sure you guys see this part highlighted above me. Unlike past housing cycles where falling prices pressured homeowners to sell, today's homeowners benefit from record high levels of equity, giving them the flexibility to wait it out.
So the amount of sales have decreased drastically this year because the current home sellers aren't willing to budge with the record high prices right now. They've seen their house double in price since COVID, and now they'll settle for nothing less, even though a vast majority of people can't afford it. So you're seeing all these Zillow or realtor listings just sit, and people who are currently renters can't afford the average $435,000 home, and the owners that have made hundreds of thousands of dollars through their equity will just pull the listing down and put put it up next year for probably an even higher price. I mean, we have a clip here that I thought was funny. I couldn't afford to buy this $379,000 house, but thankfully the seller cut the price and they dropped it down by a whopping $100. I mean, it's almost more disrespectful to do that than to just leave the price as it is. I really don't know how things are going to change. We have a comment from one of you guys, Floridian here. It's insane to think I won't be able to buy a home in the state I've grown up in. Tons of new construction communities that have empty houses listed far above what the average American can afford. I know I've said it a million times on this channel, even at the beginning of this video. I moved out of New Jersey for the exact same reason, and prices are still rising there, whether you're buying or renting, let alone the ridiculous property tax and just having to live in Jersey in general. But it's the same for one of you guys who lived in Florida. We've gone over their real estate as well, and the hurricanes with the insurance. I mean, just an absolute mess of a situation. And the renting is just as bad. Another clip up on screen. You look happier. Thanks. I moved to Seattle where my rent is $2,800 a month and there's no air conditioning. My rent is $3,500 a month and I also have no AC. If I use too many appliances, it trips the circuit breaker. Love Seattle. The city stories all over the US are just the craziest ones on TikTok.
My apartment increased my rent by 10%, you guys. 10%. Oh my god, 10%. Can you believe that? Anyways, I really want to stay in this building, and you guys know I decided I'm not leaving Miami anymore, so we try to negotiate 6%, and they said they'll do the 6% increase. Better than nothing, you guys, but I had no idea that they would even try to raise it. Like, I thought it would be like a, 3% increase. 10%? It's not even like COVID times. This is 2025. I don't know if this is normal in the U.S., you guys. I'm renting an apartment. Is this normal? Is this normal in the U.S.? Is it?
I mean, you're in Miami. The rent without the 10 or 6% increase must be unbelievable. But her going back and negotiating almost 50% less than what they were initially trying to raise kind of tells you how much they're trying to take off of the tenants if they could just drop the 4% like that. Because especially when you're talking about apartment complexes, when these massive companies that own tons of these buildings are just trying to get as much profit as they possibly can from every unit. And 10% sounds like a clean number, way past inflation rates, and this is something that happens every year to these people. I mean, I can't even imagine.
This is an apartment that I toured in Buckhead, so I can personally say I know for a fact that they are not worth this. It's a high-rise apartment in Buckhead, and basically this guy that lives there posted on Threads that he currently pays around $2,000. Based on my tour and based on the units that I looked at, he probably rents out a 2-bed, 2-bath in a high-rise unit, and it's right in the Lenox area of Buckhead, so not like a crazy good location unless you work in that area. But essentially, he pays $2,000 now, and he screenshotted the email, like the renewal email, with the renewal options, basically, and the cheapest to re-sign the lease was a 6-month lease with rent of over $2,700. Mind you, the other lease lengths literally went to almost $4,000. For a 10-month lease, his monthly rent would have been $39.90. $39.90.
And this is in Atlanta, which we've seen a couple of clips from the new construction builds, the luxury apartment videos that I made, where there are people paying $3,000, $3,500 a month, and they show what comes with their apartment, and there are no ceiling fans or light fixtures. As crazy as that sounds, I remember somebody had a front porch, kind of like a patio, but it was on the first floor, and it was just kind of out in the open for everyone to see. No privacy. It was just right next to the sidewalk and the streets, with everybody driving by, having tons of traffic. Just an absolute terrible deal. I mean, we have another example right here from one of you guys. I'm 28, lived in Atlanta for 5 years. I've always lived downtown and was paying $2,300 for a 1-bed. I recently moved into a 2-bed, 2-bath, and I paid $1,300. Now I get the most money back to put in other places. I mean, I get it if you're a city person and you absolutely love the hustle and bustle and people being up 24/7 and there's always something to do. I mean, that's completely fine. It's not really the life that I want to live, but the other negatives that come along with it, the price of just being in that area, just doesn't seem worth it to me. In this next clip, I don't know why you would upload this in the first place. Maybe this was supposed to be bait for engagement, but then I looked at the comment section. It really didn't blow up or go viral, just odd. But we could take a look at this landlord trying to double the rent for their tenant.
I wanted to reach out to you. I know your lease is coming due. Were you planning on staying, or were you going to be moving?
Yeah, I was planning on staying. You know, I really don't want to go anywhere anytime soon. I've been living here for, you know, quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been a good tenant too. The big thing is though, you know, we bought the house with you in it, and so you know you're only paying the $800 a month, and you know we think the property can rent for at least $1,800. Now I'm not going to bring you up that high, but I do need to ask for at least $1,600 a month.
$1,600? That is absurd, Eric. I don't know if the last owner told you, but you know I'm 75 years old. I'm retired. How am I supposed to come up with an extra $600 a month in rent? If you're gonna jack me up from $1,600, I might as well drive my car off a bridge or something.
Okay, so the more I listen to the clip, it just seems like a completely scripted video, but I don't really understand the point. Like I said, it could be taken as rage bait because this is such a divisive issue right now, but the video didn't end up going viral. My other thought with this, looking at this account, $60 million worth of real estate bought and sold, Wholesale Automation Academy. I guess maybe they made this video to make it look like it was that easy to get double the amount of rent, you know, passive income they always like to say, and sign up for the Wholesale Automation Academy for however much money, and you'll just start collecting checks as easy as that. I don't know, I just came across it, it felt very weird. We can move on to a couple other issues, some scams and just insane fees. We have one here. Why are we paying $250 to $300 just to apply for an apartment? I've heard this a couple times, especially when we're talking about New York City, so they can deny you and still make money. Absolutely no reason for that place other than pure greed. That sounds super illegal. And mind you, the apartments are studio or one-bedroom apartments, 500 square feet. Another one here, very simple, $6,000 to terminate my lease. So if you want to escape all this and move to an area with a way cheaper cost of living, you're going to have to give them $6,000 just to be able to leave, I guess. And that's why it's not super surprising when I see comments like this from you guys. In Thailand, you can find a $500 a month condo in a high-rise building, good security, in a good area of Bangkok, with all the amenities you need. Gym and pool, all the stuff we see in the US, but for significantly less, and there are a lot of people moving.
Tokyo has a population that's twice the size of the New York metropolitan area, but its rents are 75% cheaper. So what's the difference? Well, Tokyo does something that New York refuses to do. They build housing, a lot of it. It means that someone working a minimum wage job in Tokyo can afford a one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a living room for about 120,000 yen, or $800 American dollars. Meanwhile, here in New York, the average price of a studio apartment is a whopping $3,500. A two-bedroom apartment in the city center of Tokyo rents for an average of $1,400 US.
So even in the city center of Tokyo, probably one of the most expensive areas you could be in all of Japan, is still less than half of the average price of a New York apartment. We're going to finish off this video with a classic, taking a look at one of these NYC apartments because they never get old.
This apartment has been on the market for over 100 days, and there's a pretty obvious reason why. You have a nice balcony, decent living space, and here is the kitchen, which is where the reason lies. So far, it looks pretty standard, updated appliances, dishwasher, but to my right, there's this massive column in the middle of the kitchen that I don't really understand what it's doing there. I'm sure there's a reason, but they basically just built the kitchen around it. Cabinets do not open all the way, at least the ones that are in front of the column. But outside of that, it is a decent apartment. You do have nice renovations. Here is the entrance and the bathroom, and rent is $3,100 per month.
$3,100 for that? Who's making up these numbers? That's insane. $3,100 a month for no bedroom is ridiculous. It looks like the dishwasher doesn't open all the way either. That column is a big no, and that was still more than double the price for a city center apartment in Tokyo. Just insanity. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. Did President Trump have anything to do with the cancellation of Stephen Colbert's show?
Well, here's what's important to keep in mind is a broader dynamic. When President Trump ran for election, he ran right at these legacy broadcast media outfits and the New York and Hollywood elites that are behind it, and he smashed the facade that these are gatekeepers that can control what Americans think and what Americans can say. And once you do that, you've exposed the business model of a lot of these outfits as being nothing more than a partisan circus. And so I think there's a lot of consequences that are flowing from President Trump deciding, I'm not going to play by the rules of politicians in the past and let these legacy outfits dictate the narratives and the terms of the debate. And he's succeeding. Just look at what's happening. NPR has been defunded. PBS has been defunded. Colbert is getting cancer. You've got anchors and news media personalities losing their jobs. Again, all of this is downstream of President Trump's decision to stand up. And he stood up for the American people because the American people do not trust these legacy gatekeepers anymore. And all of this, I think, is consequences of that broader dynamic.
Okay, I asked you a very direct question. I did not hear a yes or a no in your answer.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, that was Brendan Carr, Donald Trump's FCC chair, who used a lot of words to avoid saying no when he was asked point blank if Donald Trump had anything to do with Stephen Colbert's cancellation. And you and I have been on this beat for quite a while about Donald Trump putting his finger on the scale and pressuring these private companies to bend to his will. So first and foremost, I got to ask about the legality of what Donald Trump is doing. If what I presume is correct is what's actually happening, which is that he's pressuring these companies to silence voices that don't comport with his political ideology, is that legal?
No, it's not legal. And by the way, I'm sorry, everyone, you haven't seen me for a while. I was like traveling all around the country. I was like, where in the world is Waldo? Except it was where in the country is Mark. But I'm glad to be back with Brian here. And to answer your question, Brian, no, it's not legal. And, you know, Donald Trump is getting a lot of mileage out of the Supreme Court immunity decision, you know, because this is not the first thing that Donald Trump has done around these media lawsuits and these media mergers and the like. That is not legal. Let's start with the fact that, you know, he is forcing companies to pay millions of dollars in bogus settlements in order to curry favor so that they can get official action. That is not legal. By the way, it's also not legal for these companies to be doing. And I'm sure that the Paramount board has a lot of memos and a lot of billable hours from some law firms telling them why them paying $16 million is okay-ish or okay enough. And certainly here where you add on top, you know, what appears to me, at least, and I think to most neutral observers, the pressuring of CBS, maybe not as explicitly as $16 million, but the subtle pressure or the not so subtle pressure to change programming, namely to get rid of Stephen Colbert. Now, it could also be the case that the Colbert show was not making as much money as some other things, but I doubt that in and of itself was the factor. I strongly suspect that the president and his dislike of Colbert played into this.
Right. I mean, we can't forget, too, that the time that elapsed between Colbert's cancellation announcement and the announcement that the merger was able to go through was, what, like 48 hours, 72 hours, or just a couple of days had passed. It's also worth noting that Colbert is the highest-rated late-night show on broadcast TV. Usually not a sign that the show is about to be canceled. And certainly if there were financial troubles, which could entirely be possible, we've watched the ways in which legacy media more broadly has found itself not nimble enough to be able to survive in this media environment. There are steps you can take to try to cull down the costs, as opposed to just outright canceling a show that's been around, that is an institution in American media for the last several decades here.
Right, and I want to add, you know, you and I talked off air about this, and there is this really weird phenomenon that's going on here, in which a whole lot of people who are otherwise, you know, normally relatively intelligent, and not always entirely in the bag for Donald Trump. You know, like, so I'm not talking about like the Lindsey Grahams, you know, who like spinelessly slither on and off of talk show, Sunday talk shows. But the number of people who seem to like desperately want to act like somehow, oh no, Donald Trump interfere with CBS's programming. And
not Donald Trump.
CBS might take Colbert off for improper reasons. Like, what the hell's in the water out there in California?
Right. Well, you know, I think that the culpability of Donald Trump is beyond evident here. But I also want to talk about Paramount's positioning in all this, because they are not without blame. And is it Sherry Redstone who owns Paramount, who wanted to see this merger go through so that she could pad her own bottom line? I mean, it's worth talking about the fact that it's not just Trump. It takes two to tango. No one is forcing somebody else to capitulate. That is her own doing. And certainly if the cancellation of Stephen Colbert was part and parcel of this deal, then the blame largely rests on her feet as well.
Look, she is completely at fault over the $16 million. Like, you don't even need to get to Colbert, right? We know that she wanted that deal to go through. We know that the board, basically wiggled to the left and to the right to try to figure out a way to get this deal done. But this deal on the $16 million, like I said, Donald Trump may have immunity there, and maybe the Paramount board and Sherry Redstone and others, like, they were able to lawyer this to a place of comfort, but it stinks to high heaven. When you add on top of that, the Colbert thing, like the people who are involved in the decision making at Paramount, in the current company, the people who are selling it, they are going to be reviled by future generations for what they've done here. I mean, they have taken the Tiffany Network, a institution in American society, and completely debased it. First in the settlement, now in the Colbert thing, but even beyond that, like, even the people who are not involved or are blameless. Like, if you are the next whistleblower, right? Are you going to trust going to CBS with this?
Right.
Like, if you are the next possessor of, let's say, a birthday album with a letter from Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein, and you are looking for someone who's going to stand up and publish, that letter and stand behind that reporting, are you going to trust CBS, or are you going to actually trust Rupert Murdoch more than that?
Correct.
And so the damage that's been done by the settlement, but then also the Colbert thing, regardless of what the underlying facts are and what the lawyers might be able to justify, just the underlying damage that has been done to this outlet is immeasurable. And, it's not like we're rolling in courageous news outlets out there.
Right.
So taking one off the board is, really damaging.
And to that exact point, it's not just CBS and Paramount. It's not just ABC News. It's not just the Washington Post. It's not just the LA Times. I mean, I feel like every day it is a weird world where South Park is suddenly the voice of reason and has more of a spine than these major legacy media outlets that have built their brands on the back of this idea that they are the esteemed fourth estate. And granted, the crazy part is it's easy to do that when none of that stuff is challenged. But this is the first time that the free press in this country is legitimately being challenged, and all of these media outlets that, again, built all of this credibility on the idea that they're going to be able to speak truth to power, when they finally had that principle challenged, when they finally had the opportunity to put up or shut up, watching them capitulate shows that it was bullshit all along. It was just a shiny bumper sticker to make themselves feel good, because when the reality is, when they have the opportunity to actually do the thing that they claimed that they would do all along, they cowered, they capitulated.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I continue to hear people in the legacy media continue to badmouth what they call, quote-unquote, influencer journalism, right? As if somehow they are the purveyors of truth.
Yeah.
And these other people, people on YouTube, for example, are, they're not up to the same ethical standards. Well, let me tell you something. If the ethical standards of the legacy media are what I read in the Washington Post on their editorial page, if the standards of journalism is what I see happening at CBS and ABC, if the standards of legacy media journalism is watching these owners one by one suck up to Donald Trump and engage in access journalism with the White House, then count me in with supporting the influencer journalists.
Yeah.
The influencer media. Because, like, the legacy media doesn't even understand how broken this is. They don't understand how much damage this has done. I mean, if I hear another reporter say, well, I've never come to Russia, right? I mean, like, maybe this is going on in my the place I work, but I remember going under pressure. Well, I got to tell you, as a reader, that doesn't really instill any confidence in me, because would you tell me if you came under pressure?
Right.
How the hell would I know if you came under the pressure, number one? And number two, you know, how are we to believe that when the chips are down, when maybe you haven't come under pressure, but you do, that your bosses will stand behind you, assuming you do the right thing, will stand behind you rather than cutting a deal, rather than undercutting you in the way in which they've undercut 60 Minutes, or won't undercut you because they don't like the jokes you're telling, or the humor that is going on. So you know, this is one of these places where I disagree with Brandon Carr on just about everything, but there were parts of that cold opening I was listening being like, yeah, I mean, the legacy media does have these problems. Now, not the problems he's articulating,
right?
But you know, but they have really undercut their own credibility, and as a result, the core reason, as you point out, like the core theory by which they operate a business.
So how does this make you think about the work that you're doing at Democracy Docket in light of this cataclysmic and really fast shift that we're seeing from all of these legacy media outlets, where they just completely capitulate to Donald Trump and effectively just either infuse him with cash or offer him neutral coverage, or in the case of CBS, there's an ombudsman who is going to be there to serve as some arbiter to make sure that things aren't too far left, too far anti-Trump. And so, again, how does that make you think about the work that you're doing in your own outlet?
Yeah, look, so I have thought a lot about this in recent days, because Democracy Docket, like your channel, Brian, it's avowedly pro-democracy, right? So we don't hide our bias. Our bias is towards voting versus voter suppression. Our bias is towards free and fair elections as opposed to election subversion. Our bias is towards rule of law instead of lawlessness. We are open about that. We don't hide the fact that we have that bias. But that doesn't mean that the information you get is any less accurate. In fact, there are various fact checkers that have looked at Democracy Docket, and they find that Democracy Docket is factually accurate. Like, the information we provide is truthful. It is accurate. What it is, though, it is not afraid of calling it like it is. It is not afraid of saying voter suppression is bad. Donald Trump is authoritarian. Okay? It is not afraid to say that what the Republican Party is doing are being mindless sycophants to protect Donald Trump from the Epstein files. But it is otherwise providing, you know, accurate news information and analysis, and it's providing coverage on things that the legacy media doesn't. So while the legacy media chases approval from Donald Trump and his billionaire friends and try not to offend the White House, Democracy Docket is willing to tell the truth. But Brian, that's the reason why for years now, in addition to me, you know, creating and publishing Democracy Docket since 2020, you and I have been doing these videos. We've been doing these videos from before Donald Trump was in office. Like, you know, maybe more people are watching them now, but you and I have been doing this now for 300 and some odd episodes, going back years, because the need for this kind of information and analysis is not new to the Donald Trump era. This has been a problem with the legacy media that goes back now for years. Sure, it has gotten much worse. It's gotten more pronounced. It is accelerated. You are seeing more and more instances of legacy media failing, and you're seeing growth on this channel, on Democracy Docket's YouTube channel, on Democracy Docket's newsletters and its website. You're seeing much more dramatic growth right now because people are more fed up with the legacy media. But, you know, you've been doing this for how many years now? And that has been a niche that you have filled, and a niche that we try to fill at Democracy Docket.
Well, to that exact point, for anybody who's watching right now, please help independent media, help support the work that Mark and his team are doing. I'm going to put the link to Democracy Docket's YouTube channel right here on the screen, and if you check the post description, you'll see that link to the YouTube channel as well as the news outlet itself. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. Support fearless independent journalism that is actually meeting this moment with the urgency that it deserves, which is underscored by virtue of the fact that you know, we are watching the CBS's and Paramount's and ABC News's, LA Times and Washington Post of the world continue to capitulate to Donald Trump, heap praise onto him, prevent any negative coverage of him because they don't want to make him upset. So that is that does put on full display the extent to which we need the kind of coverage that Mark and his team are putting forward. So again, you can check those links on the screen and also in the post description. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch. I'm joined now by Latino political analyst Mike Madrid. Mike, thanks for joining me again.
Brian, it's always great to be with you. Thanks for the invite.
So we have watched as the Trump administration has really doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on these ICE raids across the country. This is not what he promised on the campaign trail. On the campaign trail, he promised to go after the hardened criminals, and we did see how he garnered a lot more support in 2024 than he had in previous election cycles. And so I'm curious, from your vantage, how is his actual behavior, how are his actions toward the Latino community right now, how is that playing in a community that supported him to a greater degree than it had before?
That's a great question, and the answer very succinctly is not well. And for the first time in my years of being a really close observer of the Latino vote, I will tell you I was just in Miami last weekend at the CPAC Latino Conference, which is this kind of conservative confab. I've been in Los Angeles. And when you see those two communities behaving the exact same way, the Cuban conservative community in South Florida and Latino Mexican Americans in Los Angeles, you know that something very unique is happening. Across the diasporas, across regions, across economic class, the community feels that it's under threat, it is being attacked, and whenever that has happened, whether it was with Prop 187 in 1994, SB 1070 in Arizona in 2010, or, very importantly, 2018, in the first Trump midterms, Latinos performed, had historically high numbers, historically anti-Republican numbers, and all the ingredients are there to see as big of a storm brewing as we saw in those past three episodes.
So is there some sense that the Latinos who voted for Trump, these are not Republicans, these might not even be Trump fans, that these folks are still very much up for grabs? It's just that they bought what Trump was selling in this 2024 election cycle, but maybe don't align themselves with political parties in the same way that so many other Americans do.
So, Brian, that's a really fantastic question, and I want everybody to kind of pay really close attention because I want everyone to know there is very little, almost no evidence suggesting that Latinos are becoming more conservative or more Republican. There's a lot of evidence suggesting that Latinos are becoming more populist, that they're revolting against both parties. You saw this in New York City in the last primary race, where Zoran Mamdani won back a lot of these voters that went to Trump in 2024. But I also want people to understand that this rightward shift didn't start in 2024. We saw it in 2020. In fact, we saw it going back to just after the 2012 elections. So this trend has been happening for some time. But as I mentioned earlier, in 2018, when the community feels that it's under attack, these different disparate communities will respond as a bloc, as a group, against this Republican overreach. And I hesitate to call it a swing voter because it's not necessarily choosing between right and left. It's really more levering up and down. Yeah. These are voters that voted for Eric Adams, a conservative Democrat, when he ran for mayor. Then they voted for Trump, a right-wing, populist nationalist. And then they voted for Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist. There's no ideology there. It's really who is against the establishment at any given time.
Right, which is not dissimilar to what white Americans are doing as well, what young Americans are doing as well, what black Americans are doing as well. So I guess my question here is, we have seen instances where you've got the Cuban population in Miami, you've got some of these Latinos in the Rio Grande Valley, a lot of whom have either swung to the right or been long time more conservative than Democrat. I know that you mentioned that these folks will respond to situations like the one we're in right now by voting as a bloc, but we've seen so many instances where, in fact, the Latino vote is the farthest thing from a monolith. But are you suggesting here that we might see kind of a realignment within the Latino community of these maybe more left-leaning Latinos who are younger and the older Cuban Latinos, that we might see more of a monolithic vote than we had ever seen before, and kind of like counter to what we learned about the Latino vote in this country, which is that it doesn't act as a monolith.
Yeah, it does not act as a monolith unless it's attacked. And that attack, which is clearly happening now, does create a block or a monolith.
Yeah.
Now, here's the important point, though. In 2018, as I mentioned, in response to, remember Fox News was running news stories about the migrant caravans coming in 2018, and the barbarians were at the gate, and ICE was literally cracking down and doing raids, not to the same degree as now, but throughout the southwestern United States. This was happening. In 2018, Latinos, again, in response against Trump, against the Republicans, voted in the highest levels they ever had. They voted to give Nancy Pelosi the speaker's gavel and the Democrats a majority. I believe that that's going to happen again, but the lesson really is, after that historic election, the next 3 election cycles saw this rightward continued shift. So it's a balance between the economic concerns these voters are clearly saying that they're suffering from, but also will not put up with the nonsense and the overreach and the racist attacks and the nativism that they're seeing coming from the White House right now. And so somewhere in the middle, these Latinos are trying to figure out the path of least resistance when both parties aren't doing their level best to give them, I think, the roadway to a more successful way of getting higher levels of support. Let me put it that way.
I know it's not fair to ask you to get into Trump's head here, but even between the Republican, I mean, Trump is term limited out. At least we hope he's term limited out. I don't know what's going through his mind at this point, but the Republican Party is not term limited out. And so when they see this, when they see the gains that they've made from the Latino community, what do you think their thought process is when they are investing so much money into ICE for these deportations that we know are not going to focus on hardened criminals, because there simply aren't enough hardened criminals to reach the quotas that they're trying to reach? And so the consequence of this is a big realigning of the Latino community that they were, by the way, making massive inroads with. What's the thought process for these Republicans who are watching any goodwill kind of be burned away?
It's always difficult to impart any sort of a thought process to Donald Trump's strategy. Right? He almost always regresses to his natural instinct, which this is his most natural instinct. Let's remember, he launched his campaign by attacking Mexicans first. This is where he started. This is what made him who he was, at least the beginnings of it as a politician. So he'll never completely back off of that. That's the first. But understand the hypocrisy that you're articulating very well. The Republican Party is saying on one hand, we don't want more Mexicans coming in or Latinos coming in because they'll vote, they're illegals and they're going to steal elections, but at the same time they believe that they're winning a majority of them. Both of these cannot be true. It's also like when they say, oh, all these Latinos are coming for welfare to be on the social safety net, but at the same time they're also stealing my job. Like, which is it? Are they working? Are they not? Are they voting? Are they not? So a lot of this has nothing to do with a rational, strategic understanding. It's simply that inert nativism that they can't extract. And why? The last time we spoke, last time I was on your show, I said no one's going to win the immigration fight. Someone's going to lose. And the person that's going to lose is the person that overreaches first. And Republicans have a strong propensity to overreach because they can't help themselves. And that's what you're seeing. It's why you're seeing military operations in MacArthur Park in Los Angeles that are going to expand tenfold. I mean, the ICE's budget is now bigger than the United States Marine Corps. It's going to be an enormous expansion of militarized forces in our neighborhoods, our schools, and in our communities.
Well, you know, the interesting part of that is, in large part, the Republicans have been successful at weaponizing some elements of the Democratic Party, perverting elements of the Democratic Party and making it sound like, oh, this is where the Democrats are socialists and you escape from socialism, therefore you cannot support Democrats. But in fact, this big government, like jackbooted thug, overreach, is exactly the thing that for so long I would presume would happen in some of these South American or Central American countries. And so they are becoming the exact thing that they've spent so long fear-mongering about or projecting onto the Democrats for being. But in fact, this is the kind of shit that we would see in other countries that we would never think would happen in America. This is the kind of stuff that we would say, come here so that you can avoid having to deal with that kind of stuff.
You're exactly right, but let me take it a little step further. Look, I'm one of the co-founders of the Lincoln Project. I worked in Republican politics for many years. That jackbooted thug was what they used to scare right-wing extremists, white supremacists.
Right. So there's not even just a downside for Latinos. It's also the white people who've been groomed into thinking that this is the kind of stuff that Democratic leadership would usher in.
100%. That's my point. Exactly right. We're not talking about that enough, but they were doing exactly what they were saying that they were afraid of. But to the question of socialism, because it is an important one, I can't say this loud enough. The overestimation of how strong the socialist argument is amongst Latinos really needs to be kind of dispelled. And let me explain why from a math perspective. There's no question this works with the Cuban community. There's no question it works with the Venezuelans and Central Americans. But combined, Cubans, Venezuelans, and Central Americans from socialist countries is less than 10% of the Latino vote. The Latino vote is overwhelmingly a Mexican-American vote. And if they're talking about socialism to Mexican-Americans, there is literally zero resonance with that message.
Yeah.
Usually it's this kind of right-wing, parochial, sort of DC, East Coast messaging.
Right.
That's not what Democrats should be afraid of. That really, frankly, is one of those messages I think Democrats can turn on their own white base and saying, the jackbooted thugs are in the GOP. It's
Right.
your party that's doing this because it is.
Yeah. So what should Democrats be afraid of? What would be a strong argument for Republicans here? I want to get into. I feel like the best way to kind of insulate or armor ourselves from attacks against the right is to be able to predict what the attacks are going to be.
Well, first of all, I think it's going to be really difficult for Republicans to push back against the media maelstrom that they created. If I were Republicans, I would be. But again, look, if Donald Trump had just gone golfing, not talked about tariffs, and not done any of these crackdowns, he'd be sitting at a 58, 62% support level. It'd be a record high.
Stephen Miller would not have that.
No, precisely. And so, that's why I said it's not that they're going to win; they're going to lose because they can't help themselves.
Yeah.
My bigger fear, Brian, is a longer term one. And what I mean by that is the chances of Democrats doing quite well in the midterms is very high. History is on the Democrats' side. The party of power traditionally does very well. Democrats are beginning to benefit from low turnout elections, which this will invariably be, and the issues matrix is breaking decidedly to the benefit of the Democrats. So why am I concerned? I'm concerned because if Democrats win the House, and I believe that they will, I'm afraid that they won't learn their lesson about the working class issues, and 2026 will look exactly like 2018, where you win a Pyrrhic victory, but you continue to lose this vote for the next 3 or 4 election cycles, and then it's too late to fix.
Right.
That's my concern.
You kind of just win because it's such a favorable environment to Democrats, and they don't actually learn the real lesson, which is what's actually drawing these people in, and they keep ping-ponging back and forth. Democrats need to actually. Well, then I guess let's finish off with this, because this raises the obvious question here. What can Democrats do? And you alluded to this before, but what did Democrats do so that these people vote for Democrats, not just because the environment is so bad for Republicans, not just because Republicans have overreached so far, but because they actually want to vote for Democrats, and Democrats have made an affirmative case that warrants these votes?
That's an excellent question, and the answer is this. Talk about economic pocketbook issues. I'm going to leave it that general, and there's a reason why, Brian. I'm not going to give you a silver bullet issue because there is no silver bullet issue. I want you to learn from 2 politicians who have successfully, as Democrats, won back working class Latino men. Zoran Mamdani, who has a very progressive agenda, and Ruben Gallego in Arizona, who has a very centrist agenda. They both accomplished the same goal. Why? Because even though they have different opinions, they made the economy and affordability central to their messages. That's all that it takes.
Yeah.
If you move away from the cultural issues and go focus, double, triple down on the economy, that's what the polling has told us for 3 decades Latinos want to hear about. They don't even have to ideologically agree with you as long as you're talking about it, focusing on it, and committing to making a real change in their lives with basic economic issues. You're going to do well. That would be my advice.
Perfectly put. Mike, how can folks who are watching and listening hear and read more from you?
Follow me on Substack. I write on these topics all the time. The name of my newsletter is The Great Transformation. That's the best place where Brian and I talk. Usually on X or other social medias, you can find me. Just put in the name.
Excellent. I'll put that link to your Substack right here on the screen and also in the post description. If you're listening on the podcast, I'm going to throw it in the show notes. Mike, appreciate your time.
Always great to talk to you, Brian. Thanks for having me.
The Trump administration vows to give the appearance of fighting injustice. This is just another day. At yesterday's hours-long cabinet meeting, Donald Trump and Pam Bondi were pressed with questions about the suddenly non-existent Epstein list. It didn't go well, but everybody knows that when this administration finds itself in a tough spot, there's only one place left to turn. To the distraction machine.
Now to some breaking news from Washington. NBC News has confirmed the Justice Department has opened criminal investigations into former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey.
Whoa! Criminal investigations into the former heads of the FBI and the CIA. This is big. I mean, I can't imagine what they're being investigated for. Sedition, espionage, maybe some sick and twisted combo of the two, like sedispionage?
Exactly what is being investigated? Well, that's unclear.
Ah, that's right. It's all bullshit. This case is as clean as RFK's toilet after a quick dip in the E. coli creek. Yep, after years of promising that all Epstein-related secrets would finally be disclosed, the Trump administration is now desperately trying to shift focus from their non-disclosure to a whole new investigation. Well, not exactly new.
A special counsel appointed by Donald Trump thoroughly investigated John Brennan, Jim Comey, and the conduct of the CIA and the FBI with regard to Russian election interference back in 2016, and filed no charges against them, accused them of no wrongdoing, exhaustively investigated.
We already did this in 2016. While everybody else was Pokemon going to the polls and debating how they should feel about Harambe, Trump and his first administration investigated these guys and found no wrongdoing. In fact, it wasn't just Trump's White House. Senate Republicans also investigated the matter, and you wouldn't believe what one senator in particular found.
The Senate Intelligence Committee, in bipartisan fashion, investigated the origins of that investigation exhaustively. And I want to read you the exact words that were spoken by the acting chairman of the Senate Intel Committee when he was talking about the findings of their investigation. He said every witness interviewed by the committee stated that they saw no attempt to politicize the findings of that investigation, and he added, no probe into this matter has been more exhaustive. Guess who spoke those words? Now Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Oof. Right now, Marco Rubio is furiously trying to get all of his former statements on a one-way flight to El Salvador. But nobody gets distracted by findings of no wrongdoing, so it's time for the minions to really take action.
Both of these disgraceful individuals turned against our Constitution and our country.
Both Obama's FBI director and CIA director basically knew the Trump-Russia hoax came from Hillary Clinton's campaign. But they both used it to smear and investigate Donald Trump.
This is not retribution. This is fumigation. You've had radicals roaming in these institutions like termites. He is fumigating these. He is bringing back integrity and accountability.
Wow, someone's trying to get their pest control business off the ground. You know, since you're so focused on fumigation, you might want to start by exterminating that bug up your ass over the Democrats. This administration, the one that is so focused on reining in waste, is about to turn on a fire hose of wasted money and time by investigating their enemies, all in an effort to distract from their complete lack of transparency. And we all know that this is being done at the behest of dear leader, who is somehow just hearing about all of this for the very first time.
James Comey and John Brennan, now under criminal investigation related to the Trump-Russia probe. Do you want to see these two guys behind bars?
Well, I know nothing about it other than what I read today, but I will tell you, I think they're very dishonest people. I think they're crooked as hell, and maybe they have to pay a price for that. I believe they are truly bad people and dishonest people, so whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens. You know Trump. He's just a laid-back, c'est la vie kind of guy. Just accepts whatever results come his way. And it's statements like those from the sitting president of the United States that always ensure his supporters accept those results too. Here's how you know that this whole John Brennan, James Comey distraction isn't working. Even Trump's base is calling bullshit.
The timing of it, come on, just seems... Come on.
It seems like I'll take how do we get the attention off of Epstein for 500, please, Alex.
I hope this story breaking today isn't just a cover story or diversion from the giant fiasco with the FBI and DOJ doing a 180 on Epstein.
So that's it? No client list? Epstein killed himself? No further investigations? Case closed?
Hey, we're going to do an investigation. Now, we can't tell you about the investigation because it's under investigation, so we can't actually talk about the investigation of the people that are being investigated, but they're under investigation.
We don't rise and fall with Trump. We need him. It's a historic thing that's happening. But that said, I'm not breaking my integrity or my morals or what I stand for nobody.
Even the man who is completely devoid of standards, morals, and integrity is refusing to abandon his fake standards, morals, and integrity just to help Trump move on from his administration's fiasco. You know when you've lost the crazies, you're in trouble. Look, it's bad enough that Donald Trump is trying to distract his base from an island's worth of Epstein material that totally doesn't exist. But to do it with a subject that has already been adjudicated is so much worse. Everyone knows where this leads. It's the same place that Hillary's Benghazi hearings led, to a kangaroo court led by Republicans who are solely focused on vilifying their enemies in the hopes that it will be politically advantageous for them.
And the truth must come out, and this administration is totally committed to transparency and to justice and to accountability.
Only they're not. Because if they were, I think your boss would have spent a little more time yesterday being transparent about any files that might have been lying around that happened to be related to his former dance partner, and a little less time teaching Interior Design 101.
They've never found a paint that looks like gold.
Cool. Is class dismissed yet? This administration has no interest in holding people to account, and all the proof you need is the flurry of pardons he's issued already this term. Pardons which have not just excused violent criminal behavior by members of groups like the Proud Boys, but also cost the victims of those crimes over $1.5 billion in restitution. Or, to put that in terms that our president understands, 33 birthday parades. The reality is that Donald Trump built an entire movement based on the idea that only he, an outsider, a man so untethered to the deep state, a man so wealthy that he need not take any money from wealthy donors, unless, of course, those donors had checks soaked in ketamine, then sure, that seems fine. But only a man such as he could finally bring transparency and accountability to the corrupt institutions that have plagued our country with lies for decades. And his most ardent followers championed his cause.
The government has been hiding Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs since he committed suicide 4 years ago.
There were people on Jeffrey Epstein's island and on Jeffrey Epstein's plane who may not have known they were being recorded. Jeffrey Epstein may have been recording this, or may not have even known about some of the recording. You get what I'm saying?
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Nice catch there, Benny. The greatest pederast? Why is the FBI protecting a top-notch, Hall of Fame, record-breaking legend of a pederast? And why haven't they released his trading card yet? But now that the truth-seeking leader has finally reacquired the power to shine a spotlight on all of his government deception and has chosen not to, where are those ardent followers now?
You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to get... I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy.
Well, that was interesting. The president is casting himself as a global deal maker turned peacemaker.
Well, that was interesting. Jesse Waters moved on from that story faster than Matt Gaetz moves on from women who are old enough to gamble. The guys who literally rose to power by riling up a base over deep state conspiracies are now saying that there's nothing to see here, but here's some Comey and Brennan crumbs, and that should keep you happy. And that is how little Donald Trump and his henchmen think of MAGA voters. I mean, my God, how many more times are you going to allow yourselves to be duped? These Republican officials do not care about getting to the bottom of anything except your wallet to pay for their tax cuts. That is how little they think of you. That's how much disdain they have for you. How much they see you as marks and rubes to be exploited. Rather than making groceries cheaper, giving you greater access to health care, making housing more affordable, they chose to keep you on the hook by spinning lie after lie, laughing all the way to the bank. They don't care about justice or truth, because if they did, we would have seen them bring it. Was one of the wealthiest pederists,
The greatest pederast.
sorry, known to man.
Yeah, especially when they cuss you out. It's like, I didn't even do anything. Yeah, like this is my McDonald's that I paid for. What do you mean? I'm a fucking pig. Like, you're the one who wants to eat my meal that I paid for. Like, doesn't that make you a fucking pig? Yeah, and that was annoying. It's like, there was this one lady, I was halfway across the intersection, she zoomed through the intersection, she was like sticking the finger at me or something, like not her middle finger, but like, her index finger, like saying no, like waving it. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is like right after I woke up and then he sent me that money, I went to McDonald's, and that's how I was feeling. I was like, these people got
You're watching the legal breakdown. We've got major news right now, and that is the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is currently meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell and her attorneys in federal prison. And so the question swirling around right now is that if the DOJ is meeting with
You
Ghislaine
can't even
Maxwell
be angry about
before
that. That
Congress
guy's
has
life
the
is
ability
shit,
to
and he's
speak
living
with Ghislaine
his
Maxwell,
karma.
what do they have the ability to
Not like
do?
I need to cuss
If,
him out.
for example, Maxwell might have information that compromises the President of the United States.
I'm
So
not
Brian,
even
by
mad because I'm
sending
young,
one of
black, and
Donald
rich.
Trump's former criminal defense attorneys, Todd Blanche, now Deputy Attorney General, to the prison to see Ghislaine Maxwell, what they have the opportunity to do is mold her story in a way that doesn't incriminate Donald Trump. Because, let's get down to brass tacks. Trump put people like Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and Emil Bove into the highest positions at the Department of Justice to be loyal to him, to take care of him, to protect him, and to do his bidding as necessary. Remember, Todd Blanche went into court every day in New York when Donald Trump was being criminally prosecuted for committing 34 felony crimes. And Todd Blanche every day looked that jury in the eye and said, Donald Trump committed no crimes. That's not a criticism of Todd Blanche's decision to be a criminal defense attorney and do what defense attorneys are obligated to do, represent the interests of their client, even when their client is guilty as sin, as Donald Trump was. But that was his job. That was his mission. That was his purpose. Now, he's still loyal to Donald Trump. And he is the one, a high government official, not a DOJ lawyer or prosecutor, but a political appointee who used to be Donald Trump's defense attorney, is going to go and sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell. Do you really think, Brian, is there anybody gullible enough to believe that Todd Blanche is going to be like, listen, we need you to truthfully tell us about any information that might incriminate my boss, Donald Trump? Of course not. So here's the problem. They will get to mold whatever it is Ghislaine Maxwell says in a way that doesn't incriminate Donald Trump. And once they lock her into that account by promising her something in return, let me tell you, this is what we do as prosecutors when we sit down with somebody who's been charged with a crime, indicted for a crime, convicted for a crime, sentenced for a crime, and is looking for a benefit from the prosecutors, from the government. We sit down with them and we say, okay, what truthful information do you have about the crimes of others that we may be able to use to investigate and hold accountable other folks who have committed crimes? And Brian, if and only if somebody in Ghislaine Maxwell's position provides what we can corroborate is truthful information about the crimes of others, will we ever consider giving them a benefit for that information? But as you can imagine, people like Ghislaine Maxwell, who are serving 20-year prison terms, have every incentive to say anything that they believe the prosecutor or the person, a political appointee like Todd Blanche sitting in front of them, wants to hear. Why? Because they have the power to reduce her sentence or ask a court to reduce her sentence, and they have the power to say
we will ask the president to pardon you if you say the right things. I'm being cynical here, but come on, can you really believe that the folks who are
Oh, they do.
Donald
But our
Trump
society
are going to act in good faith as honest brokers of the facts if those facts incriminate Donald Trump? And Brian, once she's locked into whatever story she and Todd Blanche agreed to in this little sit-down they're going to have, then Congress can certainly subpoena her, can have her testify under oath about all things Epstein, including any Donald Trump involvement with Epstein, and she's already going to be locked in. She's going to have to stick to the script that Todd Blanche, put before her if she's going to come out unscathed and get the benefits that Donald Trump's DOJ might promise her. All of this is theoretical right now because the meeting hasn't, happened yet. But let me add this. First of all, rarely do we prosecutors, Department of Justice lawyers do business with somebody who has been convicted, sentenced, and is serving a lengthy prison term. You know why? Because we give these people every incentive to cooperate with prosecutors during the investigation before they're ever indicted. Or after they've been indicted, we sit down with the defendant and their defense attorney. Mind you, we always have an FBI agent or a detective or an investigator in there with us as well, so we can accurately record every single word that is spoken. What we don't want to see happen is have somebody say, well, the prosecutors promised this person something under the table that was never documented. So there are always witnesses accurately recording every word that goes on in these kind of meetings. But the point is, usually we try to bring a cooperating witness on board before they go to trial, before they're sentenced, and before they're serving 20 years in prison. But once they are convicted and serving that sentence, rarely do prosecutors go back to them and say, now we want you to cooperate. I say rarely because sometimes we do it if we believe that that person can provide truthful information about the crimes of a significantly bigger fish. So it does happen, but it happens rarely. But this whole thing is part of the ongoing Donald Trump, Pam Bondi reality show that we can probably call the Epstein files. And the whole thing, these are all maneuvers to try to cover up and protect Donald Trump.
Well, it's worth asking here, if Pam Bondi has a story about Donald Trump, what about when the House has been able to compel the release of the Epstein files? We found out yesterday that there was a vote 8-2 in an oversight committee subcommittee compelling the release of these files to that committee. And so if Pam Bondi decides to say something in accordance with whatever new story she and Todd Blanche put together, what happens if that's directly refuted by something that the files themselves say?
Well, what will happen is, okay, so let's play this out. So the files say something about Donald Trump that Ghislaine Maxwell would have reason to know because she lived it. She is Jeffrey Epstein's convicted co-conspirator in this criminal endeavor to sex traffic young girls, right? So let's assume that she then testifies before Congress inconsistently with what Congress now has in its hands, the Epstein files from the Department of Justice. That could result in Ghislaine Maxwell being criminally indicted for perjury or accurately what we call a 1001 false statement to Congress. It's the equivalent of perjury, lying under oath. In theory, but who would bring that charge? Pam Bondi's Department of Justice.
Right, and by the way, even if she was charged because the DOJ wanted to save face, Trump still has the ability to offer her a pardon, which is the issue at hand with all of this right now, is that she kind of had, if she strikes some deal with Todd Blanche today while they're speaking from her prison cell, then she can be promised a pardon in very much the same way that if she lies and gets caught, she can also be pardoned for that.
Exactly right. Trump holds all the cards when it comes to issuing presidential pardons, even to cover up his own criminal activity. Thank you, 6 Supreme Court justices who are forever apparently trying to protect a criminal president. But a couple of other things regarding Ghislaine Maxwell's potential testimony before Congress. If we go back to the scenario of, well, what if there's something in the Epstein
said, there's a reason
directly
why women have
contradicted
rights.
by what Ghislaine Maxwell testifies to before Congress. Brian, is there anybody out there who is completely confident that when the Department of Justice, Donald Trump's Department of Justice, as headed up
We've
by
had the
Pam
Liberal
Bondi,
Party in power
complies
for
with
over
the
a
subpoena
decade now.
to give all Epstein files to Congress, do you really think they're going to give the portions of the Epstein files to Congress that might incriminate Donald Trump? I think that very unlikely. At best, it's an open proposition. And one final thing, just the fact that a political appointee like Todd Blanchard, the number 2 official at the Department of Justice, the Deputy Attorney General,
so you
is
actually
going to go
contribute to that,
sit
you and
down
Jason, eh?
with a convicted sex trafficker. I don't know if that has never happened in our nation's history, but it sure wouldn't surprise me, because you know who sits down with people who have been convicted of significant crimes and are serving lengthy sentences? One person and one person only. The lead prosecutor in the case, as assisted and accompanied by FBI agents, detectives, investigators, to make sure everything is accurately captured in that meeting. And there's a reason that the lead prosecutor is the one to sit down with the person who she prosecuted, and by she, I'm talking Maureen Comey here. It's because that is the
In
only
America,
person
you can lock the
who can
interest
look
rate for 30
Ghislaine
years.
Maxwell
So if
in
you
the
fix
eye
it,
when she's
you
saying
get the
X,
interest, the same
Y,
interest rate
and
for
Z
30 years. And
about what Donald Trump did or didn't do, and that person, the lead prosecutor, is the one
like you were
who
saying
will
about how
know,
CJ locked
because
his
she's
interest
privy
rate
to
at
all of the
I think
evidence
it's
in
probably
the
over
Epstein and Maxwell
maybe
cases,
over.
whether
Like
Ghislaine
arguing
Maxwell is telling the truth or whether she is lying. Todd Blanche will have no fucking idea what Ghislaine Maxwell is saying, though I'm sure he'll be satisfied to receive any information that helps clear Donald Trump. This thing stinks from the perspective of a career law enforcement agent, a career prosecutor. This whole thing stinks from start to finish, and it looks like an orchestration to try to again fool the gullible into believing that Donald Trump
people who
did
are
nothing
financially
wrong.
illiterate. Like
Then would you say that that's why the DOJ felt it was so necessary to sprint over to Ghislaine Maxwell right now? I mean, they're doing this under the guise of transparency, right? But if they really wanted transparency, if that's what truly they sought to offer, they could just release the files. Pam Bondi has the files at her disposal. So they say that they want transparency. The proof of that would be Pam Bondi actually offering up the files that are in her possession right now. But instead, they say they want transparency and they're going to go to Ghislaine Maxwell. Do you think that there was a reason that the DOJ sprinted over to Maxwell before Congress had the ability to do that? Because once Congress has her on record answering questions about Donald Trump, that would be the story, and it would already be documented from Congress's side. So then Todd Blanche wouldn't be able to manipulate her story in any way or get what he needs from her, which is her silence as it relates to Donald Trump.
Yeah, by all accounts, assessing the information that we have available to us, this sprint to Maxwell, as you aptly put it, is to do two things. One, to head Congress off at the pass so they can craft Ghislaine Maxwell's message so that it, does not implicate Donald Trump, and two, to continue to try to fool the gullible. Because, and I haven't even talked about this, because this is perhaps the worst possible outcome, but Todd Blanche could sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell. He could then emerge from that meeting and say, everybody, not only did Ghislaine Maxwell not implicate Donald Trump, you know what she said? That Epstein's client list consists of 100 high-profile Democrats. That's what Ghislaine Maxwell told us, which, that's when I think there will be this deafening clamor for a release of all of the Epstein files. Because, Brian, let's think about this logically. If the Epstein files cleared Donald Trump and implicated a bunch of Democrats, don't you think Pam Bondi would have released it the minute she took office? How gullible do they think we are?
So let's finish off with this. Maxwell's appellate attorney is a guy named David Oscar Marcus. He was on a podcast last year with the Deputy Attorney General and former Trump criminal defense attorney
Todd Blanche, and Blanche said to Marcus, "You are by far the best out there. I now consider you a friend." And so, what does having a cozy personal relationship between the Deputy Attorney General and Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, what does that tell us about the ease with which they might be able to enter into some agreement that, if everything was above board, if these guys weren't chummy or personal friends, might not be so easy?
Like, isn't it crazy that if I just threatened
Conflict of
to be
interest. I would need to know
kid,
more about the
I'd be
nature
your
of the
friend. Just
relationship
threatened to
between
eliminate it.
the
They
two
actually
attorneys.
did
But
it to
here's
me.
the thing, Ryan. Whether there's an actual conflict or
Like,
just an appearance
Kaylee, I'm gonna fucking
conflict that
lock you in the closet
undermines
for me,
the
bitch.
confidence that
I'm
the
gonna
people
spread your pussy.
should
I'm gonna
have
spread your ass.
in
She's
the
like,
way
imagine if I said
DOJ
this shit to her.
lawyers are going about their
Like, they
business.
actually did that
That
to me.
person
They
shouldn't
didn't
come
need to
within
threaten
a
it. They
mile
did.
of the case. Now, would it surprise me if these two,
There's
are
no
thick as
justice for
thieves,
me.
figuratively
Where's my
speaking,
justice?
and that
Where's
makes
the justice
crafting
system at when we need it?
Maxwell's story in a way that doesn't harm Donald Trump all the
The
easier?
justice
It
system is
could
the one
very
that's
well
committing
be.
the crimes that need the justice done to
What I
them.
will also say is that, look, as a career prosecutor, I have defense attorneys that I consider to be friends, even though I would go to courtroom battle with them all the time, and then we would be civil and cordial and shake hands at the end of the trial, and that didn't conflict me out of the case in which they were representing the defendant. But, it can be a close call, and when there's a close call, you don't want to be, in an adversarial relationship with somebody that you publicly said is a good friend of yours. So, listen, that is probably the fifth reason why Todd Blanche shouldn't go anywhere near Ghislaine Maxwell. But, ethics are out the window, and I've been saying all along, and I've been watching this in real time, there is not only a brain drain from the Department of Justice with all the DOJ career people, attorneys who have been there for years, fleeing the Department of Justice rather than doing Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, and Todd Blanche's dirty work. There's also an ethics drain, not just a brain drain. The folks who take their ethical obligations to represent the interests of the American people seriously rather than the interests of a corrupt president are fleeing the Department of Justice because they can't work under those conditions. So, this is going to be ugly all the way around, and I, for one, will have absolutely no confidence in anything Todd Blanche says about what Ghislaine Maxwell reported at this little sit-down they're going to have.
All right, well, as soon as we have any news from this sit-down, we will, of course, bring it to you. For those who are watching right now, if you'd like to follow along, please make sure to subscribe. The links to both of our channels are right here on the screen. It's the best way to support our work, the best way to support independent media, and it is completely free. So again, links right here on the screen. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirschman.
Watching the Legal Breakdown.
Thank you very much. We're looking at the construction, and we're with the chairman, as you know. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. It's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them. A lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time. He's in charge of the committee.
Indeed, one of the reasons why I wanted to see it, the overruns of the expenses, we wanted to figure out why.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. Went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody from that.
Yes. I don't know who does.
You're including the market renovation. I'm just
Yeah.
was Fed Chairman Jerome Powell being forced to fact-check Donald Trump to his face as Trump lies in real time. Now, the reason that Trump is lying here is because he wants to make Powell look bad, in this case by showing how high over budget the construction of the Federal Reserve's new headquarters in D.C. are, because he needs a pretext to be able to fire Jerome Powell. Why does he want to fire Powell? Because Trump wants Powell to lower the interest rates and jumpstart the economy so that Trump's economic numbers will be stronger. Remember, Q1 GDP numbers showed that the U.S. saw negative growth, meaning a contraction in our GDP. And if we have one more quarter of negative growth, we are officially in a recession. Donald Trump desperately wants to avoid that narrative. So he's leaning an extraordinary amount of pressure on Powell to lower the rates. Powell, however, doesn't care about the political implications of the economy for Donald Trump. His job is to oversee our nation's monetary policy. He knows that inflation right now is still stubbornly high, and in fact, inflation went up from May of this year when it was 2.4% to June of this year when it was 2.7%. Lowering the rates now will likely cause a spike in inflation. Powell obviously wants to mitigate that, so he's been holding off on rate cuts, but Trump doesn't actually care about the intricacies of monetary policy. He just wants any short-term win he can get his hands on because his focus is helping himself. And so knowing that he needs to start laying the groundwork to fire Powell because Trump isn't being personally served by him, Trump has been railing against Powell relentlessly, both online and in person, even going so far as to say this.
He's a terrible Fed chief. I'm surprised he was appointed. I'd be surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him.
Trump was surprised that Biden put him in, which, to Trump's credit, surprised all of us, considering Biden didn't put him in. Any guesses as to who did?
As president, there are few decisions more important than nominating leaders of integrity and good judgment to hold trusted positions in public office. And few of those trusted positions are more important than the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Accordingly, it is my pleasure and my honor to announce my nomination of Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. Congratulations.
But yeah, I'm sure the book about Trump's cognitive decline is right around the corner. Any day now. It's worth noting, too, for anybody who says, oh, well, Trump's a business genius, just let him do what he wants with the economy. He did do what he wants with the economy. And this is what the stock market looks like right now. The U.S. is the only country in the industrialized world with a shrinking economy. We've got rising inflation. Trump's trade war that was supposed to garner 90 deals in 90 days has resulted in deals with Vietnam and the Philippines. Costs are rising across every sector and promise to rise even more as the tariffs continue to act as a drag on international trade. And on top of that, 17 million Americans are about to lose access to health care, which will mean they have even less disposable income to inject into the economy. And as Trump deports the very people who are fueling our economy, meaning immigrants, building homes and picking food, that'll lead to less productivity and less tax revenue being collected. Because yes, undocumented immigrants do pay taxes even though they're not able to take advantage of any of the benefits. So in terms of a compelling argument to listen to Trump on the economy, I've yet to see it. Now, just as a side note, this is not to say that we don't have a problem in this country with building infrastructure in a way that's affordable and efficient. Projects that cost millions in other countries cost billions here. Projects that take months in other countries take decades here. That's a whole other conversation about the abundance agenda and eliminating red tape and enabling America to actually be competitive as we build out our infrastructure. And in fact, we should have that conversation, which I broached with Ezra Klein here. We are sitting in California right now, bogged down by these perpetual impasses when it comes to building anything, really. Whether you're looking at houses, whether you're looking at the debacle that is high-speed rail, you just can't get anything done because, every single step of the way has to take input.
Yeah, I think this is not just what the example trying to and I would say that the two sides of the economy share this sort of a culture that we're into all of that. Into whatever Donald Trump says he is, wherever he picks his phone. Once a contract gets in, it's very, I think we see this in a lot of other countries. At the culture level, it's become it follows a process, it follows rules, it listens to everything that you have to say, and has very little character, and it does not like anybody's dissent. So, both of these things, frankly,
But those changes that we do need to see, notwithstanding, this situation right here is not Jerome Powell's job. Powell is not the project manager of a construction project. He's the Federal Reserve Chairman overseeing the nation's monetary policy. And if Trump were ever to hold him responsible for excessive building costs on a construction project, that excuse, in terms of firing him, would be as thin as it gets. The reality is that we are all on this plane together. Republicans, Democrats, Independents. We should root for monetary policy that makes sense, not monetary policy that offers political benefits to one single politician. We are not here to serve Donald Trump and his party's electoral prospects. He is here to serve us. If only he spent even one single day acting like it. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices. They don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is pinned on tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, and there's also an option to do a paid subscription that will keep the support made in my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching. We're joined now by the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So the Oversight Committee made big news yesterday when they voted 8-2 to compel the release of the Epstein files. Now that that's in play, you're making some news right here with your latest overture to James Comer, who's the chairman of that committee. Can you explain what that letter said?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's really important now that we've actually got some level of support from Republicans in this committee to actually subpoena the actual Epstein files. The first thing was important is getting James Comer to agree that I actually wanted the subpoena and signed it, which he's compelled to do. He's already said he'd do that. Great. That is an important first step. And then next, he's got to issue the subpoena expeditiously, quickly, and then demand that the files get actually sent to us also in a timely manner. So we asked in that letter, we sent a series of questions to make sure we get those documents appropriately, and most importantly, we absolutely commit to a 30-day window of the subpoenas. Once the subpoena is out, we want to receive the files, the videos, the documents, all within 30 days. So we expect Chairman Comer to accept those terms. It's very basic, but we didn't push him along here. So it's important that he knows that the American public is carefully watching his actions and that we need those files immediately.
So within the motion that passed 8-2 in the subcommittee, were the terms of the release not included in there? Is that why we have to go through this process now, where we have to spell out the terms that you want Comer to abide by?
Right. There's a specific kind of motion for subpoenas that we put together to get those out. That was made. And then as far as the terms for the subpoena, that's almost always up to the chairperson of the committee. And so that, of course, because they're the majority, is Comer. So, but the most important piece of this, he already agreed to issue the subpoena. Now, he just issued the subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell and her deposition. He did that within days of oversight voting on that subpoena. So we're hopeful he's also going to do this within days as well.
So on the Maxwell front, we know that Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, sprinted over to Maxwell while she's in prison so that Blanche could have the opportunity to speak with her before Congress did. Do you think that there is some reason to look into here, without sounding conspiratorial, that Todd Blanche, I guess under this guise of transparency, even though if we actually want the transparency, they would just release the Epstein files, but under the guise of transparency, went immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell to be able to speak with her before Congress had the opportunity to do so?
We should absolutely be concerned. I mean, let's first be very clear. I mean, Maxwell, we know, is a convicted sex predator who was an accomplice to Jeffrey Epstein, who essentially lied on the stand and committed horrific crimes that involved in abusing young women and girls. And so, on her own, she's not someone that can be trusted per se. Then you have this sentence that she has, that she's now serving. And of course, the DOJ and Trump, there is absolute concern that she's going to try to cut some kind of deal and essentially say what Donald Trump wants her to say, or some kind of reduced sentence required. So that's a concern, which is why it's so important that we get the files, because if she's going to then be deposed by the Oversight Committee, and I'll be at that deposition, if she's going to actually be deposed by us That's why it's important for oversight Democrats to be in the room at that deposition. But we're going to make sure that the deposition is done in a way that focuses on justice, that centers the victims, and that is not some sort of Republican sideshow to exonerate Donald Trump, who we know is in the Epstein files, and was, as you know, just recently told by the Department of Justice and Bondi that he was in there, which is why we're probably getting this massive reversal.
Is there some concern though that there's no incentive for Ghislaine Maxwell to tell the truth? Because worst case scenario, she's caught in a lie on behalf of Donald Trump because maybe he offered her some deal to reduce her sentence, or maybe even has some pardon dangling in front of her for the end of his term. But she tells some lie. Ultimately, if perjury charges were referred to the DOJ, it's up to Pam Bondi and by extension Donald Trump to actually enforce that. And even if they did enforce it, Trump still has the pardon power, which he's shown he's perfectly willing to abuse. And so what's the incentive here for Ghislaine Maxwell to be able to tell the truth, knowing that the very people who she may be striking a deal with right now are also the people who would be charged with enforcing any perjury charges against her?
Well, I think the concern for her should be that she would be lying to the United States Congress, and whatever deal she wants to cut on the side, there's huge danger for her to lie to the U.S. Congress, particularly under a subpoena and an official deposition. And so she's going to have to weigh all of that herself and know that we're going to have documents that's going to actually be able to verify what she's saying, if it's true or not. And so all of that are going to be decisions that she's going to have to make with her lawyers. And I'm hopeful that she realizes that she has done horrific actions, crimes to so many people, and she should, I hope, want to make amends to all of that. So we expect and hope that she'll give us the truth, but are very much prepared for her to try to cut some sort of deal with Donald Trump and DOJ.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that she's not going to do it out of the kindness of her heart or out of some idea of benevolence. She's going to do what's best for her. We already know that she is a liar because there's plenty of documentation proving that she's lied in court or said whatever she has to say to help herself. And she knows that the cop on this beat is going to be Pam Bondi from the same DOJ that is right now meeting with her, presumably to cut some type of deal. So I presume that if and possibly when she does lie, that really the battle here is going to be the court of public opinion, as opposed to hoping for this DOJ of all DOJs to be able to enforce some action against her.
I think that's right. I think you said it best. We know this is not a good person. She's a known liar. She's not a good person. She's a horrific face. And so it makes the actual collection of the documents and the videos and the files that much more important. If she's going to try to cut a deal with the DOJ, and because she's going to be deposed, we've got to actually be able to verify that. Without that verification, I'd be very concerned about anything she has to tell us.
Okay, so if and when James Comer actually subpoenas these files and they get released to the Oversight Committee, what's going to be the general public's transparency? What's going to be our insight into what the files actually say? Is it only going to be members of the Oversight Committee, or even certain members of the Oversight Committee who actually have some visibility into this stuff? Or is there a way that the files more broadly will be released to the public?
So the files will first come to the Oversight Committee, and so our committee will review those, and we've got obviously a great team of folks, not just members, but of lawyers and others and scholars. So that is first. And then as far as what the next step is, we're right now in the early kind of negotiation process with Chairman Comer about what comes next. But the most important thing is that the representatives of the people acquire those files, and of course, we believe those files should be made available to the public. I mean, this can't just end with the files at the committee. Those files have got to be made public to the American people. That's our intent.
So Senator Mullen over on obviously the Senate side, the Republican senator from Oklahoma, objected for a second time to Ruben Gallego's effort to compel the release of the files on the Senate side. Is this largely symbolic because the House already passed its motion compelling the release of these files, or is there some practical reason that the Senate might want to pass a motion to compel the release of these files on their side?
Yeah, I think the Senate should. I mean, there's no reason why both the House and on our end, the Oversight Committee, and the Senate also get copies of the files, because we know that these files are going to come first and foremost to the Oversight Committee in the House. But I think the more people that can actually get their hands
terms of let's say they're not successful in the Senate side getting this stuff through. Part of the reason that I asked what the level of insight everybody else would have outside of the House Oversight Committee is because let's say they just can't do it on the Senate side. Is there a way that because the Oversight Committee in the House has gotten these files, that they can be shared with your colleagues in the Senate?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, they've got to be evaluated in the committee and within the Oversight Committee members. That's actually where it'll be wide. As far as the step after, it's still got to be discussed and further negotiated. And so the important thing is that we get a copy of it. As you know, the folks on the Democratic side, on our committee side, you've got folks like Ro Khanna, Jasmine Crockett, Maxwell Frost, people that are incredibly good legislators, and they're committed to the truth. And so I fully expect that once we get all these files, we're going to fight like hell to make sure they're released to the public.
You mentioned that you're going to be at Maxwell's deposition. Can you walk us through what you expect that process to be like? How many other people you expect to be there? Just give us some insight into what you anticipate that will be.
Yeah, I mean, the terms of the exact format of the deposition is still being negotiated. I will say our oversight team has been already in touch with Ghislaine's lawyers and her team, and so that's being discussed. What will be certain is that James Comer or a representative of James Comer will be there representing the House Republicans, and I will be there on behalf of the Democrats. As far as other members of our committee in attendance, that's also being discussed right now. It would be great to have other members there as well. And so all of that we will be deciding in the next few days. Right now, August 11th is the likely date in Tallahassee, Florida, but it's not set. So that you might see that date shift over the next few days. That's all right now on the negotiating team. But what's important is that we get it done and get it to the right date.
Well, we will of course stay on top of this. I'll have you back on as soon as we have either any movement on this deposition that's going to be in person with William Maxwell, and whatever Comer says as well with regard to compelling the release of these Epstein files and actually issuing that subpoena to the DOJ. So with that said, again, as always, thanks for keeping this in the zeitgeist right now and fighting as hard as you are. Obviously, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The last word with Lawrence O'Donnell starts right now. Hey, Lawrence.
Hey, Jen. Andrew Weissman is back. He will be joining
we love
us.
it.
Yes, we need him, and he will be joining us tonight in our coverage of the Epstein files and the Justice Department's involvement in that. He, of course, is an expert on all of that. And we actually have some breaking news to deliver during this hour on this, Jen, so we have to get right to it.
Get right to it. I'll be in my car listening.
Okay. Thanks, Jen.
Thanks,
Thank you. We're going to be breaking news during this hour about the Epstein files. We will be joined by a guest who believes that he knows where the birthday book is that contains a letter to Jeffrey Epstein on his 50th birthday that bears Donald Trump's name. That is the same letter that the Wall Street Journal published a story about, for which Donald Trump is now suing the Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch. The Trump lawsuit calls it a non-existent letter. So, with Donald Trump claiming that the letter does not exist, the birthday book that contains that letter would be very damaging to Donald Trump if that book became available. And we'll be joined by a guest tonight who believes he knows where that birthday book is now and how it can be obtained. The Trump lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal looks as absurd as most Donald Trump lawsuits look because, among other things, Donald Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal for saying what you just heard Jen say, for saying that Donald Trump was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. That is something that everyone covering this story has always said for years about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, but only the Wall Street Journal pass off the false, defamatory, disparaging, and inflammatory statements in the article as fact, falsely claiming, without substantiation, that Trump is a friend, pal, or family of Epstein. So Donald Trump's lawsuit calls it defamation for the Wall Street Journal to say that Donald Trump was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. And since Donald Trump filed that absurd lawsuit, every news organization covering this story, including the New York Times, all of them, have repeatedly referred to Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein as friends, and none of those news organizations have been sued by Donald Trump for saying that they were friends. And that is just one point of absurdity in the Trump lawsuit. Donald Trump will surely drop that lawsuit before he is forced by Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal to testify in a videotaped under oath deposition in the case about his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump will never submit to a word of under oath testimony about Jeffrey Epstein. We know that about Donald Trump. We don't have to guess at that. That is a behavioral fact of Donald Trump's life. He does everything he possibly can to avoid testifying under oath. And when you start a lawsuit like Donald Trump did against the Wall Street Journal, you are in effect promising to testify under oath in that lawsuit. And the only way for Donald Trump to escape testifying under oath and being grilled for hours on end by Rupert Murdoch's lawyers about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is for Donald Trump to drop that lawsuit. Donald Trump now has an incentive to drop that lawsuit very soon, possibly next week or next month, because the Florida federal judge handling that lawsuit, appointed by President Barack Obama, Judge Darren Gales, has given Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal until September 22nd to file their written answer to the Trump lawsuit. The Wall Street Journal legal response to the Trump lawsuit in writing could be absolutely devastating to Donald Trump. The Wall Street Journal could, if it so chooses, reveal all of its evidence against Donald Trump in that lawsuit. And the only way for Donald Trump to stop the Wall Street Journal from submitting a condemning filing against Donald Trump in that lawsuit between now and September 22nd is for Donald Trump to drop that lawsuit. The Wall Street Journal doesn't have to wait until September 22nd to file their written response. They could file it tomorrow. And so Donald Trump's lawsuit, which looked like a one-day stunt at the time last week when he filed it, could provoke a legal knockout punch in writing from the Wall Street Journal against Donald Trump any day now. And so you can expect Donald Trump to spend the rest of his life trying not to testify under oath about Jeffrey Epstein. But here's what Jeffrey Epstein said under oath about Donald Trump when he was asked in a deposition in a lawsuit in 2010 about his friendship with Donald Trump. This is as reported by the New York Times in 2019. Mr. Epstein declined to answer a question about his relationship with Mr. Trump and whether they had ever socialized together in the presence of females under the age of 18. Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, 23rd, and 14th Amendment rights, sir, Mr. Epstein replied. And so, on the question of whether Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein ever socialized in the presence of females under the age of 18, Jeffrey Epstein took the 5th Amendment. Would Donald Trump take the 5th Amendment to that question? There are other people, sadly, many other people who have testified under oath about Jeffrey Epstein, and I hope that most of those people are not watching this program tonight. I hope they have found a way to separate from the news media, or at least the coverage of Jeffrey Epstein, because that is the most painful subject in their lives. We will be joined tonight by a lawyer who represents hundreds, yes, hundreds of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. He will tell us how his clients are victimized again whenever this subject floods the news media. He believes that the best thing for his clients is to have the Epstein files released in full with the victims' names and information redacted, so that this story does not drag on and continue to expose those victims to the possible reopening of wounds. What I've tried to do in every hour of our coverage of this subject is to remember the people whose lives were ruined the day they met Jeffrey Epstein's now convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, who led many of them into a room with Jeffrey Epstein where they found him naked. Jeffrey Epstein, 40 years older than so many of his victims who were in middle school and high school. 14 years old seems to have been the target age for Jeffrey Epstein. 14 years old seems to have been the assignment that Jeffrey Epstein gave to Ghislaine Maxwell. Go out and find me 14-year-olds whose lives I can destroy. And what predators like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell know is that the kids they might have a better chance of taking advantage of and exploiting are kids who are already having trouble. Kids who've been damaged already in their young lives. And that's what the evidence showed in the Catholic priests' predatory behavior toward young children. Those priests targeted children who they knew had already been suffering in their lives, kids with problems at home like alcoholic parents or sudden financial hardship or death of a parent. The girls who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are the people who make this story so important. And yes, it involves a president of the United States. Yes, for the first time in history, a president of the United States is being questioned about his long relationship and friendship with a man who spent much of his adult life raping children. The lawyer for the victims who will join us this hour will tell you that Jeffrey Epstein raped children on a daily basis. Most of the coverage of this story quickly slips into a purely political discussion because that's what the Washington media is always comfortable with. Most of the coverage of this story never refers to or even acknowledges the suffering of those girls in middle school and high school and the multiple ways in which their lives were ruined by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The only person in the case to whom Donald Trump has said, "I wish her well." Donald Trump has repeatedly publicly said, "I wish her well" about Ghislaine Maxwell after she was charged with sex trafficking. After Ghislaine Maxwell, in her federal criminal trial, did not speak one word of defense. She didn't offer a single word of defense of herself in that trial. And for her, and only for her, Donald Trump has said, "I wish her well." He has never said, "I wish her well" to a single victim of his friend, Jeffrey Epstein, a man whom Donald Trump called a terrific guy when Jeffrey Epstein was raping children on a daily basis. What happened to those girls should never be forgotten when Donald Trump is lying about this case. Question: how, if at all, to your knowledge, did Sean learn how old you actually were? Answer: I had a birthday and I was going to be 14. Question: did he come to your 14th birthday party? Answer: yeah. Question: and is that how he learned your actual age? Answer: yeah. That is federal prosecutor Maureen Comey, who was fired last week by the Trump Justice Department, questioning one of the witnesses for the prosecution in the federal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. A friend brought this witness to Jeffrey Epstein's house. Question: what did she tell you? Answer: that we were going to go to her friend's house who lived on Palm Beach Island, and I was going to meet one of her wealthy friends. Question: and do what? Answer: give him a massage. Question: how did you respond? Answer: okay, I said okay. Question: why did you say okay? Answer: because I was going to make a lot of money. Question: what room did you walk into? Answer: the kitchen. Question: when you walked into the kitchen, what happened? Answer: we were greeted by Ms. Maxwell. Question: did Mr. Epstein touch you during this first massage? Answer: no. Question: after that ended, what happened next? Answer: I was paid. Question:
In total, approximately how many times did you go over to Mr. Epstein's house to give him massages? Answer: over 100. Question: about how often did you go over to his house to provide those massages? Answer: 2 to 3 times a week. Question: about how old were you the first time you went over to his house? Answer: 14. Question: and about how old were you the last time you went to his house? Answer: 18. Question: when you interacted with Maxwell, what, if any, conversations did you have with her about your family? Answer: about my upbringing and things that were going on at the time. Question: what did you tell Maxwell? Answer: that my mom was an alcoholic and I had been molested and just random personal things. Question: what conversations do you remember having with her about sexual abuse that you'd experienced? Answer: I remember telling her that I had been raped and molested by my grandfather starting at the age of 4. Question: after you told Maxwell you were 14, did she continue to call you to schedule massage appointments with Jeffrey Epstein? Answer: yes. Question: during how many of the massages you gave Jeffrey Epstein did he masturbate? Answer: every single time. Question: during how many of the massages you gave Jeffrey Epstein did he touch your breasts? Answer: every time. Question: during how many of the massages you gave Jeffrey Epstein did he touch your buttocks? Answer: every time. Question: were there ever massages you provided Jeffrey Epstein where nothing sexual happened? Answer: no. Something sexual happened every single time. Question: why did you stop going to Jeffrey Epstein's house? Answer: because I became too old. Question: how old were you? Answer: 18. Today, the Speaker of the House was asked about his decision to close down the House of Representatives for the rest of the summer and send the House home until September because of fear of Epstein and fear of what is in the Epstein files and fear of testimony like that. That was the reporter's phrase who asked the question, fear of Epstein. To which the deeply in over his head Speaker of the House said, there's no fear, there's no fear, there's no fear. That's what he actually said. He said it 3 times. And we're actually not afraid. You're very unlikely to say nervously and repeatedly, there's no fear, there's no fear, there's no fear. And then the obviously terrified Speaker of the House gave his reason for not wanting to have a vote in the House of Representatives on releasing the Epstein files. And his reason was a pure lie. The Speaker said the administration is already doing everything within their power to release them. They've gone to the grand jury. They've requested the courts to unseal the documents so that they can be released. And that is a lie. Donald Trump and his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, have total power to release the entirety of the Epstein files, not including the grand jury testimony, which no one's been asking for until Donald Trump suddenly pretended he wanted that released. But Donald Trump, personally, has complete control over the Epstein files, and he has done nothing to release them. And every member of the House of Representatives, every one of them, Democrat and Republican, who are pushing for that release, including all those Republicans who are pushing. No. It's Donald Trump who's refusing to release those files every single day. To which retiring Republican Senator Tom Tillis said this today.
Release the damn files. Look, it makes no sense to me. If anybody thinks that this is going to go away because the House left the day early or something, this is going to be like those zombies in The Walking Dead. Every time you think you've killed it, another one's just going to come running out of the closet after you. This is going to be an issue all the way through next year's election.
And here's Democratic Congresswoman Summer Lee, who convinced 3 Republicans to join the Democrats on the House Oversight Subcommittee today in voting successfully for a subpoena of the Epstein files from the Trump Justice Department.
they're fleeing our work or job and sending us back home because they don't want to vote to release these ballots. This is something that they ran on. This is something that they talked about, the importance of transparency, the importance of holding pedophiles accountable. And right now, if the Republican Party, if our colleagues on this committee don't join us in this vote, then what they're essentially doing is joining President Donald Trump with complicity. They're doing his dirty work for him. And we want to make sure that not only are we holding them accountable, but also that we're keeping the focus on the things that are important.
The House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell to give testimony in a deposition in prison. But the first person trying to speak to Ghislaine Maxwell is Donald Trump's former criminal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, who is now Donald Trump's Deputy Attorney General. And in an unprecedented, to put it mildly, an unprecedented move in Justice Department history, something that's never happened before, a Deputy Attorney General is going to interview a convicted sex trafficker in a federal prison. The New York Post is reporting tonight that Ghislaine Maxwell's brother is saying Ghislaine Maxwell is assembling new evidence to present to the feds. When she meets with them this week, her brother told the Post. And here is what her brother said about Donald Trump's repeated public sympathy for his sister, the convicted sex trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell.
President Trump was asked the only time, I believe, in public, the tail end of his presidency, say in November, December 2021, about Ghislaine. And he said, I don't know much about it, but I wish I would. And I don't think anyone else showed the slightest piece of humanity. Not anybody at that time. And yet he did. He didn't need to. He's the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. He could have just sloughed it off. He didn't. He made a positive statement. I'm very grateful to them. I know they'll be listened to.
In the least surprising news of the day, the Wall Street Journal is reporting Donald Trump is named in the Epstein files multiple times. That was already obvious to any lawyer who has been involved in any aspect of the Epstein case, because Donald Trump's name appears on the flight logs of Jeffrey Epstein's plane, and because FBI agents routinely read news reports about the people they're investigating. And so Donald Trump's praise of Jeffrey Epstein on the record in New York Magazine and elsewhere is surely in the Epstein files. And Donald Trump's response about the Wall Street Journal's new reporting about him being in the Epstein files multiple times was abject fear and silence by Donald Trump, but he sent his White House staff out to release a statement saying this is another fake news story, just like the previous story by the Wall Street Journal. And that childish statement by Donald Trump's White House staff, who Donald Trump has chosen to hide behind tonight, sounds like the White House echo version of there's no fear, there's no fear, there's no fear. Leading off our discussion tonight is Andrew Weissman, former FBI General Counsel and former Chief of the Criminal Division of the Eastern District of New York. He's also an MSNBC legal analyst. Andrew, I want to go straight to what I think you might agree with me is the strangest and most suspicious aspect of what's going on right now, and that is the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's last criminal defense lawyer, who is a publicly declared friend of Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal defense lawyer. First of all, communicating with him, with Maxwell's lawyer, now saying he wants to go to prison and sit there and talk to Maxwell and get what Maxwell's brother is telling the New York Post tonight, new evidence, suddenly new evidence from the defendant who did not speak a word of testimony in her own defense in her trial.
So the red flag here that people should pay attention to is not so much the friendship. I mean, lots of people who are prosecutors know defense lawyers and vice versa. It is that the Deputy Attorney General, a political appointee, is doing this. It is unusual, not unheard of, it is unusual to seek the cooperation of somebody who has blown trial, who has gone to trial and lost. You usually seek cooperation
beforehand. And you certainly don't seek it in this situation sort of very, very long after that conviction. And to your poignant reading of what happened at that trial, we may very well see the Trump administration offering sort of untoward leniency towards Ghislaine Maxwell, who has committed, according to a jury, sort of horrendous crimes. And the concern is that you have someone who's a political appointee. I've never, ever heard of the Deputy Attorney General doing this and not having the career people. But you can't have Maureen Comey anymore doing this because they fired her. But you don't have even other career people who worked on this case doing this, and you have a political appointee doing this. And the fear is that they're really not, of course, seeking the truth, and they're going to offer her a more lenient sentence. Remember here, the judge has sentenced her to 20 years in jail. You do not get sentenced to 20 years in jail for doing nothing. And that is a reflection of the crimes here. So, it's really important that you are focusing on this because of what we may very well be seeing shortly. And the thing that I am keeping sort of my eyes and ears open for is whether prosecutors, career prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, are going to be fired or quit over this in the same way we saw that happened in the Mayor Eric Adams case.
Andrew, we're going to squeeze you a commercial break. We're going to bring you back into the discussion later. We're going to get to some breaking news in the next segment. So Andrew's going to stand by. And coming up, attorney Bradley Edwards, who represents over 200 victims of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse, who are survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse, will join our discussion next. Bradley Edwards is a Florida attorney who has represented over 200 victims of Jeffrey Epstein. He is the author of the book published in 2020, Relentless Pursuit, My Fight for the Victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And joining us now is Bradley Edwards. Mr. Edwards, first of all, I'd like your guidance on our coverage of this story with your clients in mind, with their ongoing suffering in mind, and the sensitivity of their feelings, and how, obviously this involves the President of the United States. This coverage is going to continue. It's going to continue well into September, we now know, at least. Is there a way for us to handle this that is mindful of what your clients have already suffered?
There is a way. It's not the way that it has been handled thus far, and I think that's the problem, and that's why I agreed to come on the show, because I think that back in 2008, when I sued the government over Jeffrey Epstein's illegal non-prosecution agreement that Alice Acosta gave him, it was because the victims were an afterthought. And now it seems like the victims are not a thought at all. Somehow we've gone backwards, which is not okay. It's irresponsible of everyone. And I think that people really need to remember that real people were hurt here, and every single time that the over-politicizing of this issue comes up, they're hurt all over again. I've been contacted by dozens of clients in the last week, probably over 50, that are paranoid, have extreme anxiety and fear over the way in which this issue has been handled, the politicizing of it. And, give a prime example. The call for the release of grand jury materials. First of all, everybody knows the grand jury materials is basically worthless. It's nothing. That's where you present to the grand jury before an arrest, before an indictment, before the raids, and before the accumulation of evidence. It's a red herring. But it causes the victims to go, wait, where's our voice? We didn't know about this. Luckily, the judicial system works, and the judges immediately said, wait, we're denying your request. Why? You haven't asked for the victims' opinions. So that at least the judges see the victims are being left out. I can tell you, despite that order from the judges, we still haven't been contacted. Our clients still haven't been asked about their opinions of the release of materials. Put the grand jury materials aside, the victims generally, and as you said, I represented over 200 of them. Not every one of them is the same. But for the most part, all of them want to heal, and they deserve to heal. And the only way they're going to heal now is if full transparency happens. Release the files. Release everything in it except the somebody's trying to hold something or there's a cover-up. There's been enough of that. Release it and release it fast. There's a solution to every single problem that has come up, and a quick solution. It doesn't seem like people want it. It seems like it's being driven by salivating over scandal as opposed to dissemination of the truth. One of the things being the birthday book. I have numerous clients who know the authenticity and the existence of the birthday book. Of course, it was a birthday book that was given to Jeffrey Epstein on his 50th birthday by Ghislaine Maxwell. Jeffrey Epstein's dead. He has an estate. Everybody who knows anything about the story knows knows the estate exists, and it's being governed by the two executors, Darren Indite, Jeffrey Epstein's former attorney, Richard Kahn, Jeffrey Epstein's former accountant. Those are the two executors. If somebody simply called them on the phone and said, give us the book, they would probably give you the book. They have attorneys. Their attorneys are good. Their attorneys are good people. If they didn't just voluntarily turn over the book out of fear of reprisal, Congress could issue a subpoena to their attorneys at Patterson or at Troutman, those are the two law firms. I know those attorneys. They would turn the book over immediately. Nobody would have to guess. There wouldn't need to be a lawsuit. There wouldn't have to wait to be discovery. You would immediately have the answers. You could flip to the page. Is there a letter? Is there not a letter? It's over. The victims then get to move on. But that's not what's happening. And that's why I agreed to come on, because so many of them have called and said, somebody needs to remind them. Real people are being hurt here. The truth matters. Transparency actually matters. Get this over with and get it behind us.
I want to go to that book because with your familiarity with evidence against Jeffrey Epstein, which you've collected a lot of through the discovery process, what do you know specifically about that book? Do you know that the estate and the relatives of Jeffrey Epstein, in effect through their lawyers, are in possession of that birthday book?
Yes, I know that the executors of this estate are in possession.
The original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to re-upload it here because I think it's a very important story to tell. So without further ado, this is Too Mad Was Alone.
Oh, hey. I'm just about to go to bed. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Too Mad was one of the most talented YouTubers of his generation. In a few short years, he went from a literal nobody to having millions of subscribers. He was featured by PewDiePie, collaborated with Max Mofo, Anything for Views, Jay Schlatt, and other extremely popular legacy creators. His audience was loyal, following him to any platform or medium, and his style of comedy influenced millions of people during a time when they were all locked inside and wearing masks. On February 14th, 2024, he was found dead of what was presumed to be an overdose. When Overwatch was released in 2016, it quickly became one of the most popular games in the world, with every content creator hopping on the bandwagon to try and capitalize. One such aspiring creator was a young man named Medea Sadiq, a 16-year-old boy living in Winnipeg, Canada. Now, Winnipeg is cold as sometimes, so he had a lot of time to stay inside, and at the time, he was also lacking any real-life connection whatsoever. According to Too Mad himself, he was basically mute throughout his time in school, and barely had a single friend. He was constantly getting into fights with people, and just had a very hard time growing up. The friends he did have were called Sony Vegas and Premiere Pro, so he got cooking. Inspired by old MLG montage parodies and YouTube poops, he began making what can only be called schizophrenic edits of Overwatch gameplay. He had opened his channel in April of 2016, and the growth from there was pretty steady, racking up around 10,000 subscribers a year later. In just 2 months, he grew to 160,000 subscribers, thanks to a few of his edits really popping off. How to Doomfist, Nerf Lucio, and Rip Roadhog got millions of views within a few weeks of posting. On Twitter, he thanked his new viewers for the massive growth. But he wasn't about to slow down. His time had come, and he needed to seriously keep momentum going if he was going to maintain this strong new viewer base. He didn't spend his money, he didn't party, he sank into his computer chair a little deeper.
and cranked out video after video, week after week. By January of 2018, he had 450,000 subscribers. Just 1 year later, he doubled it. By this time, his videos had also gotten much longer. Instead of posting 1 minute long edits, he was posting 10-minute gaming videos with his editing and commentary mixed in.
I look at the water and I feel the castle. I go to the fridge and I take me the goat. I go to my Xbox and I turn it back on. I get my reflection, then I shoot at the
This editing, with constant bruh noises, random sound effects, and memes thrown in, became extremely influential, with a lot of other editors taking note. There truly was never a dull moment in these videos. They were great for keeping viewers engaged. In an age where every Zoomer's attention span is less than 12.4 milliseconds, keeping people locked in was really important, and Too Mad, intentionally or unintentionally, was a master at it.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, let's go. One more left. Let me show you how good Blitz really is, bro. Blitz!
By June of 2017, he already had 100,000 subscribers from his Overwatch edits. At the same time, he had been streaming on Twitch, where he cycled through Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and really whatever game was really pulling in new viewers at the time. His personality was slowly but surely getting out there. It had helped that his manner of speaking was basically in line with his editing, constantly quoting different memes, movies, games, songs, never staying in one place or on one topic for more than 15 seconds. He was definitely unique, and viewers loved it. In February of 2019, he did a face reveal on Twitch, which on YouTube got 1.5 million views.
Literally every black person in existence is going to be mentioned. They're going to say Obama, they're going to say X, they're going to say T'Challa, they're going to say who else is black? Nelson Mandela? Who else? Thanos? He's half black, he's mixed, so...
So now his face and his personality were out there on full display, giving him a golden opportunity to move from being just an editor to a media sensation. And that all really started with Good Night Girl.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
The Goodnight Girl meme came at the perfect time. Just a few months out from his face reveal, his audience was already familiarized with his appearance. This video, which portrays him as a lonely simp or Discord mod, telling his e-kitten it's alright she deprived him of attention, went absolutely viral. Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, 4chan, you name it, it was posted there to millions upon millions of views. And the clip itself is not like standalone, it's from a compilation of similarly cringe and hilarious bruh moments. What's interesting is that this was not accidental. It was a calculated move by Too Mad that he created in one take.
I put the camera angle, the webcam mic is so shit, so I was like, alright, this audio is going to be perfect. And then it took one take, it was just one take, one single take, where I just go up and I start saying some shit, all on the spot. I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was like, good, Skype, nah. And I just did that, and I I literally just let my leg slip under me, and I just fell straight on the ground. There's nothing there.
The memes he would use, like the Baba Booey sound effect.
You think that North Korea's gonna pick it up and send an ICP up to my Canadian house?
Saying bruh constantly. Bruh. And his poor impression of various ethnicities similarly spread across the internet and became synonymous with his brand. Around this time, the original Too Mad channel was renamed to Too Mad 360, and his old second channel became his new name. He also expanded his content from just gaming videos to literally everything. Live streams of him trying to sleep while his viewers sent text-to-speech donations to bully him. You Laugh, You Lose videos, where he would challenge his viewers to make him chuckle, with the prize being thousands of dollars. IRL videos of him acting like a psychopath while riding an electric scooter. Then his neighbor stole that electric bike, so he tried to get the police to kick the door down, which they would not do. So he left them a troll face with a note asking for them to give it back.
This dude literally lives right beside me, and I can't do shit about it, but leave him a goddamn letter. What the fuck? 1984. I'm gonna leave him a stack of money, too. I'll give him everything he wants. Let's not put our face in the camera. Photo is required. I just showed him Obama and work company including work. Building manager. Sean gives me his name too. Here we go. Let's open that up. Leave him the letter. Give him that book. So you can give it back. There you go, buddy. And we'll give him a little bit of money too. Give him about like $5 in the tank. And
Goodbye. Any random event from his life would become content. He went out of his way to enrage sensitive fan bases like K-pop stans.
Now, dude, now you see this has 6.2 likes, right? There were like 2 other tweets with like 20K likes trying to get my removed.
He was really killing it in the content department. At this time, he was also taking prescription Adderall to focus. He describes his thought process naturally as extremely random and all over the place. This drug allowed him to lock in creatively and actually get things done.
I'm on fucking ADHD meds. Are you? What are you on right now? Dexedrine. Takes 10 milligrams daily dose. I have never even heard of Dexedrine. That sounds intense. Generic Adderall. Is it fun though? It's not necessarily fun. It more like it's like essential to function.
It makes. Oh, do you like need like Adderall to function on a day to day? Adderall is.
Tell you what, I don't need it, but it's probably a lot better if I use it. Otherwise, I'll just be like, for a moment all day, just like, hello, I'm literally the world.
He was also smoking a considerable amount of weed at this time.
Don't use all I need.
And like good kush and alcohol.
I wake and bake and I'm just like, I don't need shit.
But this cocktail, for the time being, didn't seem to affect him negatively. It allowed him to push past whatever his mental problems were to make content on a consistent basis. While his popularity was rising, Too Mad was also on the move. Due to some complications with living with his family, he planned to move to Los Angeles, California, and one content creator who offered for him to move in was none other than James Ski.
Welcome back to another episode of N-Word News. Did Too Mad really say the N-word? Well, according to James Ski, he did, but the thing is, Too Mad's black.
James Ski is a content creator who similarly came from a gaming background. You probably know him from his Uganda Knuckles VR chat videos that blew up a few years ago. These guys seemingly have a similar sense of humor and style of content. So where was their disagreement? In October of 2019, Too Mad began tweeting out claiming James Ski was actually Russian and not Danish as he claimed to be. This kind of became a meme at the time with a lot of people spamming Russian text at him. James did not take this lightly and decided to post a big twit longer outlining his side of the story. James says he offered Too Mad a place to stay, but their relationship had been deteriorating in the lead up to this move. He said that he hadn't spoken to Medea for a few months because he knowingly and purposely was harassing him over his PTSD speech problems. He said Too Mad would go as far as to mock him for sounding alike to terrorists. Apparently this really hurt his feelings coming from a friend. He also said that he would often use the N-word to farm emotes in chat, even though James asked him not to do it because it made a lot of people uncomfortable. He dropped the hard R multiple times in text chat and voice during streams, which is one of the reasons why they stopped streaming together. Now, to criticize Too Mad for using this word is dumb because 1, based, and 2, he's black, so in the eyes of the world, he should be able to say it.
Yo, this great place to land. Oh my god, you want to buy this? Buy this now. It'll never be here again.
Can you shout out my son, Nick?
But it appears James's problem was less to do with the word itself and more to do with the potential of a Twitch ban when it's uttered. James also said Too Mad would constantly make fun of him during his Rainbow Six Siege tournament, which made him very uncomfortable. He felt it went beyond basic banter and it genuinely hurt him. Despite this, he agreed to let Medea move into his home in LA. But as the move-in date got closer, he apparently was warned by people about Too Mad. All of my friends said they didn't have a pleasant experience with Too Mad or knew somebody who would have a word or two about it. Without dropping names, all of the friends I spoke to collectively said they wouldn't let Too Mad in their house. But I imagine it's biased based on their experience with him. Too Mad is known for being vengeful, harassing people behind their backs, and leaking private conversations with malicious intents. After this, he decided to call Too Mad to make sure he actually wanted to move to Los Angeles for the right reasons. We called him to ask him this question because we wanted to make sure he's not going to regret his sudden decision to move to a foreign country without a proper plan. First of all, his getting kicked out within a few months suddenly changed to I just want to move out, and that he wants to move to LA because it's where you make it big. Huge twist of the situation if you ask me. We tried to explain to him that Los Angeles is extremely expensive and that he's going to live here at a loss and it might not meet his expectations. As I mentioned earlier, he just insisted that we wait until he gets partnered, yada yada. He also made a Patreon a few minutes after our call, which is probably the right decision. So the plans to move in were still on. Too Mad was to attend TwitchCon 2019, at which time he would also swing by the house to check it out. But during the actual event, they didn't get to hang out as much as James would have liked because of a complication with Too Mad missing his initial flight. His reason for not getting on a plane was because there was a guy who had a turban. I hope it's a joke, but knowing his racist attitude, I doubt it is. So TwitchCon that year was in San Diego, which is a 2.5-hour drive from Los Angeles where the house is. James had to return early because his friend Scott got food poisoning. So while busy with that, Too Mad messaged him saying he was coming by the house to see it and would be staying with them. According to James, this was somewhat uninvited. Too Mad suddenly messaged me, "See you at your house in LA on October 2nd, to which I responded that me and Scott might be at the hospital and can't hang out as our flu was getting worse. He didn't care about how we feel or what we were going through. He said that he's still coming and that he's going to stay in my house for 5 days. I called him out on his dumb assumption, and he began to guilt trip me for spending hundreds of dollars and that he can't even show up. Just a clarification that I never said he can't come. I was only confused about his intentions. After making it clear that I'm not claiming he can't come, just might not be able to stay by himself at the house if I'm at a hospital, and I asked him to clarify the part where I told him he could stay at my place. He showed screenshots where I mentioned that the corner room is reserved for him, since he specifically wanted it and that there's no furniture including no mattress. I explained to him that it's just a miscommunication, and it's not like I wouldn't let you in the house, but you should be more clear next time, alright? He started guilt-tripping me even more. At the time I didn't realize he was just being manipulative, and I offered to pay full price for a hotel stay in case I'm at a hospital and he can't stay at my place. A week in Los Angeles at a hotel is $1,000 to $2,000 if you book it at the last moment, by the way. He continued guilt-tripping me. After a few hours, I told him that if he promises to take full responsibility for the house, I can let him stay in my room, even if I'm at the hospital. He told me he promised and reminded me it would be cool if I pay for his hotel. So Too Mad flies to San Diego, but says he has a place to stay, so he doesn't have to stay with James or stay somewhere James would pay for. James was hurt. Too Mad had been ghosting his messages in LA and not hanging out with him. In San Diego, he tried to get Medea to go to the zoo with him, and Too Mad apparently continued the same behavior despite being there to visit the house, which caused James sleep deprivation as he was really stressed out and confused. Later, James had planned a trip across the world to Australia and wanted to hang out there with Medea. Apparently, James messaged him asking if the two would be hanging out, at which point he just said sex immediately before giving him a fake address of where he was staying to mess with him. The same kind of stuff continued while there. Too Mad said to James he was staying with a friend from Canada, when in reality he was staying with anything for views. James, upset, messaged him saying the following: "You really think it's fair to lie to me for 2 weeks for absolutely no reason? What happened?" Too Mad then sent a cringe.mp4 file he deleted immediately, and then just sent a really shitty image of Captain America saying, "No, I don't think I will." Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something Too Mad would do. Eventually, James messaged anything for views about the situation. I spoke to Chad about this briefly. At no point did I say anything like, "Don't talk to Too Mad," yada yada. I just shared my experience and how I feel about it. When Chad was saying that everything seems fine, I told him that's all that matters and I'm just sharing my experience. I don't know what Chad told Too Mad, but a few minutes later, Too Mad wrote a 1,000-word rant about what a bad person I am. He twisted the situation multiple times and tried to guilt trip me really hard, but it didn't work this time because I could see everything right through. The cherry on top was quit the pettiness. This is literally the definition of high school drama. Just leave me alone, man. I didn't bring this to the public because I didn't want drama. I didn't want our viewers to be involved, and I thought he was just a scum person who will move on after this. The only people who knew about the situation at the time were people who were around both of us and just saw it slowly develop. At no point did I call anyone up to get them against Too Mad. The only conversations were just me sharing my experience and asking for advice, because at the time I didn't realize I was being manipulated. Pretty ironic, because Too Mad allegedly went ahead and started trying to get people against me behind my back almost immediately. Despite the "just leave me alone, man" part he said to me, he was tweeting at me all morning, targeting not just my tweets, but also replies to my fans. He blocked me on Twitter so I couldn't even see his replies. Worth mentioning, he has been deleting some of the Discord messages and then edited his manipulative rant. Good thing Discord shows the time of his edits. He also deleted me everywhere right after I got no contact with him. After reading all of this, I bet a lot of you are asking, who cares? I mean, Too Mad was known for roasting and talking people in-game, so that's expected. The situation with dodging James and ghosting him is definitely mean, but nothing that needed to be made public. Overall, kind of a nothing burger. James did not acknowledge the fake Russian claims at all in this, which definitely threw some people through a loop. This tweet longer is 3,200 words. It's almost the full length of a YouTube video. So why does it even exist? You could say it's because James felt attacked by the Russian thing, but then why not address it instead of whatever else this is all about? So Too Mad responds with a video on his YouTube channel. He opens by reiterating his claim that James pretended to be Danish when in fact he is Russian. To prove this, he shows old footage of Jameski under a different username speaking fluent Russian to Russian YouTuber NoFers.
Want actual footage of him speaking fluent Russian? Here you go. NoFers has a lot of it because they used to be friends until dun dun. The meme happened. I'm Danish. Every trace of conversation in Russian with NoFers fucking purged. Why, you might ask? knows I'm not trying to get assassinated.
He also claims that James got his Twitter taken down for making fun of him.
Considering that it's a really good theory that you got my Twitter terminated. You literally deplatformed me for calling you out for being Russian. Why did I call you out for being Russian? Because you called my current roommate anything for views. Asked him if he was alone and then proceeded to tell him that I took advantage of you. I'm a clout chaser. I must warn you of two men. All I do is make videos with my titties out. Leave me the f*** alone. I tried to resolve it privately, but you didn't respond. So yeah, I've never seen someone get banned for something this tame. Without outer input from Jameski, how would a Twitter employee know that I'm trying to spread hate or violence when I'm not even doing that?
As for the talking, Medea frames what he said to James as casual talking that was taken too seriously, causing him to freak out during both tournaments they did and behind the scenes. Despite his perspective that James was a somewhat sensitive person, he needed a place to stay, so he was open to moving in with him. As for why he made his tweets about James, well, he took James calling Chad to talk about him as a manipulative move to turn his friends against him. As for not wanting to hang out with James, I'd say he pretty much owned that one.
I just didn't want to hang out. I'd give you excuses over and over. You just wouldn't pick up on the cue. You wanted to force it. You were so insecure that I didn't like you that if I didn't meet up with you in real life, you would just start spreading shit. And that's exactly what the you did. You crossed the line and you started spreading garbage, vile shit to people who are important to me in order to manipulate them.
Now, during James's Twit Longer, he had an issue with not believing Two Mad's intentions for wanting to leave. Two Mad shows a message he had sent James trying to resolve things, where he said he was consistent that the reason he needed to leave Winnipeg was because he was in a toxic household where his dad was attacking him regularly, which is why the cops were called there. Two Mad claimed in this long message he got red flags when James took his banter too seriously, and also that when he had joked about the Russian thing among friends, James freaked out, which once again gave him cold feet and made him believe he was hiding something, which is why he didn't want to hang out with him. His real problem with James started when he messaged Chad and other friends to talk about him. Two Mad says that James's lack of evidence for the events that went down is very telling of the truth.
He says here I lied to him and a mutual friend about getting kicked out of my house, and we'll never know who because you guessed it. He was claiming he's only got a few months and he needs help to move to Los Angeles. This is a complete manufactured narrative. I had zero interest to move to Los Angeles. I wanted to go anywhere in the continent. Like I said before, Jameski was just the first person to offer, and he ended up being in LA, and that's why I wanted to go to LA. Not the other way around like Jameski says it. This is how he tries to convince you that I'm a cloud chaser.
He admits to saying the N-word, but said it's because it's just a part of his vocabulary, and James could just kick him off the stream if he thinks he's being out of line or going to cause a ban. He also says he did make fun of James, but nothing resembling harassment. Him making fun of James was more him making fun of the Russian accent instead of his PTSD speech problems.
No, Jameski, I did not make fun of your speech problems. At worst, your accent. Once again, he's making it look like I had some sort of issue against his health problems, which I had no idea about, and frankly can't tell exist. I'm sure I was being a prick solely for entertainment, to be toxic, for the stream, which I explained to you while I was apologizing profusely in the call we had the day after. You're bringing it up just to make me look bad. You're actually trying to convince people that I actually meant what I said.
He goes on to disagree with the majority of James's retelling and ends the video with this.
End of the day, what did we learn? Jameski's Russian. Jameski will lie about his entire identity, so why believe about everything else? If you're gonna believe Jameski, get receipts, don't blindly believe people. If you're under the age of 14 and you blindly believe what the hell are you doing? Get a pass. But if you're older, I prescribe you with children's brains.
James responded with another Twit Longer. Just make a video, bro. You're really gonna make me read this. Well, it is my job, so big bullet points. During the drama, Two Mad said that after his video, James would come out and threaten to off himself. James sees this as an immature comment. He claims he did not mass flag or report at Two Mad. It was actually Maximilian Muss. The real reason James was mad about the tournament and the recording Two Mad shows is because he had invited someone James does not like, which made him uncomfortable. He rebuttals Two Mad, saying he was never kicked out of his house, with a DM of him saying he was. But I guess you could take this to mean he was being forced to move due to circumstances and not literally kicked out if you want to be charitable to Medea. He shows messages of Two Mad dodging him when asking to hang out, and the rest is mostly just stuff that is up to interpretation between the two. And he finally responds to the Russian thing. He proceeds to manipulate his audience into a mindset that I always have something to hide, that I flip out whenever someone brings this up and more. The way the video is edited is also very manipulative. He claims that he's a victim and that he dodged a bullet. He claims everyone is afraid to speak out and that he's the only one brave enough to talk about it. He drags Roman into this. Me and Roman are friends, although we haven't spoken much lately. For the record, I used to study in Russia for a part of my life. It was the worst part of my life experience I ever had. I was also mostly homeschooled. It was around that time when my house was set on fire twice due to arson. Two Mad knows my house was set on fire. Two Mad knows I was hospitalized after. Two Mad knows I had a horrible depression and that my family was broke and that I was extremely distressed. It's worth mentioning that he didn't mention in his video about me living in other countries, and he didn't talk about me talking French, broken Suomi, etc. back in the day. Also, it's worth mentioning that I mostly mostly spoke to enough fuckers in English when he was recording in Russian. Speaking anything but English is outside of my comfort zone, and I will address that later down below. I know some people have made up lies about me, and I didn't want to address it publicly. However, my close friends knew from the beginning my name is James, and it always was. I did study in Russia for a few years, like I mentioned before. It was a horrible experience. No offense towards Russians, it's the life situation more than anything. Too Mad never brought up that I also lived in Poland, Denmark, most significant, and many other countries. My family moved a lot. Longtime viewers also know I have a bit of a French background, and I spoke French in some of my videos. The arson is one of the primary reasons why I had to leave my education to work to support my family. I made it clear many times during my live streams, I can understand multiple languages, but English is the only language I'm comfortable fluently speaking. I never tried to hide it. I don't understand why people stick to that so much. I think this entire beef was extremely dumb. A lot of miscommunication clearly happened. Too Mad probably never lied about why he wanted to go to LA, but James clearly read some things as more definitive and serious than they actually were. James probably did not pretend to be Russian, and this was just a misinterpretation, and Too Mad took his sensitivity around the subject as proof he was lying. James probably called Chad because he was weirded out by Too Mad's behavior, which Too Mad had every right to take personally as some weird way of cutting off his new YouTube connections. To say one person is extremely in the right while the other is not is dumb. Frankly, the reason why Too Mad won this beef is because he's just way funnier than James. But by the end of it, there was no resolution. James hated Too Mad, and Too Mad hated James. And from here, they go their separate ways to continue on with their respective careers as niche internet micro-celebrities.
I don't give a shit. Here, I gotta get my life. No, ma'am. He's about to die.
Shortly after this, during his trip to Australia, one of the first episodes of Cold Ones was released, starring the Sleepyhead himself. This is one of the most coherent appearances of Madea ever released. He talks about his experiences during school and even reveals he never finished high school.
But I think all parents, because they're boomers, man, they don't understand. They're like, you make money on the internet, that makes sense. I had the exact same problem with my parents.
Yeah, your dad, right?
Yeah.
It's like a balance where they're simultaneously trying to look out for you and support.
Absolutely,
like,
that's
your
how my
passion.
mom was looking at it. But
Yeah,
I was
because
like,
then it's like you're a fucking dumb kid. You're not gonna make anything out of this. I want you to, get an education, then maybe blah blah blah.
I didn't fucking get it. But like I said, I didn't even have something I knew I'd blow up. I just knew
It's definitely a risk, but it's a risk worth taking.
I wasn't doing shit in school. All I did was get fucking in fights constantly and just fucking do nothing.
Everyone wants to be a YouTuber. That's like the top one job.
In service, it's the most requested job. I'm like, just finish school. Like, it's not going anywhere.
Not always you need to finish school. Like, if you're like me,
School, I guarantee you,
high school
is not getting in the way of you making a YouTube video.